The future is now, and the second day of Games of the Future begins as the disembodied voice transferred into cute robot bodies of Renmar and Wolf coming at you to deliver the action for the second day of Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Wolf, how are you doing?
I am doing great, especially after watching all of the games yesterday, and the fact that we are going to be heading into the next round of matches, which will mean playoffs, which can also mean eliminations for today. So as much as I wanted to see the teams compete for more, but with, something has to be decided. Teams will go, teams will proceed, and more MLBB will be seen.
We have 4 groups of MLBB teams that we see. We're currently in the second round. We're going to be seeing Falcons, the FYG team, Spirit, Entity 7, Bigatron by Vitality, Foot Esports, Vamos, Bushido Wildcats, Selangor Red Giants, Rune Eaters, Aurora Mongols, Onyx, GK Pro, and Aufa 7. That's all the teams. No one is eliminated yet, but there are lower bracket matches to watch out for, while the teams in the upper bracket will both be qualified, but victory or defeat could mean better placements.
Yeah, and we already saw the shape of a draft of the metagame, I would say, through the draft of the teams that we've seen yesterday. And one thing's for sure, we are seeing a lot of snowball fights. It means that whoever wins in the early stages will be more likely to end the game as soon as possible. And even when they get to the late game, usually when they take out turrets, they usually just immediately win the fights. I think that we've seen only 1 or 2 comeback games from yesterday, and most of them are from the top teams in the region anyways. Well, we did not cast any comeback game yesterday, but I did see one from the opposite stream, which was Team SRG coming back from behind and taking down Aurora in one game. Then eventually the series games will be much faster.
Oh, for sure. It seems like Turtle 1, Turtle 2, whoever gets to win it and gets a tower after that pretty much already wins the game. Making comebacks is so much harder now with the presence of some really busted heroes that just thrive from the early portion of the game all the way even until the late. And I'm looking at you, Hirara, Paquito, but especially on this stream, and even in some games in the other broadcasts yesterday where Lafell and Gideon are casting, we got to see the rise of Melissa in priority, and currently the most high-performing hero in this tournament, at least, is actually the Barretts, with, if I'm not mistaken, the top 3 most picked hero and also the highest win rate at around 7-2, if I'm not being wrong.
Alright, halo, assalamualaikum guys. Selamat petang, jangan lupa bantu saya like dan share guys. Jadi saya ada.
Our stream was it?
Yeah. Oh, it's 8-3 in total. Majority of them did come out in our stream yesterday, yes.
Yeah. So, not only that, when you look at the teams and how they prioritize the Barretts, they eventually become very comfortable with the draft. So it's not like just a hero that you win with just by playing it. You also just make your own draft, your own composition, so fluid. And to add to that, we've seen a lot of good Barretts plays. Teams and players not only are identifying where to put Barretts in the draft, but also they knew exactly how to use it in the actual games. We're seeing how good the sneaky Barretts plays that we've seen yesterday, that it seems like it's not just a trend from MSC or from the tournaments I've seen here locally. It's actually the thing now. The way that you utilize your Barretts is you have to be very crafty with it, and when you are finding good targets and you're picking off your opponents, you're easily making it easy for your team to win.
It has been a very interesting start to our tournament so far. So there's actually a video that we can go ahead and catch. Let's look at that.
Do games bridge the gap between our understanding of the languages? Some think that they do because so many gamer slang words made their way into other languages. Mobile Legends players might just be the loudest crowd to agree with the statement. This raises a question. Which phrase is so easy to understand during gaming that it doesn't need any translation? You might have thought of something like good game/GG, DPS, or even buff/nerf. Or you might have remembered iconic phrases that are probably ingrained in our heads by now, like
Bomb has been planted.
in Counter-Strike, in Mortal Kombat, in Ace Attorney. But back to the topic at hand. Where does the game Mobile Legends stand in all of this? There are many interesting categories in common phrases among Mobile Legends players. Character names, player behavior, in-game actions, and more. Characters whose names are long transform into shorter word collections. Beatrix turns into Bia. Gusion into Gus. Player behavior-related words like noob means someone who is new to the game. Jungler means a person who clears creeps and secures objectives. Or toxic, a player who is not on their best behavior. Am I losing you yet? No? Good. It will be quite important if you are new to the game. Now for the in-game actions. CC refers to crowd control, meaning any action which represses enemy movements. Backline is for ambushing your opponents. Gank, forcing a team fight when you have the numbers advantage. Did you recognize everything? If yes, now you are equipped to understand the universal gamer phrases during Mobile Legends Bang Bang matches on Games of the Future 2026.
You know what? New editor, I didn't expect as fire as it was. They did a really great job.
I can't believe that it is Games of the Future where we'll see this kind of quality video. Amazing to watch. There's a lot of throwbacks from the previews from the tournament, and also past footages of hero review, but stitched in a very good manner that it allowed you to. It actually allows other people who aren't from MLBB to actually understand what roles are in MLBB. And I think that's quality.
It's quality. You know what that reminded me of? That reminded me of those like old fan edits, gamers with whatever song they would want and just posted it on the internet. But it was like an related, higher version of that in terms of the timing. On our, there was a song. I'm pretty sure like back into the live there was like, but that's really fine. Pretty sure that sets the tone for the action that we're seeing today in just a bit. You're all gonna be able to see of matches, but pretty few of the viewers of Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports, and you can see the schedule as well for the groups and the matches to expect. Remember, there is another broadcast. So if there is a specific game and match that you're doing, or just when I fell in Gideon because you love them, I mean I love them too, just look for the broadcast opposite of this. It's on the official channel. It's everywhere. Go ahead and look for it. You know what? We already the videos that we've already shown. So let's go ahead and do another one. All right, watch this.
Caster dia guys memang
Did you
sangkut
know
kan?
that
Tak tahu
Games of
kenapa
the
guys.
Future has symbols representing it? That's right. There are 4 characters, which are called Guardians, whose purpose is to represent the spirit of competition. iBoat, a robot made out of titanium and neon parts who believes in inner strength and power of friendship. iBot has a special ability too. The robot is able to cut off enemies' power supply and breathe life into inanimate objects. Arlon, a cyber wolf with a rich silver fur and holographic glow, a great mentor and a formidable warrior in the field. He is able to accelerate time and predict the movements of his foes. He is responsible for the territories of Battle Royale and Phygital Shooting. Eileen, she is truly fearless and wild. Her sporty outfit and gaming equipment are truly wonderful, along with her useful backpack that is there to help out in any situation. She keeps the areas of Dota and MLBB to herself. Finally, last but not least, Alum. This eagle is a fighter with golden feathers who likes to wrestle, play football, and basketball. Everywhere he flies, he leaves a trail of petroglyphs. His special ability allows him to analyze the situations at unimaginable speeds. He is a keeper of many areas, and we love him for it.
All right, we are back. Nice little watch, a little bit more information, of course, the vibes that we bring to you for games of the future. Remember, we're marrying actual physical activity with even more physical activity, just in a different form, in the form of esports as we know it. So, we've already discussed a little bit about the meta. We've talked about Barrett's, Melissa, and the Rise. I feel like I keep asking this, but it's a constant question because of this meta landscape. Have we finally stabilized? Are we clear on the trades of like Barrett's, Melissa, Atlas, Valentina, Belleric, the whole relationship with those heroes? And then, of course, the trade for like Fanny's, Heraras. Is that it? Have we stabilized? And we can talk about it as our viewers just look at the schedule.
Yeah. Okay. That's an interesting question because my answer is that, yeah, we have stabilized. That is because the top heroes, and there will be just some pocket picks that will arise that will answer those meta picks. For example, top of my head, that's the Brody, which teams have now started against the Melissa. But we know that the Melissa, the Hirara, as well as the Barretts, they're like the top heroes. And then you also have that Eudora, which also is a top hero. So my answer to your question is that, yep, I feel like that the meta has actually stabilized already.
You know what? Hopefully we do get to see that, because it's really gotten to the point the possibilities is wrecking my brain, and it's starting to be in a bad way. I mean, I love it. It makes the drafts very unpredictable, but yesterday it was an overwhelming feeling of, okay, it seems like there's some very clear trades that we want to take. So hopefully you watching wherever you are, whether at home, whether you're on the way to work or school, wherever country, hopefully you understand that we are on the broadcast that's looking towards Group B and Group D, and we will be opening it up with Vamos and Bushido Wildcats. Team Vamos brought Bigatron by Vitality to their limit. They went to 3 games, and it was a great, entertaining series. Meanwhile, on the other hand, Wolf, Bushido Wildcats, they struggled to show their own identity.
Yeah. Unfortunately, for both of these teams, this is the lower bracket, which means that they will face elimination. But we do know that Clock and Air for Natko, Sizga, and Zakif are, I would say, they have a great chance at winning at this. And I'm only basing this because of yesterday's performances. Team Vamos almost down Bigatron by Vitality, and they also managed to show us a little bit of the preview of the metagame. They showed us how to use the Melissa. They showed us how you can use 2 tanky heroes with an assassin and a hard marksman, right? So teams, I think that it was just BTR adjusting more properly and more experience compared to them. Now they're at this point that they can actually show what they're worth up against Bushido Wildcats.
Yeah, and as we mentioned,
alright guys,
earlier,
Assalamualaikum semua.
Compared to
Selamat
the
datang.
glowing review that
Selamat
myself
petang.
also brought
Jangan lupa
out,
bantu saya like dan share
Vamos,
guys.
This team just
Bushido
feels like
Wildcat.
they couldn't show off
Apa
what they're
maksudnya tu?
capable of, because they were up against a team in Foot Esports, a fellow competitor in the Turkey Championship, who just really looked like they got their number. They knew where they would want to go. I feel like there were some moments where the members of Foot Esports knew what Bushido Wildcats wanted to think about before they could even think about it. That's what it felt like just watching that series. But we'll give it to Bushido Wildcats. They had 2 drafts where you and I both thought, hey, this is good. Maybe
Gambar
even
pasport
better
ni,
than the
ya.
draft of foot esports, but they could
Dari
just
tim dari
not
mana? Turki.
execute. If there's one matchup that I'm gonna have to be looking out for, it's keeping it simple, and we'll start into the EXP lane because Cisco
Apa? Jepun
in
campur
the
EXP.
place of Sepat really got to show off for Team Vamos and look so comfortable with the team. You mentioned a great barrier. He was a great Barrett's player and also handled heroes such as the Uranus and other tanky heroes really well. Meanwhile, Kuntepper on Bushido Wildcats.
Nak tengok jadual apa? Jadual. Tengok dekat Wikipedia.
I think the term you used yesterday was overcompensating. And when you're up against like Team Vamos, the risk of that happening again
Sekarang ni
this
tengah
series
berlangsung
is actually so much higher.
Team Spirit
Especially
Vamos
because
dengan
Vamos
Bushido
is a team
Wildcat,
that
kata.
is also chaotic in the early stages or final stages of the game.
Lepas tu
all things considered. So I do
Falcon
agree with you.
di
You
FYG,
can,
BTR
this
lawan
early game will be
Foot
so volatile
Esport.
for both teams, especially because Bushido Wildcats can draft properly. And the adverse effect of that is the Wildcats
Turkey,
might be in a tough spot because they
5-6.
might not be prepared for this
Sabar.
kind of playstyle
Hidup ada
coming from Southeast Asia,
F4.
specifically from Malaysia and specifically from
Pemain lukuk
Vamos
ya.
themselves. I think that there was a time where Sunshine and I think Sunshine did play up against some members of Team Vamos from before. Maybe M4, maybe yes, or at least experience like playing up against Malaysian players. But in terms of familiarity, there will be a lot of challenges for Bushido Wildcats now.
For sure, especially since Vamos really do love that playstyle that you were hearkening to, wherein it's quite smothering. But I feel like, and I think this can also evolve once again to a discussion returning to the meta. It felt like looking back at some of the replays for MSC, how we talked about teams, checking out other broadcasts. It seems like more often than before, it's like every team now has to be good with aggro, has to be good with the early game, and has to be good with high tempo, which it's really how the game has evolved to, where it's really just about how liquid stampede can you get for everyone.
Okay, my quick answer to that is absolutely yes. Because you are heavily incentivized in this metagame that we have to be aggressive, to be aggro. And I think that you will lose more. You lose more games if you don't catch up with this kind of playstyle, right? Of course, you still have to think about your macro and your late game. However, there is just so much benefit on focusing on your early game.
Ada bobo kena sidai.
Because the teams that you will be playing up against will also focus on that anyways. The way that we're drafting the amount of heroes that are really good when it comes to early game dominance and early game advantage is just too much. It's gonna be foolish if you don't really think about improving your early game in this landscape that we have.
And I feel like a team that was a really great example of that yesterday, and we gave them a really glowing review as well for their performance in Group D up against Pro Esports, is none other than Onyx. Onyx has always had that identity of a team that likes to set the tempo, likes to dominate, but especially in this metagame where you really need to make that happen, and it's quite rare to see matches go into that push and pull, mid to late game type. Although we do still get to see it from time to time, it seems like the best teams can pull it off and finish the game 11 to 14 minutes in, you know? Onyx seem to have found a new footing in remembering what they're best at. And it's quite deadly. We've always thought of Kelra as the type to play. Marksman hero has always been fantastic about that. Always been fantastic with it. But the man played back-to-back Paquito games and made it look easy. Kiboy played Bathilda and Network. Lutpi went back-to-back with Barretts. And if that isn't a perfect snapshot of what the metagame is now, then I don't know what is.
Yeah. And again, the biggest proof that most recent, well, I would say World Championship, but a team with an international championship with worldwide audience, the biggest tournament of this year when it comes to the prize pool, MSC. In the finals, it went 7 games where both teams were just trying to win against each other in the draft. It's more of a tug of war of who's gonna get the much better early game heroes and the compositions. And when you look in the game that they played, all of that just translates and tells us that yes, you have to absolutely win the early game. 7-game series with all stomps. Oh, that will always tell you that yes, this is the meta game that we're playing now. We have to really think about the early game. So that is definitely the snapshot that we should look at.
To add another layer to it, it isn't just about, of course, like the draft, although that is a huge portion of it. And I like that you mentioned that the tug of war feels like it's really in the first phase bans and first phase picks. You know, that first 3 that you get really sets the tempo for the entire match, not just the draft in its individual scene. But it also asks so much of every player in every position in the first 3 minutes of the game to not mess up. You better be doing your job correctly or the entire team is feeling it. It's the most punishing meta landscape that we've had in the longest time. Before, there's a way for you to recover. You lose all 3 turtles, as long as you got farm on your gold, it's fine. You can get Lord 1. In this landscape, you lose all 3 turtles, there's a high chance the price to pay for that is that you couldn't get enough farm for either one of your side learners, which, by the way, is so much more important now, especially in this landscape. So I'm expecting a lot more of the same that we've gotten used to in the previous weeks of action that we got, especially since the start of MSC. And that should make it so much more difficult for Bushido Wildcats here going up against Team Vamos. For those wondering, we are just waiting for the draft to begin. So thank you all for your patience. We are once again in Group B matches. We're going to be seeing Team Vamos and Bushido Wildcats first in the lower bracket final. The winner of this will qualify. Later on, the second Group B match that we're going to be seeing is Bigatron by Vitality going up against Foot Esports, representative from Indonesia and a representative from Turkey. And whoever wins that will get a better
nak setting tapi dia kena login pula.
Meanwhile, for Foot Esports or for Bigatron by Vitality, for whoever who loses that matchup, will go into, if I'm not mistaken, with how it should be is, I think, I wish I double checked this, but I think the loser will go into the round of 16 bracket in the playoffs, while the winner of upper bracket matches will advance straight into the quarterfinals. Give me a sec while I
Okay.
I
Okay.
think that's the case.
Yeah, no, because it feels like you should not be facing the same people.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's not people, but yeah, well, people, definitely, but the same opponents, so is what I would say. Yeah. I think that is a topic for a different day, for sure. Right now, teams will just focus on trying to win, actually, from what the matches are up ahead. Talking about like Vamos as well as Bushido, I think that there is an important hero that we have to talk about as well, which is the Eudora and the Bushido
boleh juga kalau aku tutup ni,
as well as Vamos. And I'm only saying that because the very first instance of the Eudora being picked and prioritized was actually
tadi tak ada match ada
saw them being played
pukul 10 lebih
actually. Specifically, it was the first
disuruh mukbang dulu guys.
MSC group stages.
GOTF tak ada budget bagus sikit pak.
You were part of that.
Ini aku rasa dia stream dari rumah masing-masing ni ataupun studio masing-masing. Dia tak pergi venue pun.
Specifically because
that's why dia punya sound quality
paying attention to the game of MLBB. Well, I haven't been playing since then. When when that happened actually. So I was surprised about this Eudora, but then I see it just a few minutes into the game, just the first 2 minutes. I saw it in lane and I already understood, okay, this is why Eudora is really good. It is a lane bully. It matches up well against most of the mid lane mages that we have. It threatens tanks, and it's a big threat to assassins as well. Although it is also threatened by assassins, there's just so many ways for the Eudora to actually find an opening when it comes to late game team. So that's what I wanted to say about Eudora. And this is something that Bushido Wildcats also suffered from yesterday.
For sure. I spent majority of MSC being the, I want to say, notorious but very vocal hater of the Eudora. And it's not because I think that she's not a good hero. I see the value. I see the strength. It is quite busted what she can do. If you get the snowball with the Eudora, it feels great. Hell, if I don't know what to pick and I just want a quick, easy win in solo RG and I'm in mid lane, I'm picking the Eudora. It's so underestimated that people just often disrespected it. And we saw a little bit of that yesterday also from Alpha 7 when they faced up against GK Esports and Q-Dora in Quanok. That man made the Eudora look so easy. He was flickering forward, catching assassins in the back, catching the backliners, catching the opposing mid laner in the middle of a whole team fight. There's such a high ceiling with what you can do with a hero that has a very clear optional set of combinations with the ordering of the skills so that you can maximize whoever gets hit when you have the superconductor passive. But my dislike towards the Eudora hero is that how it feels like sometimes it shoehorns you to a very specific type of gameplay wherein you're very close to mid-range, and that's why picks like the Melissa and Vexana popped up, because they had so much range, and a team with the Eudora would often struggle against it because now they're wondering, wait, we cannot get close enough because of the priorities of the Esme, the Uranus, but I feel like it's leveled up. And that's why yesterday I also was very vocal and said, I'm not much of a Eudora hater anymore. I feel like the team's figured out how to balance building around her. She's just so good.
It's just it's just naturally good in the meta. It's just a good hero, essentially. It had enough buffs. It has stabilized in the meta game, especially in the times where there's a lot of assassins. I remember the last time that the Eudoraphobia was a thing. We were at the tail end of the assassin meta, actually. So it was between season 8 and 9, early into season 9 of MPL. So that was about what, 3 years ago.
Oh wow, yeah. Don't remind me how old we are, man.
Nak dekat pukul 11 Ustaz. Kalau tak scam lah.
Quite a while back.
Quite a while back. Quite a while back, right? So what I remember from then was it was a transition from assassin to the tanky meta, and Eudoraphobia was definitely a thing in ranked games, auto banned, even in tournaments outside of the MPL, and then eventually for MPL. And in relation to that, assassins and hard marks and
sebab dia countdown tak ada pula, jadi kita kena ni guys.
Marksman, traditional marksman, right?
Yeah.
They struggle.
Berol, jangan.
Against Eudora, so it's somewhat reminiscent of what we're seeing right now, especially with assassins, Hirara running around, Nolans, because there is a way actually to kind of survive those kinds of heroes.
It seems like sometimes you just realize like time is a flat circle when it comes to MLBB. It seems like we're just working our way around. Give it another maybe 2 years and then we're suddenly back to tanks in the jungle, and You know, maybe someone's gonna bring back Estes. I don't know, but I feel like we're just gonna head down that route. But of course, with your heroes popping up and Hirara again coming out of nowhere, a lot of people expected her to not become a big deal. She wasn't up until it became assassin focused. Like it was hard to make her work. You still had Boxes and Fredrins running around the jungle, but now with those like pretty much out as an option, and it's very rare to see teams consider them, then hell yeah, welcome back assassins. Well, this is where we are now. Really tanky EXP laners that sometimes. And what I like also about the EXP lane meta is, yes, you have a very clear trade for the Esmeralda, Uranus, but there are moments where you are encouraged, and Barretts, where you are encouraged to get a offensive EXP laner that actually can also set up. You're looking at Arlot, Lapu-Lapu, Engagers. They have stuns, they have crowd control. So for a moment, we thought like, oh, it's really just Esme, Yura, Barret, and tanky EXP laners because you need an anchor in the side lane that's unkillable because you're playing an assassin. But then there are teams who have proven, no, you can play damage EXP too, even though you're playing a damage assassin, as long as it has the crowd control capability to go along with it, with a good mix of like tankiness and survivability. For a quick update for everyone, by the way, we understand that it is taking quite some time to head into the lobby. Team Vamos and Bushido Wildcats are conducting another round of tests. Again, we're just making sure that everything is settled well and properly. We want to make sure that all of our teams and players find themselves in a good footing. Connection is all good, comms are all good. That's why we're just taking some extra time here. We're just taking some extra precautions to make sure that Team Vamos and Bushido Wildcats, all our competitors, have a great experience when we finally hop into the game.
Yeah. To understand the situation, everyone, because we're just we're just waiting for them to start again. Going back to other matches, I don't know, were you able to catch the SRG versus Aurora gaming match yesterday, where at least we absolutely have to just replay it because we were casting as it happened, but yeah, we're able to watch the game.
Just a few glimpses. I know that it was a little bit more of a back and forth in the second game, although the first game looked like it was just a dominant SRG affair, which is surprising. I mean, they tried to whip out the Kufra also in MSE and didn't work out for them, but this time against Aurora in game number 1, it was able to work out. I believe it was like Kufra Selena in the center of the map, while Aurora had the more typical like Belleric, Eudora. They were even playing Fanny, but SRG got a pretty dominant win in game number 1.
Yeah, and then game number 2 was Aurora Gaming starting really strong. They've taken out the turret in the middle of SRG and they were winning. I think they were about 5k or 3,000 gold ahead. Wow. And it was a great clash between two teams. There's a lot of back and forth where almost everyone from each team defeats each other in a clash or wipes them out. But then what really surprised me was that SRG used Rafaela against Midnight. The audacity to use it. Just use the Rafaela in the middle. But I know that I'm pretty sure that they have rehearsed that, trained with that hero before. What's really interesting is that when I told you that it's like there's a lot of like back and forth between two teams, very close clashes that we've seen from them, and sometimes that a team wipes out another or they wipe each other out. But the reincarnation coming out from the Rafaela, which we never really talked about when we're talking about Rafaela. I remember you asking me what the strengths are of the Rafaela. Told you that it's about the early game and the laning stage, and then eventually it becomes there's a lot of damage output coming out from the Rafaela because of the reduced cooldowns. But if there's that additional factor where the resurrection is so important in an assassin metagame. Imagine if your gold laner gets picked off.
Bro,
jangan. That. Maybe they have spent one big suppress or one big ultimate couple of them as maybe a battle spell to take out one. You resurrect that guy, that important guy, which usually is a target, right? And suddenly they don't have their flickers, they don't have their ults.
Dah, guys.
You are topped up. You have 5 people.
Boleh be
against
ready,
5.
guys.
You are gonna win the fights, and I think that's exactly what happened. The fight of SRG versus Aurora.
And to wrap this up real quick, remember, it seems like the most important, or one of the more important conditions for playing the Rafaela is that you make sure it's also in flying
Alright.
cloud. It
Game
just
yang pertama.
expedites
Yeah.
the
Barat Ben,
return of the hero
Marcel
that you get to
Ben.
resurrect, and of course having Uranus and the EXP lane paired up with the Rafaela seems like the way to go. Thank you all for your patience. We have finally made it to the draft of game number 1 between Team Vamos and Bushido Wildcats. Vamos taking out the Selena feels like it's a very targeted ban, although we did get to see it prioritized yesterday by Bushido, and they were able to still round out their draft really well with the Selena first pick on the blue side.
Penny Ben, Selena Ben.
While Vamos does not want to even consider Marcel in terms of the trading, they just ban it out themselves.
Yeah.
Oh, game Team Spirit pun
Okay,
start dah. Ni guys.
that means that when it comes to priority, there still is that Hirara and maybe the Paquito. Every time that the Barrett is out, the Paquito can run easily. And the reason why that is because teams are utilizing the Paquito, the Barretts against the Paquito for extra damage, actually. And of course, a lot of control to go with it. So I'm gonna be surprised if the Paquito will eventually be the priority for the red side team. For blue side, I think it's still either Atlas or Hirara as their priority.
Yeah, considering that there's a ban on the Valentina, I think it's going to be one of those drafts where you really see an importance of the trade between the Atlas, Belric, of course, the roamers of the meta. But
Bushido
let's
di mana?
see
Turki.
if any of them will
Team
be
Spirit lawan
brave
apa?
enough to
87.
consider trying something different. I mean, we get to see SRG try something different with trying to make the Kufra work again, and they were able to make it work. But knowing Team Vamos and the type of team that they're up against in Bushido Wildcats, it might
siapa bang?
also
Bushido?
be surprising if Vamos just
Bushido?
goes ahead and locks in something like maybe the Juicin as the first pick, especially as Bushido Wildcats take out the Atlas. But Vamos can also be
Dara
dangerous
first
with it
pick.
and just rush the Bellery. But they said,
Ada
no,
Paquito.
we want to go for the most busted
Ada
hero
Freya.
right now. We get the Hirara.
Ada Freya tu.
Yeah. Beleric available well as the Paquito and Bushido Wildcats.
Banyak yang buka ni.
It just makes total sense to just secure the Beleric.
Freya,
now.
Beleric.
It's the strongest
Paquito.
rover that we have. It in the Atlas definitely the top heroes when it comes to the
Luxin.
roam selections. And if you don't
Idora.
get it now, it will mean that your opponent can easily just take it away from you. So
Idora.
I don't think that it's wise. Oh, of course, the Freya. How could I forget the Freya? Freya and Eudora, a strong answer by the Bushido Wildcats.
It's most likely going to be going to the gold lane already. Let's see if Vamos are going to go ahead and pick up the
Mana
Phobius.
Bushido ni pak?
Or, interestingly enough, they find themselves in a pretty safe spot to consider even picking up something
adakah
like the
Bellery?
Eve if
Kalau tak
they
Bellery ni mungkin
wanna just
blue ni.
harken back to a little bit more control. But
Blue Zuxin
if they go
tu.
ahead and pick that, Bushido can just quickly answer with rushing a lot of dive that doesn't really
Bellery,
care about
Zuxin?
formations. But we mentioned it earlier, the Juice and potentially is the first pick. It still ends up with Vamos to help control the
Paquito
center,
still ada,
and it's going to be paired up with the Bellery. If Bushido Wildcats want for speed and pick off, they still have a lot of options in the roam. I'm looking towards Cho if they
Paquito.
want something to help supplement the Freya and team fights, and a Minotaur would go along with it. They get the Harley in red 3, the jungle pick that has risen up as a pretty much an automatic response now to the Hirara and the jungle on the opposite side.
That's right. With the Jushin, I feel like this is a more of an adjustment by the teams more late into MSC, where every time the Eudora is getting picked up, it's either the Valentina that they answered it with it first. Sometimes they'll go for Eve and Lilia. Then eventually teams like Onyx, teams like Bigatron by Vitality, more so the Indonesian teams have decided, okay, let's pick up the Jushin once again. That's when everybody else picked up actually. That eventually what happened was they now prioritize the Zushin over the Eudora whenever the Zushin is open, and just mitigate their damage output from the jungle, just compensate with that from that lane. I think that it's a cool answer to the Jushin, after the Eudora, I mean. However, I think this is also another good adjustment from the Bushido Wildcats. What this actually achieves is a lot of movement coming up from their jungler. Yesterday, they were picking up a lot of Nolan, and they were failing in the early stages, which meant that they had a difficult time winning the game. So this is different for Bushido Wildcats. Okay versus the Hirara, but also very good against the Jushin. So already good answer here for Bushido Wildcats.
Yeah, to mitigate the movement of the jungle that you mentioned, Team Vamos would take away the Uranus. Besides the fact that they don't have heroes right now in their draft that could counter the rampaging early game Uranus, they also take away a great pickup that, especially since we saw it maybe a season ago, Uranus being utilized for handling macro on its side of the map. Multiple cuts, sometimes even turret 3, constant info. It could be quite nasty to deal with. But there's one hero we have to watch out for. Okay. So Vamos decides to change up the trade right away in the EXP, the Esmeralda, and the Uranus were both banned out. So we might see a return to heroes such as the Arlot with all of the dive available for Bushido Wildcats. Team Vamos might be keen on picking that up. Plus, you can use a quick final slash to punish the entry of the Freya, the Harley. So a lot of options for them in the EXP lane. We could go back to Lapu-Lapu even, heroes like that.
Yeah. There's a lot of flexibility with the Freya, but also that.
Guys, mana belum bantu saya subscribe dulu gang bantu saya guys. Kita dalam perjalanan ke 300,000 subscribers.
But that is an option. Also another idea from Onyx Indonesia we see. Oh, Alice. This makes it very interesting for me. A tanky hero in the latter portions. More of a ramp type of hero, which does not really coincide with what the Harley as well as the Eudora wants to do. At the same time, has good synergy with the Freya, hand in hand from both side lanes, where the Freya is really good in the early to the mid stages of the game. Alice is good in the mid to the late game stages, and combined together, they're just a really strong ramp time team. So it's like Bushido Wildcats have mixed in a lot of DOT with their burst, and usually that is difficult to pull off.
Good balance, but very demanding. As expected, the Arlot comes through for Team Vamos, and they go ahead with a Claude. So this looks like a lineup that
Chip Roma
might take more time. Oh, chip pickup by Bushido into the Belleric, into the Juicin, the Arlot. This could be tough to pull off if you're just looking at it from a team fighting perspective.
Bushido Wildcat ni daripada ni guys.
The Freya,
yung
the Harley,
daripada
the Atlas.
MPLSG.
Look away from the door just a bit. You get 4 heroes that could make managing the map really messy for Vamos, Wolf.
Yes. That's what I would say. If they do pull it off, it will take a lot of time. But I think that, you know, there are some team compositions where you look at it and you say,
guys,
okay, this is a late
perlawanan
game
yang
type of team,
pertama
and
hari
its
yang
early
kedua,
game is like just
Game of the
compromised so
Future
much.
di Kazakhstan sama
All
kita
things
saksikan
considered,
perlawanan
I'm
pertama
looking at
di
Bushido
Game of
Wildcats. I
Thrones.
think they have
Vamos menentang
in the early game. I'm not saying that they are
menentang apa dia guys, apa nama team dia?
way
Lupa lah.
better than their opponents. I think Vamos have just
Bushido
but
Wildcat.
it's not impossible to win. This is not a
Macam mana
late
Freya
game
boleh lepas?
composition where the early game
Macam
is
tu
like
lah ya.
totally just you
Ada orang sembuh nyamuk pula.
Bushido Wildcats has to play perfectly. is what I'm
Emblem
saying.
play setelah
There is
gunakan
a lot
guys.
of opening for them to utilize with the Freya as well as early, and then you put in the Eudora with the chip. That means that you have a lot of
Sino ikut apa
angles to
kau?
look at.
Tak tahu tu.
However, Team Vamos, just look at their
Terima
composition. This is Hirara
Bushido
with
tu.
in as well as the Belleric, strong mid trio. And then if you factor in Arlet with the Jushin in the early
Nanti main tempat macam ni juga ke ada stage? Rasanya ada stage. Kot lah. Memang boleh nak concentrate.
Mechanically demanding
Mana?
is the draft
Turki.
of Bushido Wildcats with Vamos
Alright.
having
Nampak gayanya.
seemingly the
Nexus.
right answers for it in the
Berjaya.
early game. We're already neck deep
Mencuri.
in game number 1. This Alice is
Okay,
going to
list
get caught
down.
out in a surprise rotation through the mid. The Roman trio that you were pointing towards to Wolf gets to catch the Alice. Cometopapa goes down. And it seems like the theme from him yesterday, the overcompensation continues, and so it does as well for Nam. Siska is here. They have to be careful with the entry of the auto. Bushido Wildcats might get punished. They back off, and Vamos decide to not overcompensate like what their opponents are doing so far at the start. This will make pulling off the game plan of Bushido Wildcats all the more difficult.
Yeah. Chip has to back up for now, and of course the Eudora is forced to just fend for his own in the middle up against this
kena zoning guys, minion dia guys. Minion Eudora.
Miss. A lot of minions out there. So Nexus tries to pull it just
Eudora
to
stun.
Scatter the members of Team Vamos. But that
Turtle
means that
muncul, error
Team Vamos
mencari
now
position,
know
cuba
exactly
mencari
where
satu.
Bushido Wildcats will be coming from. Turtle take is going to be difficult for the Wildcats
Alright.
to even get
Harley
Nexus
down.
taken out.
Mana slash.
He's got one spores. He's
Chip
got one
masuk,
flash.
chip akan mati dah, tak ada flicker, double kill dapatkan oleh Klokun.
Cannot survive up against the 4 members of Team Vamos.
Eudora boleh stun ramai-ramai lagi apa? Tak tahu, aku pelik juga tadi dapat stun. Aku risau macam aku silap. Nampak gaya macam boleh. Nampak minum keras ni, manalah aku tahu, bukannya aku yang buat. Turki Kemon Vamos 1-0. Turki ada MPL lah tu.
Scrambling to get some semblance of control in the center of the map and through their own jungle. Nexus, after getting taken down, is now finally being able to get some farm, but the lead has ballooned. Getting to 2,000. Meanwhile, up top, it looks like Cometopapa is in trouble.
1,600 gol lead dipegang oleh Vamos sekarang.
But if you look at the entire heat map, it's been all Vamos in the center. The chip has been relegated
Eudora
to
ada
just
stun
protect
bersambung.
jungle, not
Mana
actually
dia kena first
able
skill dulu
to
ke?
be
Kena first skill dulu, aku rasa guys,
proactive,
baru
get
second skill juga.
information. This is going to be a really tough comeback for Bushido Wildcats if ever.
That's the best way to describe it. It's going to be a difficult comeback. All things considered now, Team Vamos are gonna be. They're just gonna be controlling the mid now. They're giving even a lot of gold for this squad with the double A, and that means typical Freya versus squad matchup where the Freya easily winning in the lanes now is not gonna be the case. Natko has a level ahead of Sunshine in that lane. With the 3-0 start coming up, Vamos, and the way that they're moving.
Dia tunjuk display chip beli demon apa demon pula beli golden staff Freya guys, display dia jangan cakap bug dia ni, menimbulkan fitnah ni guys.
4 minutes and we talk about how snowbally this meta game could be.
Remember, if you're only catching the broadcast today, the items aren't appearing seemingly as intended. Not always the most accurate. So if you're wondering, how come a golden staff was built up by the chip? No, that's actually built up by the Freya. How come Claude built up a Sky Piercer? No, that's built up by most likely the Hirara. There you go.
Yeah.
So far,
and Zakif have a Demon Hunter sword. Don't worry about it.
No, he doesn't. Yeah, that's 100% of the hands of Natko.
Inilah banyak iklan lah. Apa lagi YouTube Premium?
Build up for We're not in that level of craziness for the meta game.
Apa tu?
As expected, Bushido Wildcats really are just. Even it felt like 2 minutes into the game, they're already telling each
Ya
other,
Allah.
"Hey guys, first." Oh, Siska from out of nowhere with a final slash to catch out Kirai. Finally able to get away, but gets chased down by Natko.
Hey guys.
Did Nom on the chip, but it's not helping them out. As Bushido, even behind their first tower, under their second, are just getting
double kill
by Vamos. A double kill for
di-call
and everything we've said about the lineup, about the
triple kill dapat kali error
have come true. That's a triple for error and total domination for Vamos.
Oh man, and the way that they are using this Claude being activated very early into this game, it seems like they are the team that's how active Team Vamos has been. everybody from
Macam mana ni ketua?
lineup
Kita diganggu.
side lane into the middle, clearing that wave as fast as possible as well, controlling the river, then getting the pickups that they needed. 7-1. Team Amos is leading by
Panggilan lagi penting daripada
3,000.
MLBB wah.
Haven't gotten into the
Salah.
third yet. Now, Bushido Wildcats, when we said that the early game is not impossible for them to pull off, they still have to look at the way to activate this Rhea as well as this Harley.
Terus
Now, things
profile
will be
ni
very
wak, ya.
difficult because of the defensive items that Team Vamos have accumulated along
Hey
the
guys,
way.
kejap guys.
Cisco wants to
Dah lah, tengok aku terlepas 4 kill tadi dok. Bapa.
Conceal
Yeah, gang.
plus the ultimate from the chip. Bushido Wildcats are trying desperately to get something, but the perfect ultimate from Zkeef messes up the attempt. Wrath of Dryad on point has led to a double kill error, a kill for Cisco, make that two double kills make 4 basic mans. Team Vamos are excelling.
unbelievable. Zkeef reminded everyone should not pick the chip if the Belleric is around. A 5-man Wrath of the Dryad. Now Nexus wants to kill Natko. Natko with the lifesteal. Natko will fall. Finally, something good for Bushido Wildcats. Natko, the first target of the shortcut up top, coming out from Numb. That actually spelled the doom for Bushido Wildcats as they received that 5-man Wrath of the Dryad coming out from the Belleric. And now taken out, finally, something good for Bushido Wildcats. Nevertheless, you should still respect Zkeef in this match. Bushido Wildcats, you have to think about every time that you pop the chip ult.
It's crazy to think.
Okay guys, saya kembali.
We did point out the difficulty of playing the chip in this.
Sorry,
scenario.
gang.
They're gonna try to go again. They send out the
Siska
cavalry
down.
against the Arlot. A big play, finally getting something, but here comes Vamos trying to make sure that they
Maafkan
can
kami.
Bushido Wildcats, the entry from Glockon with the Crimson Beacon stops Karai from being able to teleport
Dora
away,
down.
and he becomes
Oh, Edo 5 kill lah, Dok.
1-for-1, and Bushido, at least he got something. It's a good latch on to.
They not go second left, but it's not.
Kenapa screen aku orang call dia keluar belah kiri guys?
They will be trying to push a top lane right now with just the Freya to defend.
Betul, steady ke tu? Steady.
Difficult. Sunshine feels a little bit comfortable, especially with content.
Oh, Elise buka ulti. Larikan diri tapi ditumbangkan oleh Siska. Blazing duet from Natko. Nexus down. Dari ulti, final slash, triple kill. Oh, yo. Maniac dicari oleh Siska mungkin. Tidak, didapatkan kill oleh Era.
Just steals so much under the turret, gets out, and a 4-man wipe for Team of Vamos. Guess
Nak
what?
kembali guru.
He's
Tak
not done yet.
kena
Not
debuff
gonna
kau
match
bah.
the chip, but they
Kalau menang
take the
2-0 boleh
4
pilih.
kills and maybe the middle as well.
Kalau menang 2-0 boleh pilih lawan siapa.
Execution by Team Vamos.
Itu macam
Of
lain
course,
je
the
guys.
execution
Tak.
from Bushido Wildcats in
Ini
an
bukan
attempt
MSC duk.
to get something to start
16
things
balas
off for
3,
them.
Chip buka
It's the perfect summary of the
ulti.
game now. Decides to go in with a
Final
flicker.
slash.
The entire team, they're trying to get Natko.
Got light dapatkan oleh Era. Nak cool down. Double kill, triple kill. Oh, Savage kah? Savage. Legit sumpah Savage. Savage!
Savage! And he does! Error 404!
Savage! Mana? Notification Savage kat bawah. Tunjuk Maniac. Seketul dia tunjuk gambarnya.
Team Vamos. They were so
Savage!
ahead of
Wah, ai
this
nak dekat
game.
seminit pun keluar Savage-nya.
Bushido Wildcats went
Baik
for the
siau
5-man
Era.
play. Not did they play perfectly. Not only did they play well with Siska, with Zkeef on the Wrath of the Dryad, and also punishing that ambition coming out from the Bushido Wildcats.
Gila guys.
Able to
21 balas 4 guys.
5 of them, wiping them out. Team
Golit beza
Vamos
11,000 golit.
head of the curve time against the Bushido Wildcats.
Wow.
It's these moments wherein if we were playing our own
Dengan muka
ranked games,
pasportnya dah.
we'd be
Jangan.
telling
Jangan sambung.
Yo,
Ketua.
bro,
Cukup.
you can ease up on the ultimate just a little bit, you know, like it's fine. We're gonna back
Baik,
you
the chip
up.
bagi
But then
enemy
we go
savage.
in, we just keep
Ini negara mana, Pak?
falling
Turki?
to something, man. We were supposed to play this chip to control the map, not for like hardcore team fighting, because if we do that, we're just gonna be at the mercy of Final Slash, Wrath of the Dryad, everything that Vamos has can mess our team fight up. And it's a slow dissection of the towers, of the control of
Pak, ni tim mana? Malaysia lawan Turki.
And this should be over with this push. If not this one, then the next. The comeback for Bushido. Too tall a task. Too difficult
Pecah.
in order to follow. But Vamos are still respecting. They're being disciplined with it. Watch Ziki. He pops.
Very ulti
look at
flick.
ceiling, goes in with a flicker. Wrath of
Release counter
Dryad.
engage, ulti.
Perfect in the engage. Bushido.
Cederi double kill. Ni kalau 2 kali savage menarik juga ni. Arlie tu mana nak pergi tu flanking tu. Triple kill. Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, lawanan pertama sangat clean daripada Vamos. Jadi guys, nice try untuk Bushido Wildcat. Congratulations to Vamos. Jadi guys, jangan lupa like, comment, share bagi mendapat korang pasal game pertama. Dan yang paling penting, jangan lupa subscribe guys. We're gonna see you guys on the second matches guys. Let's go. Dapat invitation pergi ke Astana? Mana dapat tu guys. Guys, sorry geng. Grafik Mario je.
And they chose this Alice to go with the chip, and what happened afterwards was just disastrous. They tried to go for. I think that there was a
Kenapa
time
suara
yesterday
caster
when
dia
we
begitu
were,
guys?
that they were quote unquote overcompensating. This time I think that's also happening right now. They were so desperate onto getting a pick off that the targets that they select with the chip ultimate will always have some sort of defense out there. It's either the Wrath of the Dryad that Zakif sneakily does whenever there's a chip, and then Sizga, of course, with the amount of reach that he has, and of course Error 404. The met Bushido was on the Claude. It means that there is a launch pad, a runway for Error for tie away and just deal with the entire opponent's just to eat. It's a difficult game to play if you're Bushido Wildcats. There was a lot of demands that we suggested for them
Video
to
ni
be
jahat
able
ke
to
baik
win,
bah?
and they couldn't achieve anything.
Korang
out of
rasa
that because of their
orang kata kelemahan
overcompensation
ular
once
tu
again.
kucing, tapi hari ni kucing tak ada kuku pak. Ya, Siska ni bukan tim lain ke dulu? Ya.
Official
Official lineup Vamos ni guys untuk season MPL season akan datang. Cepat mungkin sub Cik dia suka main
Even more
berol.
so, simplicity is a very important factor. The simpler your lineup
Turki banyak team.
is
Aurora,
in terms of the
Turki,
idea
Bushido.
that it wants to pull off, the much better it is for your entire team. With how the draft for Bushido Wildcats went, as we've been discussing, they needed
Oh ya,
a
FUT pun daripada
steady
Turki kan.
climb to level 4 for the
GOTF ni
Hardy, a
daripada
steady
ni lah ni,
level up
daripada
climb to level
Turki
4
lah
for
kot.
the Alice. But then suddenly you see Contempor going in like that very early on. You see Nom and Kirai not taking care of the vision.
Jadi suka hati dia ada masuk 3 team.
Middle bush.
Dia tu ada rumah mungkin.
Overcompensating again in presence for the Alice in the turtle, leaving Nexus to just get spotted out there. And then it started this. Like once it got to this point where Vamos can do this 5 minutes in
Dia nak masuk
behind the
SC
first
dia
turret,
kalau nak Vamos.
that was pretty much the dagger in this game. It
free
was
agent kot.
over from
Dapat
the first kill onto
tak
Nexus, and then
Dapat
the
tak
first
okey
kill
ke?
onto Contempor
Mungkin
leading to the
Siska
first
lebih
kill
better
onto
daripada Sepat. Sebab tu dia utamakan Siska. Selalunya begitu guys performance kan.
Nexus, and then the play behind the tower, that was the dagger.
SC
This,
next
at
tu.
this point, is
Nak
just
proses SC
rubbing
je.
it in
Memang
the face
confirm
of
SC
Bushido
lah guys.
Wildcats from
Betul.
Vamos. It's like,
Kan,
let me just
relax
show you
sudah.
how
Kan.
over this game really is.
Yeah,
Kenapa ni?
you can see when they try to go for a cheeky play, they just get punished over and over again. I think that they will eventually take out, get one kill afterwards.
Sorry geng Oi mak ai. Berat betul. Banyak sangat usage ke guys? 2 minit lagi guys buffering
This
kejap.
time Team Vamos decides, okay, it's time in the game. They initiate with the Wrath of the Dryad catching 2. They have so much gold advantage that they can just use it as a battering ram against Bushido Wildcat.
Oi!
under their own base. It's such a one-sided game, and I think the Bushido Wildcats, that should be a rude awakening for them. Stop with that. This kind of play style where you desperately want to win. You can naturally win. They are drafting well. Their first 3 picks, they were able to snag Harley with the first pick, Freya, as well as the Eudora. And I think those first 3 picks alone is enough for defeating Team Vamos. You just have to be more stable with your last 2 picks. When they decided to go for this chip, well, this Alice, it's almost like a death sentence to themselves. Although I could say that there is a window, there's definitely a window for them to win in this game, but unfortunately they played their hand too much.
It's interesting to see that the theme still continues. It's like overcutting, and it's difficult to pinpoint on exactly what. When you have already had a fantastic draft, the first 3 picks, you just need to round it out with some stability. Whereas it seems like they overcompensated with trying to find balance when they didn't need the balance. In this metagame, the clearer your identity, the clearer what you want to do, it's so much
Geng,
better.
tak ada opening social bus lagi tu guys. Bantu saya seorang
You
RM1.
need to make sure there's a checklist of this. Do just back
Dapat beli
damage
kopi.
or back hella crowd control and roll from that.
Aduh, sekejap aku
That
lala
I
juga
completely
guys.
agree with. Yeah, you don't have to overthink. Simplicity is important in this metagame because you have to really narrow down your win conditions. Of course, it doesn't mean that you will have to just pick all of the meta heroes. Although I would say there was a time, there was a game yesterday. It was Onyx. Really good players in the lineup, and what the coaches did was to draft every single meta hero. I think they were able to get Eudora, Barats, then eventually
Grafik muka pa je yang di land 2GP.
something like
Okay, dah.
that.
Dia dah habis upload guys.
But yeah,
Iklan. Iklan maknanya dia suruh saya upload video dekat Google guys. Terendahkan kualiti sikit supaya laju.
From Cepijan, RM2.
Cepikan. Thank you Vic. RM2. Kalau apa start dah? Dah start dah. Yang bunyi boleh bayar sini tak? Jangan Fik. Itu bunyi punya tu. Kau kena bayar dengan bunyi. Aku dah bagi QR kan? Settlekan dengan bunyi. Sementara tu boleh mukbang. Mukbang dulu ke kita guys? Ada soalan untuk gameplay sekarang memang tak boleh nak bawa mid. Nampak? Tengok strat gameplay dulu. Boleh je kalau korang berani. Dia tak di issue pun. Cuma kau kena menangkan game tu lah. Rotasi kena ada lah. Dia lag guys. Ini sebab tengah upload video. Dia tak bagi kan. Dia suruh 360. Core update 10 buffering.
25 from Both Savage. Kopi untuk kau Nobapa.
Thank you Boss Savage. Thank you kopi untuk Nobal lah. Terima kasih duk. Memang sekejap lagi kita kena beli kopi guys. Sebab aku bobo game SRG ni ada bobo macam kena sidai kejap. Ni kau
10
tak
from Meg. Pecah tabung petang Nipa.
pecah tabung petang ni. Thank you duk MRJK. Ada lebih tak tu? Pakai jalan reverse sesuai tak masuk beta sekarang? Sebab ulti dia boleh tarik ramai tak macam dulu. Sesuai? Tapi dia tak akan keluar kat sini aku rasa guys. Tak tahu lah rule regulation dia kan. Kalau official selalunya dia akan biarkan 2 minggu baru boleh pakai. Kod kod saja.
Sometimes you gotta admit when the broadcast track is just pretty much of a vibe. I've been vibing here.
Yes,
Good thing y'all don't see me dancing, but it's not a vibe at all for Bushido Wildcats. It's definitely a vibe for Vamos, who are continuing their clear identity of how they want to play. Again, Renmore and Wolf still here. You don't see us, but you can hear. Don't see us, but you can hear us.
Yes.
Is that our working theory now that our brother
Hari ni awal sikit aku pak boleh
has not had enough sleep to play the chip?
Tengok result Team Spirit
No,
pak.
this is not related to the game that we saw earlier. Although we can say that the decision making coming out from the Bushido Wildcats
Aku rasa menang tu Spirit tu.
weren't as pristine as their drafting pattern was yesterday. Because remember, yesterday we were commending the way that they drafted. And in fact, there's a lot of promise when it comes to the hero composition that they were able to do. And
Ini
even
Spirit tadi
in
kan?
this game number 1, I still see hints of good drafting coming out from them. But I feel like
Team Spirit menang 18 balas 9.
making is not as good as yesterday. And
Alright, draft
now
pick
that
game
you're
yang kedua
looking
telah
at
pun mula.
how they played that game with the
Hilang tu.
chip, it kind of reminded me of when I played with other people who just played so much,
Barat
and so much
Atlas,
because of MLBB,
Ria
the next day they didn't have
Fini.
enough sleep and they end up losing more stars than they've gained because of lack of sleep. So yeah, don't play chip if you don't have enough sleep.
Yep. It's really good advice pretty much to I know it looks so fun, folks. We're in, oh look, I'm a chip, I can bump into someone, here's my ultimate, whoopee, here's the entire party. But there's a level of nuance to it, which I will also admit sometimes I do mess up. I apologize to all of the randoms in RG that I have sent to their impending doom because I mistimed my chip ult, but that just adds even more to the case of it. All right, we've already seen the bans. We're not gonna forget Freya this time around because Vamos decided to ban that out. Marcel's gone too, Belric, Valentina active, Heraura's gone, so we're gonna be seeing some different priorities this time around.
And that priority should be on the Belric or the Eudora, I feel like, for Bushido Wildcats. No Freya. So instead it will be the Selena. To be fair, there was a time where Kirai started the game with a really good ability to stun his opponents with the arrows, but I feel like this is a hero that they feel is their last resort. It's like a break glass in case of emergency kind of hero here for Bushido Wildcats, and I don't blame them. They could be eliminated from games of the future, and if they lose another game. Team Vamos, however, with a really good answer, the clue, a way to thank the arrow as well as step on the traps of the Selena in case they need to.
I feel like even though we know that this is a comfort, it's, as you mentioned, hey, that's so funny. You straight up mentioned Guinevere and Paquito earlier, and then here comes Bushido Wildcats just prioritizing it right out of the gate.
Yeah.
After seeing the glue in the Harley, though, how do you feel about this?
How do I feel about this? I like it. I like it. There's a lot of skill shots that they may have to land, and reason why I like it is that whenever I see the Selena and there's other supplementary stuns, there's just so many ways to engage with it. You can start with a stun from both Sunshine as well as Nexus. You can start with a knock-up coming up from the Guinevere into the arrow. It could be arrow into a stun follow-up afterwards. There's a lot of chain stuns that you can do. So 3 heroes with a lot of good sources of crowd control, that's gonna be good up against the Harley. But is it good up against the Melissa? That is the big question.
1-0, vamos.
I feel like the Violent Requiem, if you nail it properly, you probably can threaten Natco. But otherwise,
Turkey.
it's difficult to play dive against the Melissa.
We saw this a lot as a major component to picking up the Melissa. If you know there's so much dive and not any clear
Win Pakuito, Selena, Harley, Glue na Melissa.
But at least the comforting thought is you put in the condition, Wolf, of get the Violet Requiem onto the Melissa. You know it's not going to have Purify. It will always have Inspire. So at least that if you do get that catch, it's gonna be a great catch. But it's, again, gonna be very difficult to execute and really pull off the catch this Melissa out. Because hypothetically, even if you get to catch her, there are other problems to deal with. So Bushido need to find a way to level this out with some form of reach or really good dive that once they decide to go in, there's no room for Natco on this Melissa to thrive.
Yeah. And this means that for Team Vamos,
betul ke SRG is back. Betul lah.
Looking at taking away more damage heroes like Arlet. Think about it, there's a good synergy for Bushido Wildcats with the Arlet, but Guinevere plus the Paquito plus the Arlet, I doubt Bushido Wildcats will actually pick that kind of composition, because that would mean that their Gwyn is your jungle, and you have the Paquito in the gold lane up against the Melissa, and I think that is not a good lane to play at for Bushido Wildcats. So I think that they probably would have been better if they banned out the Brody, because I feel like Bushido Wildcats will with that one out. But we'll see. Maybe Bushido Wildcats themselves will just not pick up the Brody, put this Paquito in the gold, put themselves in a very tight spot actually.
Yeah, especially since if Vamos decides to round out with like a Farso or a Vexana as their mid laner, then that's pretty much GG for a all dive composition, and you're playing a new game plus hard mode, hardcore mode, one death, and your entire save run is just gone. So they're saving that pick for later. They get the Uranus, and with all of this dive and burst,
Benedetta, ciao, continue CC.
Oh man, this is
macam
not gonna be
squishy apa benda duk
for Bushido, but
draft Bushido ni.
hell, if they pull this off, then they pull this off, but it's too demanding.
5 from Ulat. Selamat Hari Raya Uncle.
Against the Melissa. You put your Benedetta against the Uranus.
Selamat Hari Raya, Hari Raya apa tu?
There is a lot that they have to do. I have to say though, their river fights are really good. They have the damage, they have all of the stunts in the world, have good neutral objective team fighting, but their laning stage, that's what they will have to fix right now. And Team Vamos, what they only have to do right now is to pick the mid laner that will defeat the Selena. Maybe, okay, this is not a hero that I thought about, but it's another anti-dive hero. And this is also a hero that I have seen so many times played against the Guinevere, because what you do is to pop your ultimate when the Guinevere jumps. It will not stop the Violet Requiem, but it will stop any follow-up. And you also deal the damage. So I like the idea here coming out from Team Vamos, ready to close it out. Bushido Wildcats, I hope they're ready. I hope this is like a comfort thing for them, because otherwise their laning stage is gonna be disastrous.
Again, that's why we put that asterisk of.
Alright guys, tonton dan puan-puan, perlawanan yang kedua.
Bushido Wildcats can
Team
just
Vamos
look at
menentang
all their
Bushido
previous
Wildcats
losses
sama-sama
and
kita
forget
saksikan
about it. You know,
perlawanan
it's
di
just,
Game of
hey, we
Future
were able to do it with this lineup against this composition against Team Vamos. Let's pat ourselves in the back for that. We're now about to head into game number 2.
Because game pak, yo.
Especially since they rounded it out with a Zetian. Of course, a hero notorious
ada pause kah? Macam
being anti-dive. If you cannot time your
tak
entries
Mananya?
Overcommit too
Observer.
early, one Fury of the Phoenix can mess up your
Observer
entire
buat apa?
team. And not just that, even
Tunjuk
just
orang buat
one
apa?
well-timed pop from the passive of the Zetien when you think you're about to get her, then it's pretty much over.
Ya Allah.
Absolutely. Tricky scenario, but if there's anything that esports have
Oh, tiba-tiba level 2
told us is that everything can happen. Anything can happen. This is how competition can be. And who knows, maybe Bushido Wildcats, when backed in the corner, will actually show their wild spirit. You know?
Alright, ni
Their
emblem yang
animal
diorang gunakan guys.
instincts. That they will be
Nampak tak di sini lagi? Tak ada.
more dangerous if they're in
Lompatan
a
nampaknya
horde. Just
Zeki
like this one.
menerima
Look at
damage
that.
agak
The
banyak.
chase will be good. Zeki
Hampir
survives.
ditumbangkan.
Gets to level 2 just in time.
Kawan TLPH
So that he
tiada.
will be able to split. And I think that was just perfect timing coming up from Zeki.
Yeah, saved by the bell, but you can see it. You mentioned it. The river skirmishes, Wolf, those layers of crowd control that they can chain together, they can build through this, giving Zeki difficulty in rotating.
Maybe just skip the lanes, just fast clear the lanes, get out of there as soon as possible, and then team fight afterwards. That
Oh,
also is
Daily
for the
Magic ke
community
atas
there.
Chow.
At least Num gets away. Arrow 4-4 had to use deadly magic. Meanwhile, the EXP lane Contepper.
Oi, macam
This could be bad for him. He's just gonna.
Tiba-tiba pause.
No, that's a pause suddenly, but it looks like the
Mati ke tak mati?
animation already
Iska
played
tak
that
akan flicker pula.
Benedetta did get taken out by the Uranus.
Aduh.
Oh, that's right.
Kenapa
I'm
pause?
looking at the minimap and there's no
Apa
icon
yang lag?
already for the Benedetta. And if,
Terus sidai lagi tu,
if
guys.
we're seeing this properly, I think
SRG ada.
Purify is still available for Kunteper.
Katanya
I
10.55.
doubt that he will
Kalau
use
dia tak
it
scam
because
lah
he
guys.
knows that the Purify is also available for the Uranus as well. So it will be a wasted Petrify if in case he uses that just to try
Ni
it.
guys, nama yang pause guys. Wiser
It
guys nama
still
dia.
is the same idea here for Bushido
Wiser
Wildcats.
pause the match.
They're gonna be just fast clearing the way because we mentioned it's a Paquito going up against the Melissa, not a good lane for the Paquito. It's it's the Benedetta up against the Uranus, not a good sign for the Uranus as well. So tricky scenario again for Bushido Wildcats. However, losing the Benedetta very early into this game
Benedetta
is
nak
not
mati
going to help
tu.
their case for sure.
Yeah, and this is something that you don't want to experience, especially an EXP laner with a lot of eyes watching you. Honestly, Siska was just standing around minion waves and spamming the first kill. I'm pretty sure that's how it went for him. It's like, all right, keep dashing in. Like, it's like Benedetta's doing aerobics in a powerlifting competition. It's like you're doing a lot, but it's the wrong setting for this man, and now it leads to him just getting taken out by this Uranus, and he made it look easy. Of course, we're going to be starting the game in just a bit. Thank you again for your patience, but if you just missed it, it's been a good start for Bushido up until this moment where Kunteper in the EXP lane just got taken out by Siska, and it pushes the narrative even further of
Oh,
it feels
TLP
like
ada,
Kunteper
tak
just
ada.
wants to do a lot, but not exactly at the right time for it.
Really scary situation now for the Wildcats. At the same time, there is a big part of me that kind of wants them to at least even win in the early stages. I feel like so that this game will be much more interesting and much more, and obviously not one-sided.
Wah, kena
Because I
sidai
feel
dok pause ni
whenever I
guys.
see a composition with a lot of stunts, I do want it to be successful because I feel like that is a good way to approach MOBA matches. But I feel like if this kind of momentum continues for Team Vamos, well, Team Vamos are just gonna be having a great time. A Uranus that will get the first blood, and then you have the glue that will survive every single attack that is gonna be thrown at him, and then Arrow 404 running around the map comfortably. That's not a good sign for Wildcats for sure.
Especially the start that they had gave them a lot of optimism, really, but maybe if they start layering really good crowd control for Kirai, Nexus, and Numb, leave Cometopapa to just do his own thing as the Benedetta, get the Selena, Guinevere, and Cho together to just chain things up, use Nexus's Violet Requiem and entry as some means to help sweep things up after Numb and Kirai have forced out Purifies.
Macam mana ni guys? Oh, okay. Game dah mula. Nampak agaknya Petrify digunakan masih bisa selamat. Lama postnya ni. 5 minit ada.
He already used the eye for
Dia dah tunggu kat bahagian atas cuba menumbangkan paki tu.
And Siska chose not to purify it. So that's what happened. But Sunshine up
Kena
top.
Sunshine ni. Kena pancing. Itu dia.
404 is there nearby. He tosses out the deadly magics.
Deadly magic.
Messes up Sunshine's flow of team fighting as he baited Sunshine to get a little bit closer to him. He's still trying to go after
hampir.
a two-man outplay.
Dia tiada buka ulti, counter position Chow. Nampak agaknya Zeki jadi tumbangkan.
Phoenix from Clockhood, they were able to spot out Numb, who tried to back him up and tried to follow up with a kill on the
Terus langsung dimulakan. Info telah didapatkan oleh Bushido Wildcat. Terus total.
All things considered, Bushido Wildcats almost won that fight up top. They forced the rotation coming out from the Harley, and they adjusted focusing on the turtle, so they get something out of nothing. But of course, losing the gold lane, Akito in the early stages not a good
dulu
sign.
pernah reject aku dengar macam kena.
Almost died in there up top.
Oh,
The moment that Sunshine gets more, he will
Tu macam
have
kah?
the distinct advantage over the Melissa, but only now the movement coming from Team Vamos, the way that they
Chow,
the
Deadly
way
Magic.
that they approach this is just to
Flicker
try
lah
and
digunakan
go
oleh
for
Chow.
a 2v1, but now try to go for a kill onto Numb will just get away in there. And with all due fairness, Bushido got wild cards, Wildcats. They have the lead.
Yeah, you could see the hesitation also from Vamos in the sense that even though they were able to get the Cho onto the grab, not of course the best target for everyone to just jump on. You saw that Vamos is really respecting that crowd control surprise burst capability if they decide to go in. They do still have the passive.
Cara sidai ke SRG. Ada bobo yang kuat, Deadly Magic, Benedetta, Electro Final Blow, Petrify tidak terkena, Benedetta down.
He tries to use the Electro Final Blow to survive for as long as he could.
Era dah siap,
Maybe
Genius
popped it a
one.
little bit too early, but at that point Vamos just forced it out of him.
Chow tu nak jadi zone ke? Ya.
Try to make a rotation towards the Melissa. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, they get the arrow off onto the glue.
Oh,
The perfect kick.
combo
That's a
wombo
counter
Zakif
dive
down.
with the Fury of the Phoenix, but it's not gonna amount to anything as Bushido have finally been able to show off what they can do, not just in the series, but here in GOTF.
Tak dapat dia, red buff ni.
Finally, we've seen.
Nak go, jangan cuba-cuba nak go.
It's just a sight to see that they are utilizing their lineup in a way that they have
Back up.
We talked about their lineup. It's really good in river fights, not in the laning stages, in the 1v1s, but in river skirmishes.
Draft mana padu pak. Kalau aggression confirm Bushido lah guys. Sebab dia ada 3 fighter, 1 assassin, 2 assassin guys.
And we'll have 5 people in here.
Tapi risky play lah. Tendangan kat atas Siska, Electro Final Blow digunakan. Guinevere telah menggunakan ulti. Turtle jadi amankan oleh Guinevere daripada Turki. Siska down. Kenapa macam
in front of 4 members?
Tempatan tidak terkena, arrow kena.
Wants to go for a poke in here. But that means that Bushido Wildcats will just collect
Banyak
some
kalah
of the
neutral adjective ni
jungle
guys.
creeps. They still want to look for the Harley, but they will not find him.
This is what we're looking for from Bushido, and finally they get to show it off. They know
Nak go
exactly
buka
what they need to do,
ulti,
but the
Chow down,
outplay,
nak
the
go,
go
hampir
away is
tumbangkan.
perfect, and there is no burn to finish off Natko. It ends just in time. They're able to recover
Harley
somewhat.
down.
Bushido are still controlling the map. They are still controlling the sides and the river, and despite that small win, still have to climb back.
Arrow.
Just look now for Bushido Wildcats, now alive in the mission, alive in games of the future. They also took out 2 turrets. And when we said that this lineup is good when it comes to
IM sekarang memang pakai ML fighter ke? Ya, betul.
This time I like what Sunshine did. He was the one
Dia
that
tebal
forced
sikit,
out
life steal pun
Air
dapat.
4
Begitulah guys.
out of position.
Life steal pun
Now
lebih.
they want to go for this orange invasion. Will not be in time for that one. They just took away the jungle
Chow tu
camp.
pakai skin zone
From
tak boleh.
Ursa.
Tendangan kat atas Siska.
Another kick show for
Oh,
the stunning
tak
damage
gayanya.
this time, and the Purify was
Ni kenapa buffering pula?
not enough.
Siska down.
Imagine a 3-man
Tak tekan
unit
free
that
fire
can
awal.
take out the Uranus.
Kenapa,
This is looking real good for the Wildcats.
Finally get to see them.
5 balas 3.
Really well. No
3000 gold lead dipegang oleh Bushido. Ultimate daripada Zetian. Aku kena Purify digunakan. Ultimate juga boleh buka. Kita boleh burst Uranus sekali lagi. Tak boleh. Uranus ni batu tu, guys.
Turtle number 3. Though Bushido still have the control on the map, this is the time for Vamos to find the turnaround in this major third turtle. While members of Bushido are managing the
Kita dah
map,
siap Malefic Raw.
they can turn it around here.
Oh, looking. Definitely can turn this around. They're gonna be looking for the right angle and approach this team fight. They will be focusing on the turtle right now.
Dimulakan oleh Bushido. Tiada kontes yang diberikan daripada tim Vamos.
Find another team fight in the orange buff which will spawn in
Hero
12
kena.
seconds. I think that's the
Tendangan ke atas Klokun. Kena combo pula dengan Guinevere.
No waking up for Siska. That's definitely
Electro Final Blow. Aku sempat buka ulti menyelamatkan diri. Deadly Magic terkena ke atas. Bennett down.
Benedetta will likely fall. It will be the case, but in exchange, they will now have momentum. Arrow flies, does not hit. They will go for the orange buff, and they stole it away. Bushido Wildcats, the aggression is
Agresif ni
real.
guys. 3 fighter, 2
And
assassin
Vamos
guys.
look overwhelmed with all the crowd control, with everything
Tapi late game
flying
risky lah.
towards them at any given
Dia
moment.
kalau early game, mid game, early ni memang game dia lah. Bagus lah. Dia gunakan dengan baik lah. Purify. Kalau dah masuk mid game, dia tak dapat nak endkan game ni kan. Dia orang bencana ni guys sebenarnya.
Bushido alongside the Paquito. They're not going to be able to take down the Uranus, but they did take down the tower. Bushido, they are still within tempo. They are still at their pace. But it might get to the point where if this Melissa is online and just one wrong move by Bushido, Vamos can turn it around. But so far, it's looking like Bushido know exactly what they need to do and exactly when to do it.
Hero kena
Bottom
kat atas
side
Siska.
rotation now. 4 members of Vamos here. How aggressive will Bushido Wildcats be in this?
Masalah late game kerja nak ko bah. Ya. Nak ko we trust ke? Bennett down.
The glue is riding here onto the Joe.
Ciao.
Team Vamos are looking to get even more kills. Air 404 chasing after Nexus alongside Siska. Vamos cannot find any more bodies. That is just one. But Bushido Wildcats got nothing out of that.
Aku rasa kalau nak ambil hero selain daripada Benedetta kan, ada chances lagi tu guys.
Real estate control. I
Untuk
think that
Bushido
is
ni.
what they were able to achieve. right there.
Benedetta untuk sekarang ni kan, aku tak pernah nampak dia jadi, tak pernah menang lah guys. Untuk PES kali ni. Betul tak betul guys? Ke aku salah guys? Tak pernah nampak dia menang guys. Dekat international ataupun MPL guys. Tak tahu lah region lain
Which means that the Trinity is not available yet on this Melissa. That means that their 5v5 is not as strong as the Wildcats when it comes to
Sudah dimulakan oleh pasukan Vamos.
especially when Nom gets
Gold
a
lead,
pick off. Will they go for the
jarak
Uranus
sebanyak
once again as a target
4,000
of the
gold
kick?
lead ada ataupun
This is
3,000 lebih
very
dipegang oleh
exciting.
Bushido
Arrow flies,
Wildcat.
Redmar, it seems like the Lord that is about to
Lord
commence.
reset.
And it's going really well right now for Bushido Wildcats. Clockman does not have
Okay,
the
Benedetta
fury
punya
of the
position
Phoenix just seeking
kantoi.
for the conceal. Finds a little bit
Aku
of a better
play
angle.
bahagian
Gets
tengah.
information on Num, Nexus, and Kirai. They know that the Benedetta is up top too. There's a slow minion wave, a big one, pushing in the
Dia
bottom
call dia orang
lane of
hebat.
Team
Ya ke?
Vamos, and they need
Pasal
to
tak?
go faster. And it looks like they will. They're gonna go ahead and try to force a
Ada
reaction
menang
out of
kat
Bushido
VSG pa,
Wildcats.
tapi kat Inter
Sunshine
kosong.
coming in from the
Kan?
wings. So
Dekat
is the
MPL aku rasa tak ada guys.
Num trying to bait out
MPL
of
MOI
these
tak ada.
from Vamos. Do they know the
Dia menang.
Petrify Electro-Final Blow combo
Hero
gets
down,
stopped
nampak
a
gaya
little bit.
Turtle, Lord.
But Arrow 404
Tapi nampak
is down.
Lord jadi amankan oleh Nakko guys. Going down. Hanya tinggal Chow dan juga Paku itu. Menang besar Vamos ni.
Unbelievable coming out from Vamos. Bushido Wildcats already initiated well with Kunteper. However, there wasn't any follow-up. That's the problem.
Dia dah tak dapat
They
pegang
have
mid game ke habis lah guys.
a lot of studs,
Tidur
but they
ni.
weren't able to
Bushido
chain
ni.
it together. And the reason why that is because the
Nak
position
ko gendong-gendong
of
lah,
Vamos
guys.
and the fact that the Fury of the Phoenix is the perfect way to counter the dive comp. After the jump coming up from the Benedetta, the Fury of the Phoenix
Pero
information as well as the extra stun allowed for Nako as well as the other members of Team Vamos to collect themselves, utilize this Melissa in a very offensive manner, while the glue as well as the units are protecting them. And of course, error 404. And just dealt enough damage and enough disruption that the Wildcats' formation was crumbling. Natko, the MVP. For some reason, those needles was enough to take out the Lord. And now Team Vamos are back
Hero
in the game.
kena kat Klokun.
Now I'm trying to find a conceal angle, but isn't going to be committing it. Vamos know that they have
Aku
the
dah
lead.
nak
This is
go.
the moment that they were waiting for.
Hero kena kat atas
Bushido
Zeki.
handled this
Tempatan.
as well as they
Counter
could with the
engage.
lineup that they
Daripada
had.
Zetian nampak gayanya.
The
Guinevere
Phoenix
down.
get brought out again.
GG lah guys. Diorang tak dapat recover ni guys.
The impact of this Zetian,
Sebab kita
and
dapat
it's
pegang
been
balik 2000 gold lead dia pegang
over
level
and
Vamos.
over with every team fight. But in these past two major moments,
Kenapa? Tak ada
it's the
pula.
sad
League pun tak
reality
ada
that
EU.
Bushido now has to deal with.
Tendangan.
They did everything they could, but this was inevitable for the lineup that they were up against. Despite
Besar
them
dah.
getting a kick onto Zeki, he just gets to split
Besar
away.
dah Bushido
And
guys.
Siska can just now do this. Body the members of Bushido
Perlawanan
in their
low
own base.
bracket guys. Siapa yang menang qualified guys
Push
untuk ke
commences.
playoff.
Problems. Now Bushido Wildcats have correct now.
Hero
Damage coming out from Natko is just immense.
tekan
Talk
terus.
about how the treaty is not available yet.
3,000
for the
gold lead
Melissa,
dia
but
pegang
this
level
time
Vamos.
it is now available. Just one team
Okay,
fight
mid
win
dapat.
was all it took. And now
Reset.
even Siska is not the target
Nisa kena
anymore for
buff ke?
Bushido
Ya.
Wildcats.
Lompatan
It's not
daripada
an
Guinevere
easy
tidak terkena.
target anymore with the Purify being available. And of course the Melissa that can turn things around in case.
Spell semua ada.
Zetian ultimate is almost available as well, coming out from Klokun. 2-0 and 5 on the Zetian. The mid laner for Team Vamos.
Fusion.
They can engage once again. It's 30 seconds before the Lord. And it might well be the last team
Uranus
fight.
tu pun dah tak boleh mati dah. Macam mana? Macam tu lah ya. Siska menzoning.
Bushido who decides to take it. They
Dia
decide
kena ban ke tak?
to jump onto the Uranus, but now
Deadly
they're
Magic
getting
terkena ke
sandwiched here
atas
by the members of
Guinevere.
Vamos. The Phoenix is not
Tendangan
gonna
ke
land, but that
atas
does provide all the information.
Harley nampak geng Gwyn down.
The Violet Requiem, we have to try and stop the members of Team Vamos from
Menang
jumping
lah ni.
onto them, but it seems like it was inevitable.
Pistol dia beri fokus
after
oleh
all.
Natko
He tried to go
kena
to the
whistle
line to find a
arrow.
blow, but Natko is down.
Eh!
Natko is down. The game isn't over yet.
Organizer!
Into the
Sumpah lah.
portal.
Organizer tak buat kerja bodoh guys. Kau tengok. Kau tengok. Sumpah lah organizer. Dia tidur bodoh guys. Fuck!
I would say
Apa
something
benda
really
tu?
smart, Redmar, but I did not see what exactly happened in there. What we do know is that the Wildcats
Apa
are not
benda
out just
gila?
yet, and there is the Lord.
Belum lagi bodoh guys. Dia tak faham
That's
game
gonna
ke
be the
gila.
passive- No, not even the passive to Zetian actually. Pop, that was just a flick.
Tiba-tiba Vamos
Tried
mati
to go
4
in.
guys.
However, it's gonna be enough for them to take this Lord. There's some minion wave up
Lord
top that
menjadi
has to be
diamalkan
handled
Bushido Wildcat
by Vamos
di
as well.
fasa mid game. Walau ini apa
Such
benda lah
intensive.
siau.
It's not over, Redmar. It's not over yet. Hang on, everyone.
Observer tak buat kerja bodoh
We might
ni.
see something historic coming soon. This is
Kick
the
bodoh
best
ni.
game
Sumpah.
that Bushido Wildcats have played so far. They are up against Team Vamos. Error 404 checks out that bush, checks where Numb is. Team Vamos are feeling that they have to gather themselves together. They have to move as 5, which I
Except
think
tak
is the
ada
right decision here.
Bukan, tukang yang mengurus je.
Vamos are probably just as surprised as we are. Maybe even they themselves were
14
feeling
minit
that they were
11 balas 10 guys
whipped
Goal
into the
lead
portal.
dipegang kembali oleh Bushido
Bushido
Wildcat
had
di
other
fasa mid
plans.
game ini.
The best they looked, as you mentioned, tournament life is what they're fighting for. With a lineup that at this point should be struggling, just pulled off the defense of a lifetime. They layered their crowd control
Ingat tak end aku
perfectly.
sebut
Heroics
Observer
from Good Pepper
Observer.
and everyone else to make sure that they can find the Melissa.
Aku rasa GOF ni
Bushido.
daripada Turki ni
Can they do it?
dia tak sanggup
But
nak
still,
tengok. Cukup ke tu dia kata,
All
cukup.
mountains to climb with all of the minions and towers they need to break.
Okay.
Alright, Lot menjadi clear oleh pasukan Vamos.
The defense perfectly.
Op,
Now they want to go for.
Benedetta down.
I don't know how that
Ditumbangkan
happened,
oleh
but
Era.
Actually, was taken out a pivotal piece of the Bushido Wildcats composition. Fortunately, it's just 15 minutes into this game, and there is no real estate lead for Team Vamos when it comes to the minion wave right now. So they can wait for 25 more seconds, clear out their own jungle camps. But Team Vamos wants to take advantage of this. They're pressing the attack in the middle, positioning themselves. Lord is 70 seconds away. Wildcats will not be punished from that pickoff.
Room to build, exactly, is what
Yang
the
item player guys apa yang dah beli.
Benedetta has now given for Vamos.
Nakku dah full item,
Minion
kasut
waves
kemudian
up
boleh
top
jual.
will be pushed. A slow push down bottom. An even slower push through the mid. It's going to be a lot of minion waves for Vamos to deal with. Cometopapa has returned. So Bushido
Tak ada
has
split
40
camp ke GOTF
plus
ni?
seconds to work with.
Maksudnya,
In terms of getting some
nombor ni
semblance
kat
of map
mana,
control, but
dekat
Vamos does want to
Kazakhstan.
give it.
Astana,
Conceal play
Kazakhstan.
to break this tower up top.
Tower.
To make the base
Hero
go
terkena kat atas
ball.
Klokun,
No more
Electro
towers
Final
here.
Blue,
Missile arrow
Petrify,
lands
Klokun
onto
menggunakan flicker,
Zekian.
ada counter
They
engage
pop
pada
Klokun. Before
Klokun,
the
error down.
Phoenix and they find error 404
Univ.
in the center. No,
Level lompat, kena atas Siska, Siska masih lagi aman, batu bergerak. Siska menerima damage agak banyak. Hero kena ke tidak?
It's their turn for advantage. It's their turn for a clearer shot.
Tak ada camera player, dia tak ditunjuk guys.
While a roller
Kita tengok play off lah, hopefully play off. Dia punya display baik lah. Pak gambar dia yang ni pecah-pecah sikit guys.
Had it in them already, but now they have lost their
Aku dah full
jungler.
item dah guys.
They have to somehow delay this Lord take long enough for the Harley to be alive in 10 seconds. Bushido Wildcats,
Kanan,
they want
nak
to
go.
burst. Red Mar seems like they
Electro
want to
Final Blue
kill
daripada
Nom now.
Benedetta. Dia fokus apa sebenarnya ni?
Knock up onto the Melissa.
Chow down.
Forces out the Purify.
Guinevere down. Mystic daripada Bushido Wildcat. Triple kill dapat oleh Nakko. Lord dia diamankan oleh Bushido, akan tapi 4 yang tertumbang. Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, ini bakal jadi ending ni guys. GG. Rata. GG dah guys. Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, congratulations to Vamos. Barang jadi guys, Nakko guys. 2-0 guys Ini baru betul observer. Baru betul menang.
Hats off the Bushido Wildcats.
Congratulations untuk Vamos mara ke qualified ke playoff. Jadi guys, jangan lupa like, komen, share bagi pendapat korang pasal game yang kedua ni. Yang paling penting jangan lupa subscribe guys bantu kita dalam perjalanan ke 300,000 subscriber. Let's go for our next matches guys.
That will be the last game that they play for games of the
Banyak
future.
main guys, observer guys.
There's more calm in that last
DGP guys, upload
more
video jap.
calm in that last moment. Although they've lost error 404, they had a straight up idea to delay the Lord, force some movements coming out from the Benedetta as well as the Cho. And when Nom overextended, when the Benedetta overextended, that's how they were able to just pick them apart one after the other. It also helped that the Melissa has a lot of is a multi-targeted hero if you nail the cuddles correctly, and Natko just played it well. He played the Melissa really well yesterday and he picked up where he left off. This time it wasn't an easy early game for him, but when he got the items and when he got the opening, it's as if he showed us how the Melissa should be played once again. Vamos will move through. Still a big challenge ahead of them in case, but unfortunately for the Wildcats, it's the end of the line.
Fortunately, they did not go out with a whimper. They definitely went out with a bang. In their final game here, in Games of the Future, we thought that Vamos could just coast to it, but Bushido were able to make the lineup work.
Kau kenapa nak aku beli Holy Crystal?
Betul. Melissa. And a Melissa with a qualify at that. Just hit them
Kau
hard.
nak komen
I'm
Pak,
pretty sure
observer kick.
Vamos didn't expect that game to go as it did with Bushido. As you so eloquently put it together, just brought out their
Item kat sini
animalistic
banyak
side.
menimbulkan fitnah guys.
And when it seems like when they can just free flow
Ini
and
zaman
play
fitnah.
without thinking too much about a lot of what they want to do, and they kept it simple. Simple in the sense that yes, mechanically they still needed to layer crowd control, but it was simple in the idea that whoever gets hit by the arrow, just go ahead and jump on them.
Yeah.
Play around the Guinevere, the Cho, and the Selena hit squad.
Yeah. And we can see it through the replay how good it was for the Wildcats at the start, but this was the turnaround the Team Vamos were looking for. You can see how separated the members of the Wildcats are, and that Zetian ultimate just is really good against the dive composition. Oh, this is the part that we didn't really see. I think this was the defense, right?
Yes.
So it was a 3-man Petrify stun that
Pas ni siapa main? Siapa main?
Maybe the Sunshine just
Falcon
did
PH. Oh ni
decimated
game ni guys.
them, and of course,
Bigetron
Kirai
lawan
nice
FUTE
stunts
Sport.
afterwards. It's
Sorry
just
gang, lag
Team Vamos
upload
were
video
clumped up together and there was that punish. For some reason they took out Air 404. We're gonna see the
Ni sebab ni observer ni dengan pause lagi.
Lord fight afterwards.
Itu ubah title tu guys. Itu
Yeah,
pindah ke
Nam was just too
SRG.
low. The Petrify, the Guinevere jumped into Natko, but Natko was able to purify
SRG
out of there.
versus
And the go away that will be
EATERS.
a problem after.
RUNE itu ni dapat kalahkan the Mongol tu guys.
The fact that the Valor Requiem was over.
Makan
that
batu
was,
kata dia.
one of the many reasons why Team Vamos were able to win in that specific game.
Yeah, imagine being able to take out the Purify of that Melissa, but feeling at that point the team fight was just so messy. Even Cisco was doing a great job of playing around the other members of Bushido.
Saja ada kira ni ada.
I'm
Pukul
pretty sure they
10.55.
wanted to follow up for Nexus, and I think that's where their discussion was, because I believe I saw Nexus and it was Numb having a conversation.
Kita buat
At one
pool
point,
baru guys
Numb, like did a hand sign where he crisscrossed, and then
Pool
looking back
baru.
at that last fight, I think that's exactly what they were talking about. Nexus probably going, "Yo, I got that Melissa, I bought this Purify," and then Numb was like, "No, they had to split up because the Uranus was here." Let's just go with that. I like that theory. And I like it when I sound smart, so let's just accept that as fact. But the fact is, Clocken is the MVP on this Zetian Wolf.
Yeah. That Fury of the Phoenix and the last pick is Etienne as well. Yeah, that tells you that there's a lot of mastery that is around this Zetian tournament from Clocken. And most importantly, Team Vamos knew exactly what they wanted to do to go up against this dive comp that they've seen. And of course, Clocken played it perfectly. Zero deaths, 81% kill participation, and a lot
Okay gang,
of damage
saya
dealt
berehat dulu
along
guys
the way.
Kita jumpa kau kejap lagi gang.
It was sad to see
Orang lain dulu guys, sekejap lagi saya betulkan quality balik.
after finally waking up in this tournament. They played 4 games in total. The first 3 games that they played, it seems that they just couldn't really unleash their potential. This game, they were almost there. It's just that they ran out of gas up against Team Vamos, and with that, they bow out of the tournament.
Still a tremendous showing, but Vamos does continue their road. Just a quick update for you from the other stream. Currently, it looks like Team Spirit was able to qualify for the playoffs. They had to forfeit their match against Falcons, but the champions of MSC easily swept through Entity 7 to make it into the playoffs. So Vamos and Spirit are in, and doesn't that sound familiar? Coming up next, the final Group B match to determine better placements. Bigetron by Vitality, Foot Esports. When we get back, we're gonna go on a break now. Renmar and Wolf come back later for the next match of Group B.
Үлкіміздер әр қадамы жаңа жетістікке жетелейтін марафон. Біз осы жолды сіздермен бірге 10 жылдан бері жүріп келеміз. Тимур Құлыбаевтың халық қайырымдылық қоры.
Центр кредит банкымен сіз қарапайым және заманауи шешімдердің ортасындасыз. Нық сеніммен жаңа мүмкіндіктер ашып, тексерілген сапаға сеніңіз. BCCKZ мүмкіндіктерді кеңейтіңіз.
We're here to win. Let the best win.
The playoffs qualification matches here at Games of the Future. Day 2 for Groups B and D continues. However, since Bigatron by Vitality and Foot Esports are both in the upper bracket, they are already locked in for their playoff slots. But what they're going to be fighting for here is advancement. If whoever wins this will be launched straight into the second round of playoffs. Whoever loses this still has to go through the first round. Renmar and Wolf still here calling the action. And how are you feeling about this one? Bigatron versus Foot.
Well, we saw a lot of good stuff coming up from Foot Esports, but they eventually managed to show us that they are way better than Bushido Wildcats in the first series. However, for BTR, they have found their stride once again, and it's mainly on how they were able to activate Eman from before. I think Eman was the story of their first series was it was 2-1 in favor of BTR up against Vamos, and in game 1 it was Vamos that had the upper hand up against BTR. Then BTR by Vitality, all of a sudden they I think it was Vamos who actually woken up Eman. And then when Eman woke up, it seems like they're really scary. So to answer your question of how I feel about this, I think this will be an Eman show.
I hope we do get that great show, as I remember we were saying yesterday, Foot Esports needed a dominant win similar to what they got against Bushido Wildcats to really increase their own momentum and chances of proving Bigatron by Vitality that they can beat them. Because if it was anywhere to a close game, then I'd be worried for them today. Since they straight up dominated Bushido Wildcats and they got to show, as you mentioned, a lot of good stuff, then I like their chances against Bigatron by Vitality. But BTR by Vitality, I remember our discussions yesterday. Number one, they gave Vamos a taste of their own medicine. They themselves picked up the Melissa, rolled with it. Game number 2, despite the rocky game number 3, excuse me, despite the rocky start to it, they got their condition and they were clear with it, as you mentioned, Eman. But Finn, Moreno, Nile, and Shogun, all of them were fantastic in the series. They played yesterday against Vamos, that it's safe to really look at them as the favorites heading into this game.
Yeah, I feel like that's a very safe a very safe prediction if in case. And the reason why I say that is BTR have performed well in the most recent international tournament, MSC, up until the point that they lost against a Filipino team, Falcons. I think that there was a little bit of a change up when it comes to the priorities of the teams. Like, for example, when they first played with the Melissa in the group stages, they look unbeatable, and then in the playoffs it seems like there was a tech that Falcons were able to invent up against the Melissa. Apart from banning it, they also picked the Clint against it, and then we eventually saw that Eman could not play as aggressively anymore. But now, with the mixture of Clint, Melissa, and Brody as tech gold lane marksman picks, it allowed Nael to just focus on one specific hero, which is the Hirara. So BTR, I think they're the favorites in this scenario because of the amount of hero pool that they have up against Foot Esports. And we haven't even talked about the guy who actually has a lot of heroes under his belt, Maestro Moreno.
Oh, the Maestro. He really continued his string of really stellar games, and games that just continued to push his own moniker. He really was a Maestro for Bigatron by Vitality yesterday against Team Vamos. And I think that's going to be a good starting point here for Foot Esports in the center of the map through Psyche and Blotzfett. By the way, I want to say congratulations to Psyche. He is going to be playing at the Nations Cup representing Germany alongside Kid Bomba. So cool. That's going to be his first international call-up, if I'm not mistaken. So congratulations to him and, of course, the entirety of Team Germany. So for Foot Esports, I remember we were talking about it with Monsieur Sultan de Guzman. And we asked him, it's like, hey, what's it like in Turkey? Do you guys think it's just an easy lock-in for you guys to MSC? And he admitted to us, no, there's a lot of really good teams, and Foot Esports is one of those really good teams that he admittedly see as a team that other teams around the world need to respect.
Yeah, but to be fair, they were battling it out back and forth in the Turkey region, MTC. That's right? It's not MCT, right? It's MTC.
Yes, MTC is for
MTC.
Turkey. MCT is the Champions Tour.
That's right. There you go. You're right. All right. So in that region, we saw that there was almost a rivalry, another Classico in that region. But of course, Aurora Gaming have won consistently up against Foot Esports. That did not stop Foot Esports though from performing internationally when we started doing the wildcards. They almost got to MSC as well, had it not been for other factors. Because that's just very strong competition in the wildcards, anyways. So what I'm trying to say here is that Foot Esports are not pushovers by any means. We saw yesterday how good they were with the aggressive composition that they're playing with. I, however, feel like they have to work better when it comes to their drafting, because it felt like their drafts yesterday were a little bit not as good as their opponents. And when you're looking at Bigatron by Vitality, there were so many games in the MSC, and yesterday when I felt like, okay, they actually have a better draft. And this is a team that has a good amount of coaching staff with them, including Coach Panda in there as well. But I do know that Vitality, they can well, actually. They can look for the proper heroes in the meta game that will allow them to be successful in each of the games that they play. So yep, Foot Esports has to work with their drafting in order for them to be able to have a chance against Vitality.
We start by looking at the EXP lane. Shogun for Bigatron by Vitality. His Barretts, he was one of the key Barretts players that we got to see yesterday. But Shogun, I really like how he plays the map and how he plays his role, especially with someone like Finn in the roam. We've always talked about how EXP and roam are very interchangeable. They're the ones taking turns in terms of which one of us will initiate, which one of us is entry to get vision. You can juggle that around, and Shogun just has always, to me, delivered a great balance of being able to do both no matter the situation. It's like whatever you need him to do, he'll be able to do it. On the other side, for Xe, when he played yesterday against Bushido Wildcats, he also showed off some key heroes which will be key in the trades in this matchup. Barret, Paquito. For Bigatron by Vitality against Team Vamos, they had Uranus, Ruby, and the Esmeralda. I had to be reminded that, okay, it wasn't Shogun that played the Barretts, actually. It was Sizka yesterday. So we haven't seen Barretts on Shogun yet. But if I'm Foot, I'm going to start off by making sure Shogun does not end up with that hero.
Oh, yeah. There was the very first performance of the modern day Barretts, the 2026 Barretts, the sneaky Barretts, and it was definitely Shogun that showed us how it's done. And I fairly remember there was a time where BTR by Vitality was already losing significantly against their opponents, and what Shogun did was to play the Barretts in a way that you target a specific hero and you make sure that you will be able to eliminate that hero. So there's that kind of Barretts mode. There is the idea is you pick maybe a roamer or an EXP laner, which is a vital piece of your opponent's draft. It doesn't have to mean you always target the jungler or you always target the gold laner. Sometimes it's just even the mid lane. The idea is just to identify which hero can easily be eliminated and will actually take away the nature of the composition of your opponent. So there was a time where he went for the roamers, that he targeted the mid laners, and it was wonderful to watch because they slowly whittled down their opponents to a point where they can now win team fights despite playing from behind. So that's one way to play the Barretts, and I think this is Shogun special. There was another Shogun special, which is a sneaky Barretts that we first saw, and actually allowed Vitality to destroy their opponents and win the team fights easily because of the pickoff. So Shogun, definitely the Barretts virtuoso of MSC.
Barretts virtuoso. I never thought you could actually put those two words together in the same thought. Virtuoso and then it's Barretts. Big stompy boy, but of course with how they changed up this their ultimate. Honestly, very welcome change to death and as welcome. And it still makes sense in the lore. For Foot Esports, they did ban out 2 heroes against Bushido Wildcats. And I wouldn't be surprised if they continue to ban out, especially against Nile today. They took out the Fanny. But even with the Fanny gone, we saw Nile, of course, 2 Hirara games, plays the Harley, and I'm pretty sure in terms of the jungle pool, we're pretty much stuck with that. Hirara, Harley, Nolan, Fanny, and just trading out those heroes.
Sometimes there could be Suyo in the mix.
That's true.
There are specialists for Guinevere, like what we saw from Kyrie, and I think eventually it will come up, especially when Hirara as well as the Harley is bad, and then Nolan is no longer good, or Soyo is too much. Sometimes the option is to go for the Guinevere, and this happens when good marksman gold laners are available, when reliable marksmen are available, because what that gives you is the option to have the late game intact. And still, heroes like Brody, heroes like Clint, these are heroes that are great in the late game, but also very good in third turtle, in practically the mid game, which allows teams to be more creative when it comes to their overall hero compositions.
I think we can latch onto that thought then. You mentioned, okay, with those gone, you still have heroes like the Guinevere. Would it be good for Foot Esports if they decided to try to call it back to maybe back to utilities in a way? I'm sure there's still always going to be one assassin let through, but if they can somehow manipulate the draft to make it look good for Bigatron to pick up something like the Guinevere or any other utility, do you think that'd be good for them, even if it's like a Barretts in the jungle for now? Or do they just play assassin?
So for Foot Esports, I think it's okay to play utility. Now for Vitality, I feel like with how Eman is playing recently, I think it's way better if they focus on assassins. And I'm saying this not because I don't trust the late game options for Eman. I still do. I think he is amazing, but whenever I see Eman be aggressive in the third turtle, second turtle, first lord, and just get 2 items, just get Sky Piercer and he's okay with the Brody, or when he plays the Paquito, he's just so disruptive. I feel like Vitality feels more like a Vitality team when Eman is playing aggressive heroes, which typically happens if you have assassins. So yeah, for Vitality, Nael and Eman, when they play together, when they play with their strengths, I feel like they're a treat to watch. So yes, assassins for Vitality.
Gonna be a tough task here for Foot Esports, how they're gonna manage, because even their own jungler is assassin coded. It seems like when Kazue can pop off, do his own thing, and really set the tempo alongside his mid trio in Psyche and Blodsfet, then it becomes so much easier for Foot. But they are going up against Bigatron by Vitality. It feels like it's the classic question of, do you try to dance the same dance as your opponents, who by most accounts should be better at you in dancing that, or do you force them to dance something different, meaning that you yourself have to change? I feel like that's always like, now especially in this current meta game, it's difficult because as much as teams would always want to go like, all right, everyone's just going to be leaning towards early tempo aggro snowball this the way, but there might be teams crazy enough here and there to try and change the mold just a little bit, harken back to an older style, just to shock their opponent and get them out of their comfort zone and in their system. And that might work out for Foot if ever.
Yeah, and then what that generally means is they should have figured out their identity by now for esports. Especially with how the nature of tournaments like this go, it's relatively a quick tournament. It's just a week, right? So you are not incentivized to hide what your strategy pools are, especially if your strategy pool is smaller. And the reason why I'm saying this is because Foot Esports will have to claw their way into the tournament up against the top teams in the region, like BTR by Vitality. Eventually, they will face like the likes of Onyx, the likes of Team Spirit, so even the Falcons, right? So it will be difficult for them to bounce back in the tournament if they don't know their identity yet. If you know your identity, it means that you will have a much better mastery with their hero pool, with your strategy. So that means that you have a better likelihood of winning in the tournament.
Know your identity and keep it simple. It's good to be able to show that you're flexible and you can do this and that, but in this current age and metagame, it seems like it's not just about being able to do everything. It's being able to do one thing, one simple thing, very, very well. Again, distilling MLBB back to its purest form. Let's see who between Bigatron by Vitality and Foot Esports can do that better. Remember, these two teams are already qualified for the playoffs. They will be fighting for qualifications, whether the loser will go to the round of 16 or the winner will go to the quarterfinals straight up, skipping a step in the playoffs. Team Spirit, the latest champions of MSC from just a few days ago, beat Entity 7 with a dominating 2-0. However, since they had to forfeit their match against Team Falcons PH because of a schedule conflict, Spirit had to fight that in the lower bracket, meaning that they'll be crawling from the round of 16. Later on in Group A, we'll see Team Falcons PH go up against Tianfeng Hawaii. And in Group C, Selangor Red Giants, RUNE EATERS in the upper bracket finals, while Aurora Gaming and the Mongols will be at the lower bracket finals.
Wow. Unfortunately for the Entity 7, it's a choice between the M5 World Champion and the MSC 4th placer, or the MSC Champions. Yeah. Very unfortunate for them. And they will not be moving on to the games of the future as well. You know what's crazy? You put the MSC champs in the round of 16 no matter what because of that default. And they also have another MSC semi-finalist, which is Aurora in the mix, right? I hope it's not Aurora versus Team Spirit after the draw. Is it even possible to be that way? Don't think so.
Actually, that's a good question.
Are you looking at the...
Yeah, I'm trying to see like, I think it's really just a draw.
Oh, it's a draw, so it is possible.
Yeah, it could be a possibility, unless like a cross bracket thing. Let me... we were given some supplementary files. I remember I scoured through them before, but I don't remember seeing anything. But maybe, just maybe, I might be able to draw up that information in terms of like how we're going to decide which teams face each other in the playoffs, where they land. But it would make sense if it's just going to be a draw, because if there's going to be some shenanigans about being able to pick one or the other, that might be a little bit too much. Right now we're just waiting for the teams to start up. So while we wait for Bigatron by Vitality and Foot Esports to set up and make sure everything is all right, let's go ahead and watch this.
The games of the future are a very challenging ordeal. It is a competition aimed at evaluating performance both at the digital and physical stages, which encourages strong ambitions, drive, and spirit. Today, though, we have gathered our athletes to take a quick break and try out Kazakh national food. Let's see what we have here. Bowersock, a delicious fried dough snack that is often enjoyed in the Central Asian region. What do our athletes think about it?
Yummy.
Fluffy inside of fried.
We love to see these reactions from our participants. Let's move on to Gent. It is a sweet dish made from roasted millet, butter, and sugar. This yummy snack usually cooked on holidays and special occasions.
That's very good.
Man, this dish is absolutely enjoyed by everyone who tried it. Now, our participants will try out court, dry, hard cheese, often formed into balls or chunks. Let's check out these reactions.
Very fried as well.
These reactions were absolutely awesome. Let's move on to kuimus. This traditional Central Asian drink is made from fermented mare's milk, and it holds deep cultural significance to nomadic cultures.
Pour me up 5 glasses. I'm trying to get wasted.
Thank you so much, guys. Good luck on the tournaments.
I'm gonna take this and then I don't even have water. What do you say? Asbulsin.
Great to see teams from different countries and nationalities get together and try out some new things. Big Drama Vitality and Foot Esports are still getting situated, so while we wait for them to get ready, let's take a breather for ourselves as well. We'll be back. Don't go anywhere. Stand by because this game could start at any moment. See you in a bit. hope every one of y'all got to get a great breather, quick little break, maybe grab some water, whatnot. We're finally back. A pregame discussion on Big Trial by Vitality and Foot Esports. We are set. We're going to be heading into the draft in just a little bit. Maybe we can get into a little bit more specifics in terms of what to expect. You know, Wolf, there's something that I noticed looking at the drafts from all of the games. There's one hero who's popped out a little bit more in terms of the picks, and that's Glue in the Roam.
The Glue in the Roam. And is it because Atlas and Beleric have always been like the matchup that we always look at, and then whenever one of them is banned, the other one can run free? Like when Atlas is banned, of course Beleric becomes, you know, his tier becomes very, very high. It becomes S tier. But the way that you mitigate that is to look for another option, which in this case is the Glue. That probably is what is happening now.
Yeah. Actually, looking back at it, good thing you pointed that out. Looking at the bans where we saw the Glue pop up, it's in games where one of the two are gone, whether it's the Atlas or Beleric. So it seems like it might be the third string option. There's one main option that we must not forget, of course. The Marcel does pop up a lot in the bans and in the major trades, and I feel like generally it's just a good hero to get for yourself. But if any team on the blue side decide to let go of it and would be willingly giving the Marcel to the red side team, I would be scared of that.
Yeah. And in this scenario, both of the Atlas, well, not only the Atlas as well as the Beleric, but also Marcel is open. BTR just straight up ban the Hirara. Kind of understanding that there is no positive trade for them. And look at how people are now reacting against BTR. After watching that first series, Melissa is now a priority ban for BTR. Against BTR, I mean. This is not a thing, definitely, because there's a lot of things that you have to consider. You still have to think about Marcel. You still have to think about the Atlas, as well as the Beleric and the Valentina at a certain regard. So that is a free ban that BTR will always enjoy when whoever they face.
That's going to make it a little bit tougher, the trading too. Well, come to think of it, taking out a hero that isn't exactly one of the S tiers that you want to chase right out of the bat opens up a lot of options very quick. It went straight from banning out the Selena to an instant Fanny ban by Foot Esports, one of the heroes that we mentioned. And again, we should be very scared of the team willingly giving up the Marcel as the first pick, especially when it's the Valentina they choose to prioritize instead.
Yeah. How crazy BTR has been drafting, and definitely Foot Esports will be shocked in this first pick. Atlas, Beleric, Marcel. What do you pick now? And BTR felt like there were way too many options. Let's pick a hero that will answer all of that, and that definitely is the Valentina. I like the idea of the Uranus though. I believe that Foot Esports have chosen the perfect hero to be the perfect blind pick hero, in fact, which is the Uranus, because it really is not scared of anything just yet. The Marcel is a good pick overall, so that means that BTR, even when the Barrett is available, they will second guess picking that up. Without any Hirara, Fanny, Nolan, as well as the Harley might be the priority here for BTR. Instead, they go for the Paquito as well as the Atlas. Atlas, way really understandable. I wonder why they went in for the Paquito, because it does not answer both the Uranus as well as the Marcel.
Yeah, it's pretty obvious now that you're most likely going to consider this for either one of the carry positions in the gold or jungle as the main go-to here. Might be too tough to play in the jungle that you might have already just shown your Eman card. Let's see if they have anything else to pull out of the bag. Foot Esports, I guess it will also make them think twice about banning out the Esmeralda. Even though it'd be great against them. You mentioned the Harley, it does get picked up. They have the Uranus and EXP. I guess it's like just for a quick hezzy for Foot. It's like, oh, do we still ban the Esme? Are we confident that this Paquito can still go XP? It doesn't really need to. They still have mid and gold they need to pick up. They will be the first pick on the swing back. Might be good for them to lock in their mid laner and just adjust their gold lane pick depending on how Bigatron by Vitality rounds out their draft in the blue side.
Yeah. Harley, overall, the good pick. I think the Foot Esports have managed to find their first 3 picks really well. What really just is scary is, will they find a good gold laner to finish this off? So they will ban the Brody. That means that we might just see a typical Moskov going up against the Claude matchup. At the same time, the flex is scary for PTR because this Paquito can be played in the gold as well. Now, that being said, BTR can just take away the roam. Oh, no, not really the roam. Actually, the mid-lane
golds. Yeah.
Against a Valentina, you think always Gord or Jushin.
I actually like
options.
Yeah, I like those two. Those would be really good for Foot. Gord Harley has always been a terrific combo together, so that might be the prio. They take out the juice in. Maybe they might just commit both bans into the mid laner, but might be a little bit overkill. They'll need to consider at least 1 gold ban, I think.
Yeah. But hopefully it does not reveal anything. Well, one thing that will benefit them if they do focus on the gold lane bans, like Claude, for example, is that you will really panic if you're a Foot Esports. You might not have enough options in the gold lane. Let's just say the Claude is taken out, then where do you go next? You don't know where the Paquito is going. You can't just go for a carry because carry 4th pick, for example. That will not happen. They might even be required to last pick their gold laner because of how limited their options are and how scary the Paquito can be. So Hanabi ban, of course.
All right. Seems like we close it out with an Arlot Hanabi ban. Makes sense. And wow.
Yeah.
I mean, they won with a Hanabi
for BTR.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what it feels like. The trauma is real, but I mean, they were able to show up with it. Oh, here's a classic combo. I wonder if Foot Esports will think about just doubling down on all the combos for the Marcel. You get like a Kimmy in the mid, then you just get a Granger to round it out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That could be an option, which means BTR has to brace themselves for that one. That means Ruby Isenshin? Is this what they're going for?
It looks like it, yeah. Like that's the only logical option. Unless they're not gonna send this Ruby to the EXP. Oh no, it could. Some players have done that.
Shogun did play it before.
Yeah.
And that means that Paquito can still be like, this is just such a flex pick. But then again, they will reveal their jungler soon. It's going to be Harith. So Paquito in the jungle XP Ruby, gold lane Harith, Foot Esports can still go for the Granger. They might be scared of the Granger versus Harith matchup. It's still a skills matchup the way if you like it, but Granger overall is I would say a normal pick for Foot Esports. Maybe the strangest that they can do is a Moskov or a Claude, but the Granger just rolls in nicely their composition.
Good string of damage, poke, burst. Puts a lot of pressure onto Exi and Bloodsphet for sure in terms of making sure the team is well protected. Wait a minute!
Oh, wait a minute.
It's a gold lane Esmeralda!
And you know what I don't like about this?
What?
This is Foot Esports, School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. No physical damage. This, it has not worked before. I doubt it will work now. It's not like
alright, halo guys.
Of a gold
Saya kembali.
Harith,
Gang,
where
kita
it's like
main game dulu lah guys.
that it actually supplements. Marcel deals
Review
true
skin dulu
damage
guys.
for sure, but
okay ke tak okay geng?
Uranus,
Game SRG lambat sikit
Esmeralda,
kawan-kawan.
Harley. There's some true damage in there for sure, but this is like way too much magic damage that that anyone should be allowed with. I don't know. For esports,
guys.
you
Okay.
better play
Kita
perfectly.
okay.
Otherwise, they can easily be taken
buka
out
main
in
game je
this game number 1.
On the flip side, there's a chance, slim at that, for Foot Esports to suddenly just snowball with all of this magic. That's one of the strengths. But again, that's a big if. Historically, lineups like this.
Kita main game dulu, review skin jap. Yang dah lama tak kita buat review. Pandangan siapa? Pandangan kau? Ai. Pandangan aku Harley kini. Plus 3 refine Marcel. Ada sisi Ruby. Pastilah macam. Tapi strength dia macam dekat BTR gak tu. Sorry kita ni dulu kan, review skin dulu. Nanti kita fokus game balik. Mana buat Azia punya event eh? Hmm. 25.3 guys. Alright gang, kita dah lama tak review skin walaupun event ni dah nak habis. Jadi korang jangan lupa dapatkan skin MSC Pass Bakzia skin. MSC yang baru je dah berlangsung, iaitu Team Spirit yang menangi. Jadi geng, dekat sini korang boleh dapatkan skin Bakzia. Dan korang jangan lupa buat task ni geng. Okay, share 2 kali. Buat apa bila korang dapat MSC coin ni, korang boleh dapat claim apa skin yang korang tak ada dekat sini guys. Seperti yang tertera dekat sini lah. Jadi banyak benefit dia. Jadi korang jangan lupa dapatkan. Kita main dulu guys Bakzia 1 game. Lama tak review skin ni. Let's go. Review Chow lah. Kejap lagi. Chow? Kenapa Chow? Go. Go. Kita review guys skin Bakzia. Apa dia?
God kena nerf.
Oh yeah. Tadi Vamos menang ke? Boleh check out video aku dah post. Alright gang, kita review dulu guys Kita review dulu skin Bakzia.
Siap.
A hero.
Oh, anak Diamond. Kojo. Jangan tak kojo.
Smoke terus.
I love the smell of good butter in the morning. Can drive out the darkness. Is picking.
Ambil dia mengendong sikit sebab aku main Bakzia ni. Tak boleh tunjuk lah tu.
Seeking to devour your soul.
Alright, apa nama skin ni? Aegis of Honor.
Payback time.
Valor and royalty in a dead body.
Your team is picking.
Kejap lagi kita review skin apa guys Kita review skin Balmond. Balmond ke Aulus dulu guys. Aulus berbalmond. Mana satu
Minotaur will finish off what was left undone.
Crowned by heaven's mandate, my legacy shall endure.
Sniper ready. Give me a target.
Emblem check. Kita try pakai Rapture ke Vitality ya guys ni. Kepada yang bertanya game apa dia?
Tak pakai thrill.
Hah?
Tak dapat lah.
Engkau tu. Skill lu, reti ungu. Kita ambil jungle warna ungu. Terus item kita Mortal Essence tu guys. Push. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Semoga tak ada gemuk. Try rusuh guys Ni effect skill dia. Aku naik. Dah meninggal. Jangan sampai dia rembat bawah aku sudah. Oh tak. Okay, aman. Aku kena rotasi atas ke bawah lu sebab kalau tak nanti dia curi resource aku duk. Mau saya mau.
Lagi.
Aman. Oh, kolil.
Ya Allah, terlepas ke roka.
Kenapa gelap? Gelap apa yang gelap? Gelap masa depan ke? Bateri aku 6 Dah retreat. Flicker pasar. Sabar guys, kita main buat Zia ni memang beginilah gameplay dia guys. Mahal. Tak metal lah ambil Zia. Review skin. Kalau tak aku tak main ni. Bukan patch dia ni.
What the hell?
My words weigh as much as my
gas babi ni. Flicker dah Franco. Mam. Okay, next item kita boleh apa ni guys? Zaman batu balik lah guys. Hentak keluar itu.
What the fuck bot mak ai.
Sabar. Right, ni first skill guys Ada bunyi lah guys, effect. Pergi ban. Apa-apa aku makan tak damage tau. Ada 4 tapi duk. Okay, sakit Actually duk. Masa tak jadi zaman batu guys. Kita beli ni dulu supaya ada pasif. Kenapa balik ya cok. Aku dah ulti tau. Oh ni lebih-lebih lah bodoh. Menekan-nekan guys kejunya guys.
Kena lagi. What the fuck bro?
Rangko 4,500 gila.
Ya.
My words weigh as much as my weapons.
Aku dah ulti. Pasal dah ulti Kubana dah ulti. Dan dia dah apa ni? Dia dah vengeance. Miskin. Top 3 jungle patch ni bang. Hirara. Apa lagi jadi rebutan guys. Apa lagi Jungle Guinevere. Masih lagi. Aku ada. Babi. Mana aku kena pergi kat Leslie dia dulu lah. Sebab dia yang free hit tu.
My words weigh as much as
Beli apa dulu guys? Beli armor lah aku rasa. Ticker right, Leslie. Sakit dulu.
Vengeance mana aku? Tuan gemuk. Okey. Topak-topak. Tadi dia tak ada siap.
Motherhood is a double-edged sword.
Lemot. Angku tu no free tau.
Dia tak tombak tu.
Atas tu ada ruang farm dulu kan.
Mau boleh. Jauh pula kita tak.
Sekejap bang.
Aku boleh katakan. Sekejap lagi. Slot akan aku son.
Ada ke tengah ni? Maai, Franco dah ulti Gas. Nice. Boleh lot tu. Tinggal Leslie seorang. Apa tak best sebab dia guys. Jadi tumbal guys. Hero tak bersinar siau. Nampak Zia kena. Oh ya yeah. Ni dia punya second skill guys effect dia. Main strike enemy je pa. Tak masalahnya main trio ni rotasi susah sikit guys. Lagi-lagi kau main hero batu kan. Kau jadi badan je tu. Go Silvana ni. Aku masuk di belakang kan. Mamam. Ni ultimate dia guys effect dia. Oh dia betul-betul tu kat bawah. Aku dah flip. Gemuk. Cakap orang kan. Padahal aku pun gemuk juga hero ni. Alhamdulillah. Gameplay tak bersinar guys. Jadi kau jangan lupa dapatkan skin Bakzia ni yang terbaru ni guys sebelum event habis, dia nak habis dah guys. Sebab skin ni selalunya dia tak akan keluar lagi kecuali next MSC. Jadi ambil masa lah guys Jangan lupa dapatkan Aegis of Honor. Expert wingman je dia bagi aku
Need no protection from the rain.
Rock. Main apa bodoh guys. Jadi jangan lupa like, comment, share bagi dapat korang guys Let's go for our next matches. Okay.
Gas ke gas?
Sabar. Kita review skin Starlight Aulus pula guys ni. Sabar ni. Alright guys, jadi kan korang jangan lupa dapatkan Starlight pada bulan Ogos ini guys. Ogos geng. Skin Starlight Aulus. Aku dah beli ke? Belum guys. Kita purchase dulu rakan-rakan. Jadi ni skin Starlight dia. Mari kita dapatkan. Add on. Sam. Tapi nampak display dia tunjuk macam keren guys. Starwick River. Firm. Tekan go pula. Jadi banyak benefit yang kau boleh dapatkan daripada skin Starlight ni guys. Seperti yang tertera kat sini geng. Ni contoh dia guys. Kau boleh dapat tiket, magic dust, kupon diamond, fragment, Starlight fragment. Jadi kau jangan lupa dapatkan skin Starlight terbaru pada bulan ni guys. Aku rasa baru try sekali ya Allah guys. Ni banyak juga benefit guys kalau korang kumpul Starlight fragment ni guys. Korang boleh claim kat sini guys. Returning Starlight. Jangan lupa dapatkan. Kita review dulu guys skin Aulus terbaru. Mana bunyi?
Where is bunyi tu?
Let's go guys.
Gas.
Sekejap lagi Balimon guys Main Kaja dah revamp. Kaja nak lah Pak Lu. Kan apa-apa game Vamos sama-sama. Sekejap lagi kita buka game balik untuk korang guys. Selalu
Buat je lah yang dah Nova buff.
Tika je kalau winter masih boleh tarik kau. Oh serius lah? Mana dia still suppress duk kalau macam tu?
Iya bah.
Maksud kau dia yang winter kan?
Please ban a hero.
Alright guys, kita review skin Aulus guys Starlight pada bulan Ogos. Semoga Aulus aku tak oleng guys. Hero apa menyusahkan aku Pokok ke?
Atlas.
Dia anti CC tapi aku risau nanti aku yang teranti guys.
Atlas ke?
Atlas dah ke guys?
Atlas Atlas bah?
Ya.
Atlas ni?
Ya.
The enemy is picking.
Kita try Aulus jungle guys. Tengok mesh, 2 mesh je berdua guys. Ada anomali. Lepas review skin Starlight, review skin SF lah. SF Amlin.
Satu, dua, tiga.
Ni dua. Review guys skin Starlight terbaru guys Jungle. Ini apa guys? Attack speed ke? Rapture. Tengok pro build guys. Yang pakai emblem fighter tu. Ada yang pakai emblem marksman. Jadi mana satu kita nak ikut punya ajaran ni? Mazhab mana kita nak ikut ni kawan-kawan?
Destroy and conquer. My fists are unflinching.
Bila ni macam menarik juga ni guys sebenarnya. Ikut lah guys ni. Ni belum masuk ni. Mazhab fighter lah. KK Don. Dia skill apa dulu Skill 2 dulu ke guys? Skill 2 skill 1? Sabar, tak ada. Tak open. Legend. Skill 2. Okay, jangan scam aku Afiq. Skill 1 dia immune kan? Ni guys, skin-skin yang ada. Tu merah berdarah. Kuning muntah. Kita pakai yang skin biasa tu guys. Starwick Corsair nama dia. Alah, ada Firdaus pula guys. Nama King Nia. Masak ni. Baru tengok tadi tutur kat reel. Macam mana? Cepat ringkaskan. Skill 1 spec pas. Spec apa? Jet 6 ke? Okay. Good. Ni dia punya second skill effect guys Wow. Besar. Kita boleh buat X.
When my fury descends, let us all will see.
Okay. Kena ingat guys. Okay, skill ada passive guys. Stat dia kalau 4 dia akan keluar. Skill laju. Boleh set. Kalau skill tu kata full apa? Tak ada guys. Jadi immune CC guys sekarang. Skill luar. Baik. Oh, Aki dia libas-libas. Zaz ke bawah duk. Ayah ke bawah duk. Siapa mid aku Bunyi. Aku hampir jadi public ni guys. Ni aku dia. Keren jok. Kali dia. Immune dulu bos. Ini tak immune duk. Tes. Mantap. Mahal. Pump first. Ayah apa lagi? Pump first. Sok. Front flip. Duit. Kali bos. Mahal. Lari. Macam tu dia berdak. Sabar bagi siap war X dulu guys. Baru kita sap. Okay, war X dah siap. Equip tu guys, tambah laju ni. Senang keluar masuk. Flip. Try masuk. Ada ke purple dia tu?
Tak check tu.
Break dia ada. Tembak red dia dulu. Dah siap ada perang kat atas. Oh, kau nampak guys, kau nampak front flip dulu. Sak. Nampak. Aulus punya item lebih kurang macam Leomod nampak. Ya. Aku nampak ada sinar harapan. Oh, dia dah gerak tu guys. Lawa agak skill effect dia ni. Ke memang skill ni lawa guys? Skill ni. Wash. Tolong MLBB collab dengan Demon Slayer. Dia dah nampak ni. Dekat Lela. Okay, kau nak baik tu. Ya! Ada sound effect lah guys. Skin lawa awak mana Starlight pula ni lawa guys. Disuruh saya beli rose gold guys. Kau kalau curi memang tak menggendong aku ni. Bebas. Subtile tu guys. Kau bagi tu berdamage macam ni kan, baru shock main. Bagi macam Bazia tadi nak jadi apa tu? Ui. Abang datang. Run flip. Kau Zaz, kau apa benda kau ni? Nah, sap. Apa? Macam Ahmad lah siau.
Cosplay Ahmad tu.
Ya duk.
Cosplay Ahmad tu.
Endless ke guys? Tak guys, kita Queen Wing dulu guys. Kita bagi tebal, main tebal-tebal ni dulu. Jangan team fight ni. Sap! Nampak tak guys? Dia sound je lebih guys. Killer lepak lu orang kata. Dia melia bodoh ni guys. Obik. Sap. Keren kan. Ulti immune pun skill immune guys. Hai, abang cuba bagi pentas pembuktian je. Kalau enemy datang. Mari maju kau. Ni. Tak kita maju kan. Patah balik dia. Memang kau kena hentak gila. Kasih lawan dengan Alu bagi cap. Alu lari. Yeah. Alu sih kalau pernah guna memang rosak tu guys. Aku dah pernah jumpa lah sekali lah. Ini dulu. Ibas. Sup. Jadi duet.
Ada pula Lolita punya
Chill.
Dia tak boleh kain lah.
Abang maju. Ya. Jadi guys, jangan lupa dapatkan Starlight Aulus terbaru pada bulan Ogos. Cantik guys. Aku tak tahu skin dia cantik ataupun memang skill effect dia memang lawa macam ni. Jadi saya bagi rate tak tahu guys, 85 per 10. Okey kot. Jangan lupa dapatkan guys, Starlight terbaru bulan Ogos. Asal tak MVP rosak bodoh game ni. Bapak ni 17 AC guys. Jangan lupa subscribe. Let's go.
Let's go.
Okay, sabar. Okay.
Okay.
Kita review ni guys, saat-saat yang korang nantikan ni guys. Alright gang, jadi gang, seperti biasa, skin collector terbaru, apa ni, Exquisite Collection guys. Nama skin Balmond yang terbaru, Vulcan Lionheart. Jadi mari kita dapatkan. Tapi tak tahu berapa guys. Editor tolong buat kerja nanti. Sebab kita dah spin awal sikit guys. Sikit lah tapi. Kita guna diamond dulu guys. Sok. Don't show. Lah aku pun jahat juga ni. Premium supply kita ambil. Kita ada tiket. Kita ada kunci. Tambah kunci. Kita guna kristal aurora sekarang guys. Oh sekarang dah baru lah guys. Dekat atas dah ada tunjuk berapa persen ni dapat. Lagi 300 guys. Lagi 100. Satu reward ni ambil dulu ya. Orang cakap jangan lalai. Sak. Tak cukup duk. Sekejap tengok berapa tak cukup dah ni. Dalam 20. Kristal aurora dah habis guys. Okay, ngam. Jadi guys, inilah dia guys skin terbaru. Macam Power Rangers dok.
Ready to launch.
Ready to launch. Ambil gambar dulu, aku bawa. Gambar dulu.
Macam bidaman tu.
Bagi aku macam Power Rangers duk. Lagu dia pun keren. Tadi hidup.
Optimus Prime.
Ini memang kena hempuk lah guys, Land of Dawn ni guys. Let's go, kita review guys skin Balmond terbaru, Vulcan Lion Heart. Let's go. Apa ini? Dah post ke tadi? Okay, don't. Macam Pacific Rim, adalah sikit. Sekejap, tengok dulu tas dia apa. Tak ada, go. Apa diamond? Tak kira duk. Sebab ada Crystal Aurora. Satu tahun kumpul 2 minit habis Pacific Rim. Kita tolong kira. Ya, berasap dulu guys. Zod Balmond.
Collector lah.
Collector, ya. Gas pun baru nak finish. Ay. Pak, nak add friend macam mana? Nanti aku tak follow back guys, tak apa ke? Jangan mengharap. Paling 800 diamond pak nak tekan Balmond ni kerja. Okay guys, aku tahu hero CC still dia menyenangkan aku guys. Jadi kita ban pokok guys. Kita ada user pokok tu.
Sangka.
Ya. Atlas, tolong public. Alright guys, kita review guys skin terbaru guys Balmond. Jangan dia ambil Balmond sudah. Apa saya fan pa kan. Follow lah. Tu dia guys. Show first ke kepala
Pak ibu kali ni.
Dah makan apa? Tadi ada makan sekejap. Balmond full item defense Sky Pistol okay pa. Kena ada satu war X, ada true damage.
Hello, my friend. The sky is my domain.
Tapi tak mengapa guys kita mengetuk Land of Dawn. Kau lepak lu apaan? Mana Balmond lah? Oh ni, kita dah jumpa dah. Dia jaka garang. Dia selalu dia buat meme.
Lionheart the Unbreachable. Ready to launch.
Wah, Lionheart. Tak tahu apa dia punya slogan tadi. Jadi kita akan memakai emblem Fighter, Season Hunter, Killing Spree dan juga Vitality guys. Allahu. Kita kena main rusuh-rusuh. Moskov. Izin Balmond Sky pa. Tak tahu game ni nak Sky ke. Kita tengok keadaan dulu guys Sebab kalau macam tak dapat kill awal kan, aku tak rush Sky guys. Sebab itulah tu. Ajar ada revamp dah. Dia ambil Anabi. Rosak Land of Dawn kau ni baan.
Asal apa?
Susah lawan ni.
Anabi essence lah
Kau kena ambil last hit je. Kalau tak ambil last hit pun tak payah attack. Ini ni. Aman. Masih aman.
Ini adalah tamat permainan abang.
Bodoh, ini PES review ni, PES review Ahmad punya gameplay bodoh ni.
Ya. Ahmad kena masuk live betul kan. Ahmad kena tutur kan.
Alright guys, kita review guys skin terbaru Balmond Vulcan Lionheart. Gate SRG kau apa? 10.55 kata dia kepada kita. Macam supply lah guys. Ni tengok guys. Kita start atas dulu geng. Ni okey, cantik. Map broken wall. Ni basic attack dia guys Sok. Dia tarik 2 minion guys.
Tak download sat account ni pai skin tu.
Begini guys. Tutorial Balmond 2 jungle guys. Nampak. Wish. Mahal. Kau jangan sampai tercancel Balmond. Keren guys. Laju guys. Bunyi effect apa lain kan? Tutuf. Dia kata. Surit. Jangan tak surit. Nice info bah. Ada a few hero boleh buat macam tu guys.
Satu,
abang cuba bazirkan flicker.
Unifa nak tanya Wolfie tu kawan kau ke aku Tanjung. Habis dia kena kecam sup debat Janma guna mak bapak orang. Cari dia sekarang ni sup TikTok Jan Threads dia hilang dia orang Melaka kan.
Tak tahu duk. Panjang sangat duk. Jadi aku baca balik. Apakah itu? Takkanlah Balmond kalah turtle guys. Kan? Takkanlah kan? Tolonglah jangan mengecewakan. Dia tak datang kontes ni guys. Fanny mid. Meriang ada Pak An? Macam meriang ah.
Sikit lah.
Mana sub lah? Belum lagi. Sabarlah. Ni kat atas ni. Ikut. Macam belum lagi guys. Kita kena menang resource jungle dulu guys. Mana ni? Ada tempat dia je ni guys. Kan? Alamak, tak dapat life steal. Aku kena siap WX dulu guys, baru dia macam sustain sikit. Dah retreat ya. Kok 3-0 Kota itu sekali pisau. Penny dia tukar. Sabar Nak siap lah. Sebab hero enemy life steal, nanti aku tak boleh sustain.
Ni baikok orang.
Nak ke? Dia flame shot gila. Aku dah retry tau. Badan aku pun lari guys. Ni kalau ada stun ni guys, aku rempuk kepala ni guys. Main game pula. Kemak juga si bontot ni guys. Apa ni dah ada ulti tau God.
5 from Unizon 00. Assalam Pak, hari ni tak open Mabaka.
Tak. Maknanya aku boleh sustain kan. Memang kalau aku buat Sky Pixel tak hidup guys. Sebab kajar baru ni pun semak juga duk. Dia tebal main ESP sekarang. Oi, aku perasan duk KDA 010 cuy.
Ya duk.
Padang setup padang. Padang, aku menunggu ni. Tengok. Tapi badang ni memang farming gila. Apa dia buka ulti seorang diri lah, gila guys. Aish. Bila nak join dia bambang tanah. Opa lama tak tengok kau mabak you. Ini bermain. Ya. Seronok dia main taman, tak ada sisi gila. Kau dah ulti. Memang Hylos masuk untuk mati je gila ni. Slice. Kajar dah ulti, dah flick. Glowing tak ada lagi ni, petak siau.
Ada patah kita tu. Kalau tak mati memang bodoh lah.
Jadilah budak baik.
Boleh tembus tembok bodoh guys sekarang. Wah, itu je job desk kau. Wah, senangnya tutup lah tembok dia. Hei si benak guys. Geram. Dah flick tu. Pak, dia dah kena hempuk dengan aku guys. Sabar Next item kita boleh brute force dulu guys. Sustain kejap. Dia ibarat dash bar. Huh? What do you mean? Dia dah mula sustain sedikit. Jaga jarak tau. Ada yang low ni. Tak mati. Tak mati lagi. S-test tu S-test. Aku rasa kena beli Domi lah guys. Ambil ruang ni lupa kan. Kasih gemuk puas-puas.
Dulu dia
tak tahu. Tak ada.
Ada core.
Dah revitalize. Aman. Raja dah ulti tau. S-test dah ulti juga. Aku dah retry untuk larikan diri. Oh, ada Lela dah flip. Kena sabar guys. Boleh si Albert pun. Kau nak main aku attack laju tu pun ada Balmond attack laju. Legit guys. Kena beli Domi dulu geng. Dia nak tak nak aku kena buat juga tu. Comeback ni. Oh, gas. Boleh siau. Raja dah ulti. God dah ulti. Kau tak ada flick kan? Memang S-test yang aku cari. S-test dah ulti. Sakit kan? Makan kau kamu. Sekarang tengok. Vulkan ni aku dah tak fikir ni guys. Vulkan lain hard ni. Sekejap aku takut kalah rattle. Ini datang agak kan?
Tak tahu, pancing Tembok.
Panik tak? Okay dah, kita boleh load. Alah kalah retry guys. Okay, next item kita apa guys? Kita beli beli apa Kita beli emo lah guys ni.
Mak sini. Kata dah ulti jauh gila dia fit away.
Dah retry ya. Sabar bang. Bukan tempat pemain kita tu. Okay, ada badang. Go, badang. Kena pancingan ni. Macam mana boleh lari bah bodoh. Dia punya guys, tengok sampai health ke ulti. Dia punya movement pelik bodoh guys. Kajar sekarang. Kalau aku tahu tadi aku ulti je.
I'll carry the fight of the fallen.
Kawan dah ni.
Tahu kan, kita kena banyak main kiting duk. Kau kena paling belakang. Tak wall tu memang tak mana cukup ke? Kau jangan, kalau aku dah masuk habis kau. Ajar dah ulti. Dia heal lagi guys. Flop. Geramnya lah guys. Report pada apa Sky kosong. Betul 10 dah guys. Soalnya tak join team fight gila. Kita harapkan dia memang main makro. Kena review apa guys Lion Sky?
I'll carry the fight of the fallen.
Our turret is under attack.
Kepala bapak dia lah.
Yelah seorang. Yelah flip. Dah full item dah duk.
Oh selam sekejap.
Satu, from Anonymous. Habis game nanti baca soap aku yang tadi per.
Baik. Sumpah kalau team fight tak kuat tak jadi duk ni. Lot mana ah? Settlekan ni je. Flame shot bot. Dah buy time oh. Bot dah ulti. Ini tak ada emo. Guardian guys.
Our turret is under attack. Initiate retreat.
Flick eh.
Our turret has been destroyed. Control.
Apaan?
Our inhibitor turret is under attack.
Load.
Slain.
Guardian lah guys
I'll carry the fight of the fallen. On the attack.
Initiate retreat.
Plasma cyclone. On the attack. On the attack.
Down. Killing spree.
Ini down. Weh, snowball kan terus duk ni.
Thrusters charge.
Launch attack.
Dua berapa?
Initiate retreat. Initiate retreat.
Nanti fokus depan-depan je tau. Tak perlu sampai belakang buat.
All are sacrificed.
Request backup.
This moment.
Sebab susah. Kita fight dekat lot lah.
Request backup.
No retreat.
Initiate retreat.
Macam bahaya je ni. Badang pun dah mati.
No kaiju has ever threatened my city to survive. Plasma cyclone.
Zone ni kacau. Masuk balik.
Ya Allah, kena si Laila pakai Laila pula.
Sikit lagi berdua. Go Elos. Boleh tu. Kau kau dah patah balik memang mati juga. Apalah beza dia maju gila. Ya Allah.
Dia dah barang.
Ai. Member tu member kau. Tu member kau ke K2 yang pakai Honda FD? Ya, kenapa? Kau masuk LC pak. Tak tahu. Apa punya skor ni guys? Anomali. Ambil merah ni Fan. Padang ulti apa siau. Dia dah retry tau.
Sekejap apa?
Babi, enemy ni macam main 5 je sekarang. Kod dah ulti. No retry Ella dah flip. Mahal. Salam Kip. Dulu aku satu squad dengan dia. Oh. Aku dah lama dah tak jumpa dia. Maba ke? Tak. Kalau ada yang nak legend lah tapi marilah. 2 slot. Cek 2 orang. SS dah winter tau.
Gila badang lambat je lah bang. Boleh tak bang?
Boleh tapi retry CG.
Kita try.
Boleh. Lela jauh.
Ya.
Comeback ke guys? Ambil merah. Awas tau, Penny tau.
Satu from Anonymous. Baru ni dia ada masuk live Ma'al, dia ada debat Jan Mapi, dia kalahlah debat tu. Tapi sepanjang debat tu dia kerap sebut mak ayah mas tu yang kena viral dikit content mak orang serang. Cari dia duduk mana sop mulut dia per X dia pan gone.
Tu. Defend lah korang. Nampak ulti. Diorang ni terlampau banyak kotak aku juga ni guys. Alhamdulillah. Apa benda siau Balmond main macam ni guys lawan enemy nya. Lapa tak jual yang kepah. Selamat kembali. Jadi kan jangan lupa dapatkan skin Balmond terbaru guys Lionheart. Epic comeback Silver Gaming. Lepas tu Badang
Silver Gaming lah.
Ya kita jangan lupa like, share dan subscribe guys We're gonna see you guys on the next matches. Berasap lu. Apa ni? Aku main Balmond pun macam tu pas setiap game mesti 20 minit. Gas satu game ni. Okay guys, hero sebenar guys. Hero sebenar sudah guys. Sekejap, yang penting screenshot dulu guys. Review hari ni kurang menarik ya rakan-rakan. Sekejap guys ni.
Your team is banned.
Kalau je pak busy ke? Tak, ni bukan ID yang selalu aku main. Ni kena buang dulu guys. Terlayan je duk. Dia sekali lagi pa. ADA busuk tak apa. Busuk pun tak apa.
Please pick a hero.
Kelas. Apa buat? Itu nanti skin apa ni, review skin sejadi ni tak apa. Ni okey je. Ni risau. Kalau rasa nak lagi sekejap lagi, kita buka guys ni.
You should be ashamed for not trusting yourself. Your team is picking.
Seeking to devour your souls.
Belanja Hadoken sekali
from
pak.
Anonymous. Baca sop aku pajan jadi double standard UK backup puan kau tu.
Kenapa aku punya ni keluar balik?
This time, the choice is mine.
Okay, apa ni? Pak nak tanya, begitu kawan kau ke? Aku tengok habis dia kena kecah sebab debat dengan DMA guna orang tengah cek dia sekarang. Ni sebab TikTok dengan thread dia hilang. Dia orang melakakan. Nilai baru dia masuk live. Debat ni tapi dia kalah lah debat tu sepanjang.
I'm strong. Real strong.
Kena viral kan.
Only light can drive out the darkness is picking.
PSP pa jangan ada mesti. Kau cari lah dia guys. Tak perlu libatkan aku pun guys. Ini lagi. Tak tahulah aku.
Kenapa tu?
DMA tu.
Oh fuck.
Dia guys kan simple je kan. Kalau benda-benda ni yang tak ada kena-mengena dengan aku guys kan, kalau boleh jangan libatkan aku guys, sebab aku tak ada kena-mengena guys. Hidup ni mudah. Alright geng. Fanny. Lawan Fanny tadi balik ah.
Ya ke?
Yes.
Serius ah?
Ah.
Ni kali silap ada.
Babi asal tank kita high loss lagi sial.
Don't know.
5 seconds till the end.
Boleh kau.
Smash them. All troops deployed.
この拳で見極める。
Ini tadi dia bisa main tu guys. Ni tengok kali ni boleh main tak dia. Aduh gek. PC balas dendam ke guys? Tadi main kau apa? 10 lebih. Ini hilang tau. Tengok apaan? Nathan tu pakai spell apa?
Ini guys. Kena freeze ni.
Anonymous. Sorry pa, bukan nak libatkan kau pa, tapi netizen pan in dia pernah main Jan kau selem ni tu sajanya kau kot-kot kau tu dia duk mana sup selem ni pan dia pernah kacau ada seorang streamer ni aku lupa lah nama dia tapi Miki Farah lah buat dia.
Ya tak tahu. Bapak panjang sangat duk. Jom. Zoni ni bang, aku boleh dapat ni.
Nanti.
Aku rasa member dia ni lah EXP lah. Sebab dia kerap ganking turtle ni. Try ban. SOD tu.
Kena dinding.
Aduh, dia hidup.
Mati tak? Tak baca-baca. Yang pasti, pasti cakap. Last hit.
Initiate retreat.
Kepala hebat dia lah. Dari tu.
Babi lah. Enemy 5 orang, kita main 4 orang ke guys?
The enemy has slain the turtle. Launch attack.
Ini juga bangkit.
Benda kau bodoh.
Tiga orang yang Hilman apa bos? Tiga orang yang baik.
Initiate retreat.
Ada Aegis. Yang berat lagi ni wah, dia tak seberat tadi guys. Sabar.
Itu sebab Fanny je. Satu je.
Initiate retreat. Initiate retreat.
Ini tengah blue tu.
Initiate retreat.
Yang lot.
Gather at the Lord. Initiate retreat. Has been slain.
Oh, apa? Yudora dah burst lah. Yudora dah burst. Oh, elok. Yudora dah tak ada burst, dia tak ada combo.
Kejar kau babi.
Aku membuka segala Yudora punya segel. It's okay.
Ini kalau aku buat full burst ni guys, meninggal Idora ni. Kau tengok Idora sampai buat brute force tu.
Yudora flip.
Battle spell on CD.
Kita dah flip.
Dua orang tak ada flip.
Game kawan kita S7 dah nak start.
Mati aku continue.
Mega kill has been destroyed. Morata.
Kita yang SFEWC tak. Maksudnya? Cepat Wan. Kau nak kau hidup ni. Kau tengah miskin ni. Boleh lock kot. Rika Sivana ulti. Rasa dia tengah blue. Apa dekat dengan aku awak Ini tak muncul lagi tau. Ini di belakang. Kalau aku full damage meninggal ni guys, Nathan ni guys. Tapi itulah yang lain-lain ni lah. Ya, rescue, paksa sacrifice. Ini guys, Radiant guys. Sustain by beli more. Nice. Tadi Dora duk jangan. Dora dah ulti. Dora dah ulti. Wah, ini mati lah.
Susah siap. Kau betul.
Jangan ni duk segel duk 1-2 dekat time dia tengah ni, return balik kat team dia balik. Aku mendapat tentang line up baru Vamos 18. Okey. Goal lah, aku petikarkan sikit lah. Nathan dah ulti. Dia orang sekali all in ramai-ramai gila. Tak beli emo ke apa? Ni kejap gini boleh kot. Nanti apa tu? Dah mati buat. Nathan ni offside dulu. Dia anomali. Dora dah ulti. Dora. Allahu.
Kemada. Mid tu.
Mid.
Tak dapat defend ni.
Macam tak dapat. Dapat.
Nice.
Dia boleh main ni guys kan. 3 ekor ni bodoh guys. Fanny Roma dia ni kan. Dengan EXP dia ni guys. Apa pula Hylos buat kat situ tu. Jangan. Jangan duk. Oh, GG lah.
Sibal lah.
Tak boleh ni guys. Satu lagi ni.
Mantap sial babi sumpah.
Sabar, dia kena main sabar. Misi malah dendam ini tu buat. Ya. Hai guys.
Your team is banning.
Apa tu coklat? Bukan aku. Paan. Bukan aku tolong
Please ban a hero.
Hari ni ke SRG je.
Your team is picking.
Ni ada pagi tu, ada Gwyn. Sekejap aku ambil Gwyn tu. Betul ada Gwyn kan?
Ada.
Lama tak main ke pak? Mana ada. ID ni lama tak buka.
I am the legend of Zlatan.
Your team is picking.
Our cosmic blaze will never be extinguished! I, Minotaur, will finish off what was left undone.
Let them play the hero. I will be the truth this world desperately needs.
Aku nampak macam baik sana ni guys. Continue CC ni.
The clouds are ever shifting, but this heart remains steadfast.
Skin apa guys? Skin legend lagi
It's my way or the highway.
Ini kali je Ini kali lah ya. Dah tak jumpa dah pula. Ni kali buat, ni kali. Dia punya Harley turun tu.
anomalously here.
Flicker
I'm just a layer of energy at best.
dah petrify. Tak ada combo.
I've got all the hidden things in my sight.
Rasa observer kick lagi tak malam ni. Rasanya masih dah hal. Tolong lalu sini Harley. Lalu dah.
Sekarang cuba try sekarang.
Initiate retreat. The future is now. Initiate retreat. Everyone has their own aura. Oh, they're not ready.
Blue ball Chang'e.
Double kill. Let's see how many more secrets we can disclose. Psionic revelation.
Kau ingat ni tak ulti ke?
Psionic connection complete.
Ingat dia pokok aku tak ulti dia guys. Memang silap tau. Whisper right. Apa ni? Nak ke?
Launch attack.
Dah vengeance pokok. Dah flicker, dah ulti marksman.
Now is future. The cycle initiate retreat. I feel energy flows unbound. Minds have shapes and weight. Launch attack. Let's see how many more secrets we can disclose. An enemy has been slain. Shut down. Launch attack.
Lompat apa ni? Fusong.
Everyone has their own aura. Launch attack. Every time. Desperate measures. Yes. We take them by force. Team destroy the turret. Bad guys, your souls lost their way. Turret is under Our turret is under attack. Launch attack beyond the eye. Psionic connection complete.
Dia tak nanti.
Your energy flows unbound.
Juga ni.
I'm just a conveyor of energy at best. Ally has been slain. I'm getting some interesting readings. The energy fluctuates enormously here. Ally has been slain. Ult is not ready.
SRG main bila? Katanya 10.55.
I'm getting some interesting readings. Bad guys are just poor souls who lost their way. We have to help them. The ally has been slain. Our turret has been destroyed. Double kill. Ally has been slain. Initiate retreat.
Kena sidai tak rasa macam semalam. Rasa macam iya. Sebab sekarang punya game pun
Launch attack. Possibilities are revealing. Do you feel the trauma of the unresting earth? Double kill.
Oh, fuck. Ini juga Indian.
Psionic regulation. Psionic connection complete. Slain Lord. Ally has been slain.
ada orang gerak kumpul kat tengah ha.
Possibilities are revealing. Our turret is under attack. An enemy has been slain. See beyond the eyes.
Superb tanking.
Desperate times call for desperate measures. Yes. We take them by force. Attack. You destroy the turret. Launch world. Your team destroyed a turret. Do you feel a tremor under your resting earth?
Dia hidup lagi siap.
Yuzon naga tu. Perasaan aku macam nampak easy lah. Apa dapat Chang'e pula? Spill emblem bah, Mish.
Our turret is under attack. An enemy has been slain.
Nah.
Launch attack.
Sekarang ni aku ni incam Asman dia je.
I feel energy flows unbound. Let's see how many more secrets we can disclose. Minds have shapes and weights.
Tolak
Aduh, aku jauh siau.
Possibilities are revealing. An enemy has been slain. Double kill.
Habis abang tu.
Sorry duk, aku datang memang fikir nak tolong je.
Santai amat. Dia lock. Tapi dia dapat lock. Juga.
I'm getting some interesting readings.
Dia ada ulti. SRG seorang MY. Tak main tu. Nanti ambil read terus
Alright.
Kenapa Saiful Bamos tak main? Saiful Bamos aku tu.
See beyond the eyes. Request back.
Split ulti. Dia ada ulti.
Alright.
Kamu kual 18 skill. Hati-hati tau, kejap kita nak lock ni. Dia naga. Ali dah ulti. Ada seorang cover aku daripada sekejap. Hari.
Terus karat sial. Dia turun situ.
Asal apa selepas tadi kita jumpa enemy joki ah? Ada bau-bau ah.
Desperate times call for desperate measures. Yes, we take them by force.
Alhamdulillah. Satu lagi guys. Mari kita tukar room.
Tukar room?
Yeah. Kita try room run. Apa ini kali. We try our best. Sekarang apa tengah lawan apa guys? Pro Esport lawan Alpha 7. Ni stream apa ah? BD. Kita kena tengok AC guys kan? SRG AC.
Your team is banning.
C. Aurora lawan Lubang Bulls. Tukar main EATERS pak. Ya, tukar. Dah review semua skin Street Fighter? Belum, aku just pin je tu. Apa yang ganggu ini? Tanda di ban. Pokok kah? Ke flooring? Ban.
Please pick a hero.
Dia preman zilong loh.
Ni aku tahu guys, memang takkan ada yang pick guys. Kau jangan risau. Aku dah standby ya hero kemenangan kedua aku guys.
Dia ada kemenangan tak?
Crowned by heaven's mandate, my legacy shall endure.
Assalamualaikum, idola MLBB sihat kau? Alhamdulillah sihat. Lama lagi ke ni sila ni? Lama guys.
May the blood of my enemies flow from my spear.
Oi, apa ni Misita ni?
Minotaur will finish off what was left undone.
Even the false bloom hails before the
Rafa Amik macam menarik juga ni. Tapi dah ada 2 healer. Tapi dia menambahkan healer.
I am the moonlight that breaks through the darkness.
Kita jam berapa ni Pak? Katanya 10.50 tapi aku baru memang kena sidai ni korang guys. Serius. Get ready lah guys. Orang kata.
The dragon ball is back.
For honor.
Boring kan Naruto guys. Kita pakai Hunter X Hunter. Puri duk kan sumpah. Puri kena outplay dia miau. 3 lagi. IMC tak battery 5 gila. Masih sidai masih. Kelebihan spam tap dekat live kau. Tak tahu. Elok kau spam. Tak payah spam lah. Sekali je. Tekan button like. Hutang ibu jari guys. Apa jungler dia?
Tiara.
Dengan SRG ni dah 5 kali aku masuk live 10-50 kalau tak kena scam lah. Flicker right, flicker. Bawah ramai. Oh no. Mungkin dia punya jungler je. Ya, aku tolong bunyi claim ni jap.
Dah expire ni ya.
Boleh.
Baik ke Mino? Faham ya.
Yang ni dah ulti ke?
Dah.
Yang dah baik.
Dapat bawah terus. Ulti. Flicker Miss. Flicker 3 rel. Mia tu buat sky pisau tau.
Ni ada tu.
Jangan ke bawah. Bang nak tanya untuk masih aktif ML tak rasanya tak. Bangkit. Mia tu ada 20 stack sekali bisa Bateri ke CD tau. Suka. Mia tak ada ulti. Gong dah mula anomali guys.
リスクはバネ。制約と覚悟が大きいほど念は強く働く。
Babi. Dah petri
Big file jap, mana tak ada.
Ult is not ready. Ult is not ready.
Boleh hook sereng pula dia guys.
Hook merah.
Setengah tu.
Asing lah korang dulu. Tiga pakar lu.
Tahu memang babi lah. Ujung-ujung tu pun tower duk bangang tu. Di sebelah tembok pun tower bodoh guys. Lepas halo Ayil Boci. Anomali guys.
Initiate retreat.
同盟を組んだ以上見捨てるわけにはいかないからな。
Ni ada hilang tau. Ni atas. Tetian tengah.
Kalau selesai. Memang selesai.
Ada tri. Tak lag kat TK belum. Boleh lock duk.
Gather up.
Mati tau. Pakai bodoh kira je tu, harap untuk nerf hero rosak ni. Okey je guys. Sebab job dash aku dapat buat okey lah. Ni yang mati. Yang lain hidup kan. Semua jigong ni tak tahu guys. Peranan besar pun. Kira lagi. Jangan. Susah nak jumpa HP saya tak kat rank. Mythic banyak je kan, okey je. Kat legend ni, you know what I mean. Babi. Kalau tak hidup bodoh. Aduh, 3 moment pula. Wah, GG bodoh ni.
Kalah ke? Mungkin.
Your team destroyed a turret. Etian dah ulti. Atas boleh nak?
Boleh.
Onyx dulu guys. Onyx ke? Mana Onyx? Tak ada game langsung nak pro e-sport lawan A7. Kena sidai lagi guys. Nice pa. Job dash tak clear guys. Gas. ID tu legend berapa dapat?
Legend 1.
Berapa bintang?
3 bintang.
Okay.
3.
Baru push rank apa? ID ni iya, ID lain ada main juga guys.
Your team is banning.
Dek kosong Ira Ratu. Tahulah saya guys.
Your team is picking.
Let them play the hero.
The enemy
I will
is
be the
picking.
truth this world desperately needs.
Aku tengok OP kat Imo apa. Biarlah.
Your team is picking.
My mission is to protect lives.
Oh, got him lined up in my sights.
The enemy is picking.
Ninjutsu is the ultimate weapon.
This will sting.
Please
You have my word.
Kawan kita kena 1-0 Pro Esport. Dah dapat baca.
What time is it? It's honor time!
Gerengga okey kan ni Wan?
The champion's spirit alone
Boom,
reigns
boom.
supreme. Gaze upon the edge of the void.
Game dia orang tak bersambung lagi tu guys. Kenapa Pro Esport ni dia macam kalau korang perasan kan. Okay, tim Aurora tengah main sekarang. Dia macam bertukar-tukar, bersilih berganti. Kenapa macam ni duk? Pelik-pelik setup tu GOF.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
5 seconds till the enemy reaches the battle.
Smash them.
Let's go all out.
All troops deployed.
I'm not just here to win. I'm here to leave a legacy. Your tempo's way off.
Oh mana? Setup dia orang macam pelik tu.
Initiate retreat. An enemy has been slain.
Nabi tu dah Aegis tau.
The monster mage, the architect. Talk about brain domination.
Betul flip. Dia punya ni hilang Nolan. Akan dah ulti kan? Oh belum. Aegis.
1 from kacang hitam. Pearl kali ni serang juara Pearl.
Amin, mudah-mudahan. Jaga diri je Puan. Undik atas 04 je. Nolan tengah. Main apa bodoh. Dah ulti tau.
Sometimes it takes a little searching to find the place where you truly belong. Your tempo's way off. Here we go.
Mana ni tu?
Kayak kat aku.
1 from kacang hitam. Berkerut muka ko pa fokus zoom tu hahaha.
Ya, fokus tu.
Apa tu dalam perumahan ni?
Setengah ni ada perang. Hati-hati bawah Lagu ni. Gerak. Oh, shutdown bangkit. Pakai tu fleeting tau. Nice one. Kajar Rivian dah try belum?
Satu from kacang hitam. SRG lawan kol berpapa.
10-5-5. Pakai power tak 10-5-5 ke? Sumpah, kau nasib baik je bodoh. Sumpah. Pakai dah ulti dah flick. Dah ulti ni. Jauh bodoh. Nabi dah ulti tau. Ada balik dekat area tau. Lama tak ada. Mana ada? Ada je.
Kencing. Tak ada lah, sorry.
D-Rock ni ada kat area aku tau. D-Rock dah ulti, Akai dah ulti. Sok-sok mengincar aku tu guys.
Dari kanan sini. Kemana tu?
Yang lot.
Tak perlu bang, aku lupa tak.
Nolan dekat aku.
Nolan dekat.
Pula. Aku dah ada 3 tau.
Wow. Darut ni. Darut line. Nolan misi tau.
Nolan ni ada di tengah ni, hati-hati duk.
Boleh bang? Tak.
Retri aku CD tau. Skifisher kau hidup tak?
Your tempo's way off.
Kau dah ulti ya.
Lagi dok bawah. Tak.
Nolan jangan buka depan. Jangan.
Sok sial dia ni Pak betul.
Pak nak miss call.
Sok anjing lah.
No one said becoming a champion was easy. Here we go! Seeing Onyx Philippines lift that trophy, I knew my passion and hard work would pay off too.
Reroll confirm atas. Ada fikir ni apa? Cuti. Nolan hilang tau. Hati-hati Nolan. Fikir right.
Ada belakang nanti.
This isn't just a game, it's a showcase. If you see the beast and the bruiser out in the wild, you better start running.
Rumah apa ke apa? Tak. Jangan clear dulu. Enemy muncul le. Zong tu benda.
Sometimes it takes a little searching to find the place where you truly belong.
Apa kesalam cik.
Ooh, now we're talking.
Saya Chang'eun tak ada flicker ni. Aku dapat Anabi tau. Anabi dah edge. Kita dah ulti. Jaga jarak. Okey depan dulu. Hati-hati Nolan dalam bush. Nice one.
Ke abang lagi 3 saat.
Aku kena buang concentrate energy lah guys. Kena tambah damage lagi. Duk bapak ada tambah shield tu guys kan. Berapa lama sial nak mati. Edge dia. Akai flick.
Kepala bah tak ada aku tak flick. Dah tak dia sini tu. Okey dah order tu. Mati. Zong belakang, buat Pak Nabi. Mati Zong.
Fuck.
Main ni dong. Macam ada. Main lagi dong. Main ni. Main hero. Minit ni. Main hero. Minit ni. Main hero. Okay, ni dah.
Let's make some noise.
Kacau lah kain ni guys. Bagi apa? Bagi bank. Situ.
No one said becoming a champion was easy.
Ada Chang'e kat aku.
Terima kasih. Ada tidak aku? Kau ni tadi dah bodoh tumpang dah tadi.
Balik. Ulti 12. Jangan ambil mini ni, jangan lihat. Aku nak ni. Nak gas ni kalau ada ni.
Gold standard, the monster mage, the
Pakai dah ulti tau. Jangan dah ulti. Nabi macam mati. Ni bawah ni ada Nolan ni. Hati-hati bos.
Darah datang.
Aku retreat tak ada
Busan. Ya, mata ya. Ya Allah. Tak terbuang strike apa.
gold standard, the monster mage.
Aduh, aku nak pergi tapi retreat tak ada. Kau aku balik je.
Balik lah.
Boleh pula dia buka bush tu. Nolan. Belum start lah, belum. Oh GG sial. Kenapa asal aku nak ending je guys kan? Mesti kalah guys. Dia orang baru, orang long Mongol guys. SRG lepas ni kalah. Satu game lagi Pak tak start lagi ke dah habis? Belum start. Sekarang ni Aurora Gaming lawan The Mongols. Kajar revamp annoying skill 2 dia ya. 3738 pa. 37 tak faham.
Berat.
Aku rasa ni kali bunyi jungle lah guys. Bila SRG main pak, SRG bila main ni kejap lagi ni tapi belum start lagi. Aurora tengah lawan The Mongols. Ni kejap lagi ni habis Aurora Gaming lawan Mongol ni guys. Lepas tu baru apa ni main Pro Esport lawan A7. Selalunya macam tu guys. Tak tahu kenapa pelik duk GOF ni.
Your team is banning.
Kau Sun ni tak ada buat bincang tu. Mau kompromi Sun.
Sun
Nah. Pro Esport akan jumpa SRG tak? Rindu nak tengok Pro Esport joget. Rasanya macam dekat knockout lah kalau layak guys.
Kau nak gol lah?
Tak, aku mid out. Tengok hero jap.
The enemy is picking.
The sky is my domain, and I shall reforge its glory.
Tekilan rasa. Nah, ni guys.
Cosmic blaze will never be extinguished. Shall be mine.
Failah, anda terlewat sudah.
Shines the golden crown.
Demons, I shall be your eternal nightmare.
Jadi namanya belum.
The hunt begins.
Kena sidai lagi dengan GOF. Ya.
Even the strongest of
Sidai itu pasti.
Follow the bell across the river of oblivion.
Eliminado.
Kau ingat lagi kau main Ome zaman PKP. Aku dah main Ome ke?
Feared and loved, if you cannot both.
Macam orang lain ni guys. Tadi lawan jam berapa? 11 lebih ni. Jamin aku. Salah orang tu. Yang selalu main Omeng siapa duk? Mak D. Siapa lagi yang main lah? Yang penting bukan aku lah guys.
Welcome to Mobile Legends. 5 seconds till the enemy reaches the battlefield. Smash them.
Hai, Amon apa ni? Amon Rom siap.
Anomali sudah kembali.
Kick siap, sumpah apa? Kenapa aku main gol dapat macam ni? Terseksa. Saya flame shot lagi.
Payah ada hero flank kot. Dah lah kalau tak dia kot.
Tutup. Sorry. Baik dia main record dah.
Launch attack.
Pergi booking. Okay. Memang useless. Tak ada turun.
Lukat tu retry lah aku. Ke aku salah tengok? Dia rotik bawah Alu tau.
Okay. Dua kajian ni stun ke apa? Ke fly je tau.
Rasa pelik kan?
Dah macam yang showcase sama Zim. Sorry tau.
Ada ulti kalau nak turtle.
Tu. Dia fly.
Dah lukat duk. Kau okey bah? Okay.
Ramai kali di bawah.
Tak perlu. Minyak. Ulti aku tak ada.
Aman. Aman dah ulti.
Lukat bawah, lukat bawah.
Bawah. Bisa no ulti. Dia tak ada mana lah nak blazing. Kaya lah. Macam bodoh. Aku play minion lah.
Lama bodoh dia dekat bawah.
Ya.
Macam boleh try audit ni?
Ramainya. Ada luka bawah. Aku mau bantai kau. Tak ada blazing aku tak.
Buat dong.
Depan tu dia lari kau nanti. Ya. Kau lah yang boleh terbang sekarang. Tentanglah burung.
Tak ada guna sial aku tolong atas sumpah. Elok kita main objektif, tolong bawah guys, tolong member guys.
Blame minion aku, kau memang ni lah. Kau memang manusia paling tak stop.
This place reeks of
Sap. Okay. Sap. Ada bawah sap.
Duk turtle duk. Ada ulti.
Lalu kat kiri. Lalu kat seorang. Jadi.
Oh, ada ulti flick Babilah, pahal bodoh Amun.
until this world is mine.
Ada Mali. Kalau Rafa tadi dah betul bodoh geng, sumpah. Kalau kat dari retri tau. Kiwak kajar tu macam boleh melekat dekat tembok bodoh.
Yalah, amun untuk split. Amun tak dia lah.
Suka dia lah. Bagi orang apa? Retri.
Kita kena cakap itu. Kau janganlah ambil. Aduh kat belakang guys.
Raja dah klik dah ulti. Ni lama lagi ke? Ya. Okey ke Tupah? Apa yang okey kau tengok line up ni guys?
Okey sangat. Okey sangat bang.
Until this world is mine.
Gather at the turtle.
Dark form. Bow before your new master.
Mamam tu. Mana lukat dia?
Tak nampak tu. Kau lukat mana? Oh, atas. Bawa aman. Boleh push tu. Nanti bait Pak An Oh ni tak bait lah kalau dah kajar turun. Gerak babi. Jadi tu dah dapat sikit kan. Ya.
Amon mencuba soft call-in. Tak berjaya. Dia yang di call all-in. Sorry.
Kajar dah ulti tau.
Ni kena bersabar sikit ni.
Orang dah vengeance.
Ni tuan di burung. Oops.
Enemy battle cell on CD.
Itu kat kanan kita Aku banyak alu kat batang. Pun sprint 3 boleh ni. Baca semasa. Main. Tak sampai.
Dapat kami lot.
MLB? Tidak.
Sempat ke tu?
Sempat kot. Kita tawarkan.
Kemana tak ada?
Boleh. Aman. Macam tu je. What the hell. Lama ni.
Ambil nama je saya.
Ya, bangkit. Nak menyerah. Good. Oh.
Interesting technology. Nothing but a magnet.
Keras.
Macam mana siap?
Ni sekarat sabar.
Kita ke lot ke ah?
Ikut lot. The best way.
Kira nak 40. 40 jalan lot ni. Aman belakang dapat dia. Dia tak ada ranger. Bagi dah dulu. Sudah tak. Yes.
Your resistance is futile.
Our turret is under attack. Our turret has been
Dia ada skill basic power kan. Mantap ada.
Pecah. Kalau tak low ke? Low.
Ya,
ini tak boleh. Kita kena berundur guys. Salah ni guys.
Ajar ulti tau.
Dah ulti?
Ada ulti. Boleh ni mid ni Evan?
Boleh? Mari. Abang ada blazing. Boleh tak kira.
Gua goyang lah sial position begini. Bawah. Lalu kat offside.
Coming mati lah. Nice.
Buka vision. Bawah free. Dapat jaga ke pergi SRG ni. Tak. GOTF punya percaturan tak tahu pelik. Aman. Uish. Apa itu? Ulti flick.
Siap ni. Oh. Dah back dah. Low lah tu.
Ajar ulti.
Bunyi izin dia.
Apa? Sabar jap satu saat. Boleh? Allah. Pan pelan ke depan?
Aku dah.
Satu saat je lagi tu tadi.
Aku ada one apa?
Ulti aku 25. Basic attack. Babi dia macam dia ulti tu. Mana-mana mai tu.
Burung apa man? Burung apa man?
Dia nampak anomali flicker tadi.
Burung apa man?
Bukan tu. Tak boleh lari gila tu tadi guys.
Burung puyuh.
Kalau kau tanya perang yang flicker kat sini kan. Kalau aku expose kan, Kajar tu kena besar ada buat play tu.
Tak ada one ni. Masih ready defend.
Kajar dah ulti. Tas.
Tak dia.
Bagi lah.
Nak bawah. Tak ada hidup guys. Ini aja. Memanglah. Okey, bantu. Tipis-tipis, tak pandai bagi. Mai, Ruby, mai Ruby.
Babi dia lompat macam 2 kali bayi. LPD. Dia tak balik gila.
Aku bawa aja, tolong bawa aja.
Mid. Hati-hati
Jangan hidup, jaga, ada hotel.
No. Ambil resource. Saja dah ulti. Ruby dapat 2.
Datang. Ija tu tak dapat dia jaga. Budak semua Ija ni guys.
Sabar.
Tapi dia back.
Kita pergi tipis-tipis sebab lo nak hidup tu.
Kita locker je lah tu.
Tengok Alucardnya. Kenapa dia first skill bodoh?
Dia jangan audit je.
Audit dah flick.
Ada lock kita. Wow. Sama dah tu.
Boleh ni mid ni.
50 from Malzen. Rezeki malam ni pamaaf X seberapa?
Okay, thank you Duk. Malzen tak seberapa. Yang penting kristal dulu bos. Uni carry the game. Alhamdulillah. Ni. Jadi geng, saya bagi korang layan ni dulu lah guys. Aurora Gaming versus The Mongols. Sekejap lagi game SRG guys.
The turret want to give more kills to TNZ, and they're gonna get it legendary here at this point. I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know how Mongols can win this one.
No, I think it's kind of GG already. It's first item, Genius Wand. I don't see a Dom Ice getting built by literally anybody, so nobody can really deal with Sigiboom. Nobody can really deal with Lunar, who's playing Festival of Blood, so he's extra. Like, on top of the fact that he has, you know, Festival of Blood sustainability, he's building full tank on top of it as well. So really, by the time Mongols actually get the relevant items, it's over.
Yeah, and a Minotaur heal as well. Kind of feels bad. I'm pretty sure he already has Festival of Aces. I did not look at his items, but I'm pretty sure even if he doesn't have it yet, he will have it soon. So it would just be bad to worse. Like, we should be hopeful for the team, but I mean, like, we're being realistic here. For anyone that's ever played rank MLBB, you know it's kind of over. And now, Yum gives a kill over to TNZ again. Another stack. And now K tries to get away. Oh, Rosa takes it away. Not gonna give it over to TNZ. It's like, you're not that great.
He's not that guy, not anymore. And now that's going to be a Lightning Truncheon complete. If I saw the items correctly, I think Pagu first item Oracle. I could be wrong. There we go. The Flask of the Oasis just got purchased, and I think that should be the final nail in the coffin here. Even Rosa started to disrespect the space.
Well,
Sigibum as well. Because at this point, they're like, yeah, you guys can't punish this.
Oh,
you guys can crowd control this, but y'all don't have any damage. And now they're chasing after Zixora. Zixora is going to get away. Yeah, good try, guys. Good try.
Nice, nice. Able to clear up the time, saw what was expecting and calculated, and took into account both the Cyclone as well as the Conceal. Nicely done by Zixora, and that's generally what he wants to do. Try to get, you know, attention of Aurora Gaming to come to the opposite side of the map so it opens up the rest for the Mongols to actually go back and start farming up. Because everybody's just a little too squishy right now, and really, Tenzi can do whatever he wants as long as Lunar hits the Detona's welcome. And I think that now that Sigboom has his 3 items, it's done for, right? K forced the flicker out fast, and everybody is trying, at least for Zixora, just nearby to try and disengage, but they can't do much about this, and K will die kind of no matter what.
Well, now we just basically hit the 10,000 gold difference mark here at 9 minutes. Their gold advantage is like 1,000 per minute. That's disgusting to play against. If somehow this goes to 20 minutes and the Mongols get a comeback, Aurora they will be a little mean, man.
I mean,
but I think that's not gonna
well. I don't think it's gonna happen, and the BOD to guarantee that no low targets on top of the Skypiercer will get away. Really efficient by Lunar, man. That's the EXP laner you want, man. He hands you, he literally spoon feeds you the kills. He literally draws the lines. He also drops the red carpet for purple buffs. Like, what doesn't he do at this point?
This is so, like, not a part of the game for now. Rosa takes a lot of damage from Zixora. Kills come from Bagu. Black Juice comes in, gets a kill. Alice gets taken down. TNZ try to chase after Zixora. Zixora probably gonna get taken down. Double kill for TNZ, and then moving forward, Aurora Gaming goes up against the Mongols. Aurora is looking at an N angle. K can't take the damage. Triple kill for TNZ. Want to give a Maniac. Momo gives over a Maniac. And ladies and gentlemen, the game is over. 10 minutes at what? 14,000 gold lead. 21 kills to 1. This is a game that should not be broadcasted.
Man, that was a public execution. That was tough to watch, I'm not gonna lie. I was thinking of any answers for the Mongols to kind of, you know, bail themselves out of the situation, but with the item build that they had, with a lot of the lost movements and weird contestions, they definitely couldn't find a rhythm in this game. And I think at the very least, Aurora was very good at disrupting Mongols' early game, just to make sure that they can play the tune of their own.
Yeah, then this is, like, doesn't matter, but Kaja is my new favorite hero. Just by the animations, oh my goodness, he is gorgeous. Oh my.
Yep. Don't worry, you can keep glazing it. Nobody will be able to see it in this tournament because it's just a new revamp that got dropped in the latest patch, which is why we started a little bit later today. But even so, it is it will be interesting to see how that's going to shape up with the metagame, right? With the new way that the ult actually works. It is a scarily big zone.
Yeah. Honestly, looking at this game, there's really not much to say without either saying too good of a thing for Aurora or too bad for Mongols, but I don't know. I hope Mongols is able to recover from this, because going up against Aurora in this format right now is really not fair. This is the best meta for Aurora, and I don't know, we'll see. We'll see whether Aurora refines it even more, because I agree with you, Gideon. It feels like Aurora started and Spirit just refined it. Now it's just everyone else surviving it, you know?
I don't know, this just felt like prison rules, right? Aurora Gaming control the yard at this point, and Mongols just don't get any free time to actually flex and work out at this stage. It is tough. I think it was a really big mistake that Makey decided to go for this Genius Wand instead of going for the Glowing Wand as his first item. I get that he wants to, you know, start off the early game similarly to game number 1, getting Rosa to use that Purify and also Pagu at the same time with the Flicker, but small adjustments allowed that laning phase to actually just result in Rosa only losing out on the Purify, and Rosa doesn't need it for the upcoming fights when you have Black Shoes. Even so, this is an even more devastating game with a refined Aurora Gaming, and I think that the Mongols, if they're going to play this double fighter comp, they're going to need some damage in the side lane. Like, Esme is good into the Freya, but only for so long, and that's why a lot of teams actually lean into the Paquito for that big fat burst.
Yep. With that, we do have one more series for today to close things out, which, by the way, we have not seen SRG go up against RUNE EATERS, right? That's supposed to be that.
Oh, you are right.
Wait a minute. I thought it was supposed to be the third series. What happened?
It's fine. You know, schedules change.
You know
Change, and you know our players are just happy to be able to get these games down. Well, if we are lucky enough to get SRG facing up against the RUNE EATERS, it will be a battle of mechanics, and I am all for it. We saw a lot of great stuff coming out from the RUNE EATERS side, and you know, I wouldn't say a revamp, but at least a SRG coming back to their identity, back to their form, which would have been nice like a week and a half ago. But hey, you know, it happens to the best of us.
Yep. And to the worst of us as well. For now, we will be going for a break, but when we return, it should be SRG going up against RUNE EATERS. And if you guys want to check out the other stream, it should be on it going up against Geeky. We'll see you guys after the break.
Kau ada insya yang menunggu kat ni nantian yang tak pasti. Apa bau macam onik dulu guys macam kena sidai.
just the lulz. I mean, might as well give it a try, see how it goes. Melissa, Rafa, Melissa, Yura. And I can't remember. We don't see the map. We don't know actually what it is, whether or not we're going to clouds or whatnot. But safe to assume that if ever there is a Rafaela getting picked up for Onyx, then we are in clouds.
Yep. Good combination. Rafaela and Fine Clouds. I'm thinking about like what are the options here for Keyboy? Do they even think about they probably want Matilda, right? Okay, so they go for the Jushin. Alright, pretty standard Onyx stuff. And Geeke immediately answers with the Nolan, one of the remaining options. Click banned out, which means what? You're gonna Brody perhaps or Granger.
Yeah.
Geeke Esports.
I think I prefer the Granger a little bit more, even though you're up against a wall in the Uranus. You could still find a way to weave it through and make it work. Boy, what's it gonna be? With both some possibilities in the Minotaur and what's the other one that we mentioned?
The glue.
The glue, yeah. So what's it gonna be, Onyx? I mean, your suggestion also is. Oh wait, no, we aren't gonna see the Rafa anymore.
No, we can't. What else is a good system? Matilda mayhaps, but actually, the Matilda can work. Despite there being Esmeralda at the opposite end, Matilda for Keyboy. Okay.
Ooh. Oh,
this is up against the Marcel.
Yep.
Could be a
I think the last time we saw this, it didn't work, was it? Like it was still difficult for Tigreal to actually work around with the presence of Marcel.
Yeah. Theoretically speaking, it's so difficult, but in practice, maybe the idea will be to wait for the golden hour to pop before you pop your ult. So it's going to be like a dance battle between two teams where they're gonna be waiting for whoever pops the ultimate first, and that guy will lose the team fight. Can't say that I am confident with it. However, the first 4 picks that we saw from the side of Onyx Indonesia, it's pretty standard. It's pretty Onyx coded, and it can easily work, I feel like. So we'll see. Both teams having a draft of their own. I'm still confident that Aquanok Eudora can bring a lot of mileage for Geeke Esports.
Xavier's gonna make some magic similar to what we saw in his previous series against Alpha 7 North. Final series of the day, game number 1. Both are qualified for the playoffs already, but you're looking at better placements. Burst straight into the mid. Sans and Keyboy getting sent back just a little bit with all this great damage and combo, of course, coming out from the Eudora. Fight for the first Little Wanderer, both heavily contesting it. Looks like it went to the side of GK, while Onyx will minimize their losses.
Yeah, 4 heroes for GK Esports. I like that decision. Fast clear your lane, get to there as Aizen. Now they will dip back into the fight, actually poking Tigreal down, forcing that flicker out. Great heads up play coming up from GK Esports, but they did have to commit Quanok's flicker for that one. I feel like when it comes to value, of course, you would prefer to have your flicker on your Tigreal. The first team fight that will happen around the first turtle.
Gets the tough boots to the XP lane and the roam. There is a lot of crowd control to watch. Kelra, wow, he is just facing Yaga up front, and he's sidestepping him face up, and Yaga can't hit.
Look at that. He is fast clearing the wave. The models is a problem for Yaga, the Granger up top. And yeah, Kelra, I've seen him play the Melissa before and it's masterful with it. Now Onyx are gonna be the first one to dip their toes into the turtle, zoning out Shen. Nolan is so far away. Onyx identifies that. They blitz the turtle. And all of a sudden, Onyx just clipped the wings of GK Esports.
Shen decides to pull back the golem, so it sets up for Bomba a little bit better. See, no, I mean. And Kyrie is forced to go back. cannot heavily contest it unless Keyboy, Lutpi, and Sans get the info that they could get something really good. Lutpi will continue his annoyance of the Nolan. Meanwhile, the mid, Shen and Quanok. Stopped by Sans and Keyboy. Quanok having a hard time hitting level 4 as Sans is already just about to hit level 5. Here comes Kelra. They go for a mid play. See if they can find an opening there, but that's just a double lane coming in from the gold standard. They clear it up. Lutpi in the back. And this Uranus is just going to keep being that kind of presence. Chino can't get to his orange buff.
Yeah. Onyx invasion is too difficult to deal with now because of how fast they were moving. It seems like GK Esports are just unprepared for kind of relentless movements from Onyx Indonesia. They're even including Sans in their Keyboy. Dashing him forward does not land. Because the golden hour catching 2. Kyrie gets out. You can do that?
Did he iframe it?
He timed it perfectly though. He timed the iframe so that he will not get hit by the golden hour. As soon as he gets out of the iframe, he dashes out.
Dashes out of the golden hour. Ah.
Wow.
That makes sense. That's a learning. That's something new. Thanks for teaching us something new, Kyrie. All right, no wonder all these Hiraras are very confident with picking this up into the Marcel. You can't just avoid it, and add that to the long list of reasons as to why Hirara is busted. Want to continue the assault. Here comes Shen. No more than an hour for him just yet. Aizen trying to hold, but very systematically, Onyx have just reduced the amount of farm that they can get in the jungle. I'm talking about GK Esports. Keyboy goes in with the implosion. The Sacred Hammer plus the implosion lands. Yaga caught in no man's land, and he's going to get taken out. Looks like he flickered the wrong way. GK trying to find a win elsewhere besides getting Keyboy down. Lutpi is protecting Kelra, and that's a win for GK. Oh, excuse me, Onyx.
Especially because of the gold rainer. They want to position for the turtle. That is the golden hour. Desperately used by Shen. And a wasted ultimate. In fact, folks coming out from the Nolan. Sans has to back out for now, but Kyrie is controlling the turtle, so is Keyboy. Lutpi already looking for Zeno, finds him. Shen might be in trouble because of this. No. Gets out Lutpi. Pretty safe as the Uranus. No threat from GK Esports. And Onyx Indonesia are going to be happy with trading Keyboy, eventually taking the turtle, and now getting back into farming.
This Uranus for Onyx and Lutpi has been so good. Revisiting and reconfirming it, but yes, if I recall correctly, it was an undefeated for the entire run of MSC. I believe the final standing of Lutpi and the Uranus was 8-0 or 9-0. That's how good he was with this hero.
That's right. Now, Quanok. Oh, flicker to the right. Avoids the entirety of Onyx. In comes Shen. Golden hour catches 2. Now Kyrie in trouble. Another iframe to dodge the thunder coming out from this Eudora. Gets out. Keyboy, Sliver of HE also getting out of there. Explosions coming out from GK. Onyx survives, and Lutpi happy to soak all the damage in the world for his teammates to also get out of there. And for some reason, he's also able to protect the purple buff. GK Esports and Onyx, big tussle in the middle, but no one dies.
Great defense from Onyx on all ends. After that golden hour, I was waiting to see where Yaga would be able to drop the damage. Meanwhile, the mid lane, Keyboy found a big flicker implosion. It looks like Quanok's gonna get taken out here, but Kyrie's holding on. He becomes a trade. It's the mid laner for the jungler, and it doesn't look good for Onyx. They've lost Kyrie. GK have countered Keyboy's set really well. As I was saying earlier, Yaga actually had his his skills body blocked by Keyboy after the golden hour was dropped down by Shen. Topside now, GK trying to look for another win. Keyboy spots out Yaga and Shen, they back off.
A massive win taking out Kyrie. And are they able to push middle? It seems like there will be a defense. Esmeralda wants to go and take that. They will be able to push. Now up top, golden hour. Keyboy is low. But they will also be able to push because of this. GK Esports are playing so well. They even get the turtle on top of it all. 3 massive wins for GK Esports. Objectives that they were able to take, and now they are leading when it comes to the goal. Who would have thunk GK Esports can do this to Onyx, especially with Onyx securing all these heroes that they have. Oh my goodness.
All right, GK, we see you. We see you now. Great little movements, great calls. It's still very even, very, very close. But don't be so surprised if by the end of this game, it's GK that we're hyping up. There's going to be a sudden burst yet again. Here comes Quanok with a signature Eudora. Ludwig took a lot of damage. But of course, it is a Uranus. GK are not going to be able to take it down.
Nolan now able to slowly get the push again into the bottom lane. Onyx seems like they've lost when it comes to their map movements. And GK just collects a lot of gold around the map. Maybe the trade-off is that Kyrie is pushing up top, but another pressure point coming up from GK Esports. Top the golden hour onto Keyboy. Keyboy has to back out. Aizen is going to be controlled and he has to be careful. Has to purify. Gets out of there. Keyboy actually being exploded by Quanok. Didn't even look at the explosion out there. He just went out, flickered, and took out Keyboy. Quanok, the specialist.
He's still good with this Eudora. At this point, I think Onyx really need to have an honest conversation about taking it away from him. He continues. It's up against some really tanky heroes too. Onyx. Still, again, very close in the goal. They still have their win condition in the Melissa. Kelra's been able to get farm. But with all of this reach and the surprise burst coming out, we talked about the difficulty of the Tigreal into the Marcel. I think the reason why we're seeing a lot more proactive movements where GK and Onyx look kind of lost is that Tigreal is just definitely slower in the first step compared to the Marcel. Marcel gets around so much quicker and you have to be very deliberate with it. Speaking about Shen, Golden Hour forces out the Crimson Beacon. They get the burst down Lutby on this Uranus but aren't able to take him down. Meanwhile, back behind the Lord Pit, it seems like a member of GK was left. That's Aizen on the Esmeralda. Keyboy can't do much against him. It's advantage for GK heading into this Lord.
Look at this. The Nolan looking for an angle, looking for the opening. They found each other up top. And it seems like they're having a little bit of a duel out there. But Kyrie will be able to clear the lane up. Both of them, in fact. There's a duel. It's still ongoing. They're still going at it. The Nolan is slow. But in comes Shen to help him out. Keyboy as well. Roamers and junglers up top. A 2v2. And that was the most intense minimap casting I've ever did.
Here comes GK. Seeing if they can convert it. There are already 5 members of Onyx around here. They left the Nolan up top to clear. They're trying to force a reaction out. Quanok again in a spot to see if he can get a pick off. They know the timers really well. I believe that GK have made the call that they know that the purple buff of Kyrie is about to spawn and that there is a minion wave up top. Here comes Shen with another conceal. Brings Quanok with him. They're going after Sands. Are they going to be able to get a big stun off? But Ludwig decides to go for the body block. Quick little freeze moment. They couldn't get to the juice in. Couldn't pop its Crimson Beacon. Here comes Boy from behind. Finds it. Beneath the golden hour, can Onyx turn this fight around? The damage coming out of the Granger. GK has taken a lot of hits, but no member of Onyx gets taken out as well. They send back Kyrie to clear his own purple buff. He will go up to orange. GK might actually get this, but it's Sino who goes to his own purple buff. It's a long dance.
Long dance. Gotta watch out for Quanok now. Doesn't have the ultimate. Lutby happy to take all of the damage coming out from members of GK. Kyrie slowly getting into the right side, but Aizen spots him out. They will now control the Lord. No ult for Shen for quite a while. So is Quanok has the ultimate. Shen onto the back lines. They want to control this. There's going to be the Purify actually for Shen. Shen far too forward, getting punished. And now Lutby goes in forward with Keyboy. Implosion with the flicker. There is going to be a kill onto the Granger. And now Onyx above their opening angle. Quanok is down as well. There will be a trade for the Jushin, but now cometopapa under the maniac of Kyrie. And of course, it was Keyboy who started it all, so patiently waiting for the most opportune moment to pop the flicker implosion, and he finds it.
This is Keyboy the perfect timing. And Onyx have broken the dam, open Pandora's box. They will get Lord number 1 after a very long dance between these two. A question for GK, what was Shen doing way too deep behind the lines of Onyx and way too early? The other members of GK look like they were not ready to help him out.
Oh man. The battle of patience. Shen onto the back lines. The first one to break was GK Esports. Not gonna lie, that was pretty close. GK Esports played it so well up until the point where Shen was okay. Kyrie forcing the ultimate, pops the probably misses the Philippines because of that sticker, and was too much stun coming out from Keyboy once again. That results in a quad kill. Shen has to back out. Onyx, oh my goodness, they're playing with the minds of GK Esports.
Keyboy again. They baited it out. An entry with the Falling Star Moon coming in from Aizen, but now he's stuck because the other members of GK are distracted by Sans of the Crimson Beacon. Kyrie goes in and gets that kill. A monster kill for him. He has hella stacks on the Sky Piercer after the maniac that he got. Shen decides to go forward. Yaga trying to hit from afar, but he has to focus on the minion waves here while Onyx decides to focus on it. And they're not going to be able to take it down just yet. They still have minion waves coming in. They have the man advantage. Look at the damage of Keller going forward towards Xenobaba. The entry by Shen. Just a couple of freezing moments, but not a big set. Doesn't have the golden hour just yet, waiting for it. Full combo from the Eudora. Not going to be able to get a kill. Onyx are still relentless, so they want to go for the end. They have the minion waves. They can go ahead and lock, but they want to respect. They push back the members of GK and have taken game number 1.
As good as Quanok is, as good as Shen was, as good as the entirety of GK from yesterday and up until now, Onyx Indonesia has got their number in the second half of this game. It was very close in the first half, but with just a lot of outplays coming out from Kyrie, you saw how many dodges he was able to do at the tail end of that fight. And of course, Keyboy waiting for his moment, waiting for the time where there's no more golden hour that they can jump in. With the implosion, they were able to find it. Gotta keep your head high now if you are GK Esports, because with all due fairness, that was such a good game for them. They just crumbled in the end. And if they just keep their wits at bay, they can actually recover against Onyx Esports.
For anyone who watched GK Esports during MSC 2026, you have to admit this is a huge leap from what we saw from them in that tournament. Let me remind you, they almost were the team that eliminated Selangor Red Giants in the lower bracket quarterfinals in Group B. It had to go into 3 games. It had to go for SRG bringing out their second string jungler just so that they could make it into the next phase, of course, before getting eliminated by Onyx. These are the champions of MPL MENA in GK. Do not turn off the possibility that they might still be able to force game number 3, because we were both so impressed with how they were handling it. It just really took one moment. And you mentioned it as well from the beginning of the draft. We talk about it in the form of ultimates, whoever uses their ultimate first, but then it became of the story of which roamer gets a little bit too overzealous and triggers their initiation a little bit too early. And in the key moment, it was Shen on the Marcel.
See, it's so funny to watch Kara just really literally focus on the base. And then it actually prompted a lot of reactions from GK Esports. And all of a sudden, you can see Quanok here already ramping up. It feels like Onyx is kind of prepared for this one. They're kind of expecting it, in fact. Look this, Kyrie dodges the ultimate, even Suns as well. They knew that it is going to happen. They knew that eventually Quanok will be tempted into popping the ultimate. They dodge it and they win the fight afterwards, win the game afterwards, I mean. And GK Esports almost took down Onyx had it not been for Keyboy's heroics. And of course, Kyrie.
Going to be a true test of superiority when it comes down to the micro. Today, Selangor Red is going to be showing up Innocent, Cram, Sakai's, Stormy, and Yums.
And I would say this is going to be a match where both teams I think this is going to be a game where we're going to see a lot of bans for Selena because both Stormy as well as the mid laner coming in from RUNE EATERS has really shown.
Finally rakan-rakan, finally. Betul bodoh guys, habis game diorang tu baru diorang ni.
Probably going to be Cram on that tank and Yume's going to be an engager alongside with Stormy. Going up against them is going to be RUNE EATERS, Zuki, King Verb, Ulvin, Riz4T, as well as Tastic. For now, I don't gotta say I don't
habis game Onyx baru diorang live duk
Link coming in from RUNE EATERS, but
bersilih
again, they
berganti
went up against the
pula.
Mongols yesterday. Mongols didn't have a good time going up against Aurora just now. This is gonna be a real test. If they can really make SRG sweat, then they're
draft terus, alhamdulillah guys.
Jumping into the pick and bans.
Oh Yum, panjang no rambutnya.
Betting out the Zushin as well as the Atlas. RUNE EATERS betting out the Hirara as well as the Marcel.
Keeping it interesting here, keeping it as tight as possible. Fanny,
Hirara, Marcel,
and I would have imagined that at least one of them is going to get banned out here, unless there has been some deeper research on each of the teams. It would make a lot of sense if RUNE EATERS, since they're banning out the Hirara, would also ban out the Fanny as well. But then that leaves a lot of dangerous options open.
For sure. In terms of the other bans, I wonder if RUNE EATERS want to entertain the idea of not banning out the Fanny, because SRG has shown that even when the Fanny is open, they won't pick it up. They will try to counter it. So maybe RUNE EATERS would just play around with it and be like, oh, are we going to take the Fanny? Are we not? Are we not? And then, you know, just mess around with SRG at that point.
That's a good point. That's a good point. Because no matter what, they're going to get something. And it looks like Freya is the one that needed to go. At this stage, Fanny up for grabs. It's a dangerous first pick. We've seen a lot of teams actually pivot over into the Barat's opener here as well. They could go for the Belleric, but I've seen that to be pretty weak on the side overall, considering that the Valentina is still able to steal the Wrath of the Dryad. So we'll see what the opener is for SRG to kind of, you know, kick us off here on the draft to see what kind of direction they want to go.
Yeah, I feel like Barat's is probably the strongest opener right now. Other than that, I guess Valentina is pretty flex. But I was talking about the Selena. It looks like SRG read it out. RUNE EATERS, they want the Selena, so they take it away. And then they reply with the Melissa instantly. I think this opens up for a conversation between Yumes and Cram and be like, hey, Cram, do you want to use I can use a tank. I don't care.
Tadi lawan negara mana ni Pak?
Potential EXP picks, but then what is going to be the natural follow-up here for some RUNE EATERS, right? Because now that they already see the Selena, they know where it's going into the mid lane. There's a pretty high likelihood that they also, get the Barats on top of it all.
Yeah. Well, I think the Barats no. Just to make sure that this, I would say both of them are kind of like anti-Selena heroes, where Barat's, when he has a set number of stacks, he has more resistance, making it so that he doesn't get stunned often. And the Melissa can help her team out just by using the go away. So SRG, to deal with this, do they want to pick up a Uranus just so that they don't turn away from their plan of having Yumes as an engager and Cram being the front line? I feel like picking up Uranus would be pretty fine here. Yep, Uranus as well as the Claude. So they already have a rough answer for RUNE EATERS, but they're not making it so that they have a lane winner necessarily. They just want a hero that's hard to catch.
Yeah, and I also like the pairing here, right? Not only is it lane winning, but they also made sure that they have a potential answer to this Melissa in that Claude before the wand is actually purchased in the game. Final pick here for the very first phase for the RUNE EATERS. Belleric is still a big question mark. They might not necessarily pick it for themselves. They could look for other different options to maybe, force Innocent to take a Purify early on. He might actually still need to do so, but at the same time, you might as well have a double threat here, knowing that the BMI is always such a good spell.
Yep. So it looks like they will pick up the Belleric here. So I think they're drafting in a way that counters how SRG wants to play. SRG, they're a pretty divey team. So RUNE EATERS, they already have a lot of anti-dive heroes here. Honestly, everyone except for the Barats, but Barats technically.
Oh, you guys, dari Kazakhstan, guys.
With the missile expert, he can put
things dari Kazakhstan.
Betting out a Cho here. So now Slangray Giants. I wonder what other heroes they want to ban out. I feel like junglers is going to be hard to ban, considering that King Verb use
Pak, kau rindu tak bunyi ting-ting last dulu? Okey je.
The Saber.
Vamos belum. Tengok video saya dah post.
Both of which I think both of which actually.
Guys, kepada baru datang, selamat datang semua. Jangan lupa bantu saya like dan share dulu guys.
Which is pretty unique in the meta so far. We haven't seen too much of that at all, other than from the Rune Eaters. They also get rid of the Cho and Slanger Red Giants. It looks like they have done some homework. They ban out the Saber.
Yep. I like that we live in a world where Saber gets banned, Hanabi has been banned, Rafaela has been banned. Heck, we even have a Mia ban back in MWI.
Yeah, we did have a Mia ban. I just like the fact that Suki this entire time not interested in the draft. It's like, coach, you give me what you need. I'm a mess around with this fan the entire time. He's been doing it since the beginning of the draft up till now. Let's see whether or not it's going to warm his hands down. Most professional players would like to warm their hands up in these types of situations, but he's just trying to make his fingers a superhero.
Well, I hope it's not like it doesn't look like he's injured, because I'm like, wait, are you like injured somehow? But it's like, okay, probably not. Like I say, he's just messing around. So the Fanny has been banned out here. So SRG, in terms of assassins, there's still quite a few. I think the best one right now for SRG might be that Harley. I think Rune Eaters will try to snatch that away and force SRG to use something like a Nolan instead. Unless they have something cool, like maybe a Ling alongside with the Selena just to hyperform.
Ngantuk Pak.
No. I think
Kerja pagi.
Hai. Can't have too many scalers.
Semua sudah bunyi sidas belum malah net.
There's just too much. There's not enough gold on the map to be distributed to
everyone.
Tuan-tuan. Yes, you can be sort of efficient to it, but at the end of the day,
the
jungler is looking to full clear their side of the map, and maybe once in a while go for these bigger in-games. Dora finally gets banned out here. Good coverage coming in from SRG. Rune Eaters, is this going to be the jungle pick? Are they going to reveal it here, or are they going to save it to the very end? Because at the end of the day, mid lane picks as of right now seems all right, but doesn't really solve the problem of both Selena alongside with the Claw, making them very susceptible to damage. Any artillery mages also doesn't seem to be a good option as well. Ooh, Valen doesn't sound like a bad idea, but there's no ults to take.
No, if you take the Selena ult, you get all of her abilities.
Oh, that is true. That is fair. Getting some abyssal arrows and traps down might not be such a bad idea, and since they already have the barats to guarantee an engagement as soon as the Detna is welcome.
Be the option
they're looking for. They got 7 more seconds to think about this, and it's the Valentina, like you said, right on the head.
So now SRG, I feel like the Harley would be.
Game dia tidak kick ni bah. Rasa macam kick juga sama je.
Comes to the roam.
Terabur sana sini atas bawah you.
I feel like their default is to go for a Badang, but I don't think this is a Badang kind of draft. There's so many ways to counter him. I wonder if they want to go for a support here. Support like a Matilda or something.
Ooh, support Matilda doesn't sound like a bad idea, but I would imagine that their roamer needs to somehow sort of set up to make sure that the Stormy is able to consistently land the arrows. Oh, Minotaur doesn't sound like a bad idea, but then again, it does make the composition just a little more one-dimensional unless their jungler is like a Ling that has the ultra mobility and can come in from any angles. But they go for Kufra and Nolan instead.
I know that he had a pretty nasty Kufra game alongside with the Selena, so this could just be the new dual combo for SRG. I was just hesitant because there's quite a lot of Beleric as well as the Melissa, and to a certain extent the Barats kind of make the Kufra's job hard, but maybe they're like, as long as we hit arrows, it's no big deal.
It's a pretty high skill camp composition.
Harap besok playoff stage dia tak begini ah.
Oh, okay. Wow. If they go for the Hayabusa instead, actually, you know what? I'm actually kind of down for this, right? Because again, Selena is such a nuisance to deal with. If King Verb is able to kind of find some odd angles,
ini kalau kena bawang simbol Haya ni tak bergerak
might be able to find himself a solo kill early on, or at least blow like a flicker out of Stormy at level 2.
I gotta say, they are the most. How do I say this? I already forgot. No, I already forgot the term for it. But like, they don't want to use the cool stuff. Like, if it's meta, they want to go for a different direction.
Alright guys, tuan-tuan dapat buat perlawanan pertama.
It's called being a rebel.
Selangor Giant menentang Rune Eaters daripada Kazakhstan. Sama-sama kita saksikan peluang pertama di
macam sisi kat orang Kupa nostalgia. Ya.
On the dual fromage, I can keep going down the list if necessary.
For now, we are jumping into the land of Dawn here, where they are too cool
Dia tak
for
pakai
the
headphone ke?
meta.
Tak tahu.
Rune Eaters come
Band saber
out
baik
with
sangat
this
ke?
high
Sebab dia nak bawa
Abusa
saber ni kan, emblem yang dia orang pakai.
Marksman emblem, interesting here. Marksman emblem
Ay, Abusa, emblem
alongside with the
marksman.
Veteran Hunter as well as the Thrill.
Ay.
They're like very anti-meta.
Ay.
Wait, hold on. That's starter from Rune Eaters here. Hayabusa is actually starting on the golems with minimal invasions here. I think they were preparing for a potential invasion, and they want to make sure that even if they do get invaded, they're not really going to find much here off of the. Luckily he didn't.
I actually have no idea because he got level 2 after that, but I don't know if it's the timing or what.
Flicker dah digunakan nampaknya. First blood mungkin tidak, masih lagi hidup.
Looks like he's gonna survive there.
Hero
goes back in. Holding gets stunned up. The Yumes probably has to get away. King Verb is there just to help him out. Yumes taking quite a lot of damage, but able to heal up from the enhanced basic attack.
Not bad. And I mean, unfortunately, Uni wasn't in position to try and
berapa?
capitalize on these moments, but that's
45.
fine. He's got bigger things to worry about right now because they're going to end up on this exact same lane by the EXP because they're both going for
ni pun kena sidai tu. Biasa tu guys.
In terms of the emblem setup,
Saling sidai menyidai.
again, going for that master assassin into this Barat's matchup who has Festival of Blood. We're seeing the
First pick kita Selena guys.
again, he wants to flicker in forward as quickly as possible once he gets the Wrath of the Dryads, and finally Melissa opting to go for Purify, but at
Kali
least
ni
has
Big
this
Boss tak
shot.
collect. tak. Abusa guna ulti, Kram ditumbangkan, first blood dia dapat kan.
Almost killed him, but looks like Oven is going to secure the kill from King Verb. But still, it's already a pretty good start taking out the Uranus early here.
Flicker digunakan oleh Barat.
Has to use the flicker to get away. It's going to be worth it as long as he survives. Tash, hello, sir.
Hey, what's up? Pening. Ui, baik ke ayah dia guys. Stormy down.
And even get Stormy in the back end. Rune Eaters, they might be the real deal here. They're actually making SRG die quite a few times.
Yeah, they're making them work for kind of everything, and even Rias is actually winning out this lane against Innocent. This is the lowest I've seen Innocent in quite some time, especially with a pretty brutal lane phase overall, but usually
Selena Kufra ni combo lama ni guys.
Looks like the trades have not gone in his favor, and so far, once again, Ulven, he's figured it out, right? He's right on top of Uni as of yet. He might get punished for this, but he's still holding on to the Kufra ult. He sees everybody.
Oh, Nolan, Uni down, solo kill. Baik tu ayah dia sumpah. Elok bela ulti flick, double kill dia dapatkan. Baik tu.
Gideon Rune Eaters is the real deal.
Yo, this is so real. Great information relay coming in from.
Tengok ada hasil lah first pick Selena ni.
He's gonna try and steal it away, but he also knows that after 2 dashes, there's a pretty good chance that he dies, and spots out all 3 members of the Slango Red Giants moving up to that top side.
Hey, by the way, shout out guys untuk high culture geng. Sponsor baju kita kali ni geng. Uni down. Hero.
Yep, and now Cram tries to get away. Ogi shadow kill used on Uranus. Uranus gets taken down. Oven dies in the back end, but I think they're okay with that.
Hero.
King Verb 3-0-3.
Tommy down. Ui gila guys. Mega kill. Hayabusa emblem Marksman guys. Catat.
It's hipster. Oh, that's the word I was looking
Early
for.
game yang kurang baik daripada SRG guys.
Hipster.
No, that the Scooby-Doo era is hippie.
4 minit.
I think this is
2000
the Ben 10
lebih tu.
era. That's when you got the hipsters. Overall, Rune Eaters are still 7-1 in this game, and this lead is kind of ridiculous. Like King Verb can basically one-shot anybody with just a little bit of
dan Nolan.
Well, right now Turtle has been started.
Barat
And
buka.
it's great to see, but Krem is having such a bad time in lane. King Verb still secures it, and then eats Yumes. Yumes gets taken down.
Kalau dia tak take note lagi guys ni kan. Kalau contoh lah, let's say lah kalau tak kalah ni kan. Dia tak take note kan, tak tahu lah guys.
Story 1-3-0. And King Verb tries to get onto Stormy, able to get away with the quad shadows back in the top lane. Ovid is pushing.
Ryomi tak jadi, dia akan menyusahkan side lane.
SRG lost the lane, Gideon.
Oh man, this might be a fast one for SRG. But let's see. RUNE EATERS, at the same time, they've already gotten quite a significant lead 5 minutes into this game. They've developed it to at least a 3k lead. If they can crack open the mid-tier 1, this is going to make Uni's life difficult, even more difficult than what we are seeing currently. And Dreadnought armor already purchased some steel for Yums just to make sure that he has just enough armor to protect himself from this Hayabusa, but it's not looking good.
Yep, they're trying to get Zuki here. Zuki does take quite a lot of damage.
Gila guys, berapa lama gila untuk bang Blazing Duet. Bellery ulti flick, innocent down. Bagus guys, respon enemy ni bagus duk. RUNE EATERS ni sumpah.
At this point, I think he's talking to himself like, guys, why didn't I just pick up Skypiercer?
It is a good point. He is opting to go and try and build up into that War Axe, but they managed to get at least one turret, and they're going to probably trade another. No, doesn't have the Shadow Kill just yet, but they cracked open mid-tier 1, which at least allows me to start moving into the jungle if necessary. And Cram, like they are face-checking too many bushes.
Saya tak ada shadow.
Not entirely sure who got that one there, but RUNE
ulti flip pada Yum. Barat ulti. Hanya untuk menzoning. GG. Yum down.
Look at that missile expert pulling them back.
Mid dapat. Gila guys. Kau dah press.
They're getting everything. Honestly, they're baiting SRG. They're taking advantage of the fact that SRG actually are down to brawl, and RUNE EATERS are more than happy to oblige with the lead that they have right now. And now this should be a free turtle at this stage of the game, and Slime Red Giants are just forced to start grouping up to make sure they can create some space for Uni to get back into this game. But he's only a level down, so it's not the worst thing in the world, but at the same time, everything basically kills him.
This is a situation where
dari ulti Cram bisa hero kena tapi tak ada follow up. Lika pada Valen dia menumbangkan Cram. Baik duk main duk serius. Kazakhstan ni Stormy kena telan mati Stormy.
RUNE EATERS, they're not missing a beat. They see an opportunity. They
momentum terus duk.
And this is super fast. Getting 7 minutes in, and everyone's in the bad position. Oven secures the kill, but most of the damage comes from King Verb. They just got bottom mid too, and now what is going on? This is so fast.
Yep. RUNE EATERS, they know how to sell a fight. They know how to, mark it over to Slango Red Giants.
Kau tahu semalam dia main guys. Semalam dia main pakai saber tu.
Then all of a sudden, Flicker 4 coming in from Oven to at least find something. Shadow Kill. Does he get Yums this time? No, not this time. Has enough armor to survive the full combo.
Right now, what's the goal difference now? 7,000 something, 7,400. SRG, they have to slow down the game, but that's easier said than done.
Aku rasa first game ni dia siduk ni guys. Jauh ni. Keajaiban apa lagi kita nak tengok ni guys?
Is not stacking up the his stacks to get 20 stacks, but still he gets stopped and then the damage just a little bit too much. I don't know, Gideon, like what does SRG really have to do here?
Well, I think that it's a little late. They probably should have given up a lot more objectives, whether it be structures or other things.
7,000 gold guys. RUNE EATERS pegang.
Sacrificing bodies because RUNE EATERS are more than happy to take the bodies this time because they
dah sedap engage ada betul. Bellery ulti flick kena kat atas Stormy. Akan tapi Yum selamatkan Stormy. Dia bakal ditumbangkan dengan mudah. Kufra ulti. Basic hero tak connect. Spotlight untuk Hayabusa.
Nothing can be done. I have no words.
Lord, mudah diamankan oleh Hayabusa. King give up ni bos.
From SRG. From all accounts, there is nothing I can complain about. RUNE EATERS are playing this really, really well, and I think that until SRG is able to find like a turnaround fight, like King Verb gets hit by like an abyssal arrow or something, I don't think this is winnable. Cram just does not have the base stats to protect himself. You can get more HP, sure, but really, I think you need armor at this stage.
Yep. 9 minutes in. RUNE EATERS, they're trying their very best to get this this holy defense. Oh, they got one, but no way Stormy is gonna get into that one. even if they catch Hayabusa, I guess that's going to be quite a lot of shutdown goal. But King Verb is so on point. Doesn't look like he's going to
Yum.
Yum's got taken.
Yum down ni. Fra ulti pada Yum down. Legendary gila. Hayabusa ulti. Ui, sakit gila. Innocent down. Dah snowball teruk ni guys. Crystal beri fokus oleh Giver. Hillary ulti. Aku rasa end sudah. Ui gila guys. 10 minit bodoh geng. Masyarakat. What guys? Negara mana? Kazakhstan tu. Jadi geng jangan lupa like. Oh apa tu? Apa tu? Jadi guys jangan lupa like, comment, share bagi mendapat korang pasal game yang pertama. Congratulations to RUNE EATERS. Dan yang paling penting jangan lupa subscribe guys Wow. You're gonna see you guys the second match guys. Kuat. Pahit tu. 10 minit tu guys. And nice try to SRG lah guys Boleh betulkan punya position balik. First pick Selena.
If I was SRG, I don't know where to start. Actually, no, I do. How did Cram lose the lane that hard? Because I would say it's more of a skill matchup, but it's not a lane that I think Uranus really lose. And then in mid as well, I mean, like, King Verb just outplayed everyone.
He did, and also I think it just comes down to like.
Dia buat macam main rank gila. Bantai dia ni sumpah.
Was able to get like a lot of these fights get in there early on just because of this.
Izin guys 3GP.
Just because of this emblem setup. And it allows him to actually take these fights pretty
convincingly,
right? The extra bonus damage definitely helps in prolonged fights. It's just that he needs that finisher in the early stages of the game if nobody is able to chunk him out big. And I think that's where Oven kind of fulfills that role, right? So many times you've seen him flicker forward, Shadow Strike instantly just to try and get that extra bit of damage. And sometimes even delays it on purpose to hit multiple people with a Terrify.
Pembantaian yang sebenar.
Really unlucky that the
Hayabusa yang belum marksman lagi.
Not even giving him a chance to finish off his third item before he dies.
I am pretty speechless, except that RUNE EATERS, we need to see more of you. Like, I don't know how the MLBB landscape is at Astana, but I am very impressed. I saw this region in ISF, I saw them in Asia Games, and every single time they do not disappoint. But now doing this to SRG, now I'm like, well, hold on now.
Dia main berlima dah semalam lagi tu.
Remember the names that you see here, you're probably going to see them up in the future somewhere, somehow. Because the future's looking so bright for them. 19-3.
Kita tengok draft guys. Aku tengok tadi first draft pun Selena first pick macam pelik je guys. Tak. Beleric Yung semalam jadi guys. Ni kena adjust draft balik. Ni duk priority pick. Ni barat ni tak nak ambil.
You gotta be looking towards Kazakhstan if you're talking about just raw mechanics.
Buka gitu je tak ada fight langsung ke dia.
This is like mechanics is one thing, but also the draft is brilliant. So yeah, I think SRG was stunned because we even saw
Nolan ni aku tak pelik guys dia kalah dengan Haya.
He was looking at his team, he was like, guys, I think we just shot ourselves in the foot. We don't have anything here.
Seems like they might need to lock in
Dah main Rafala mid tu. Game tak respect ban Haya. Takkan Haya respect ban tu. Sana pilih tu. Mak guys. 340 360 pun lag. Sorry gang kejap guys upload video jap Izin.
Just pick maybe a little bit earlier, into the draft and see what he can kind of provide. Overall, I just think that RUNE EATERS, they attack the draft perfectly. Second half of the draft as well, really good.
Buffering ni. Hilda, jangan minta. Jangan minta guys. Dia kena belajar dengan ni. Duk pakai gatot tu kau tengok. Mana Aurora punya gatot. Contact engage balik. Pun bagus juga yang penting ada hero badan kan. Ni barang tak jadi ni guys. Momentum tak dapat ni. Dia nak main snowball lah. Last enemy yang snowball guys. bagus lawan Haya kan. In term of damage, siapa yang buka ulti dulu dia yang kalah lah. Senang cerita kalau Haya lawan Link. Sekejap guys, 39 saat upload video je. Buka try error ke mesti bukan Nolan draft tu. Kita tahan. Dah biasa, dah lali lah dengan SRG. Tak buat apa nak marah. Benda biasa. First pick Selena pun dah macam Selena macam tak ada priority pick lain. Bellerik buka. Apa lagi buka? Fanny tadi pun buka. Barat. At least Barat lah bagi aku. Takkanlah tak take action lagi tu. Kan? Bagi pendapat 20 sen aku lah guys.
Мүмкіндіктерді кеңейтіңіз.
Padang ada Bellerik susah guys. Sekejap kan. Fanny dari Nolan. Fanny kena ban pak? Tak, Fanny mula-mula tak kena ban dok. Dia ban yang keempat. Keempat, kelima baru dia ban. Awal tadi buka.
Red flags in my teammates' behavior? More likely than you think. What do the participants of the Games of the Future 2026 think about some behavior that they might have encountered during team play? We have asked the team RUNE Eaters, so let's hear out the team's opinion. Please, could you introduce yourselves to the audience?
My name is Marwan, I'm from team RUNE Eaters.
Thank you. First question. Is it a red flag if your teammate suddenly goes quiet after making a mistake and doesn't talk about it?
I think it's a red flag, but it depends on why he does it, because some people have that as a coping mechanism, so if that's the case, it's alright.
Wow, that was definitely very nuanced. Okay, now do you think it is a red flag if your teammate constantly arrives late to the playing practice sessions?
It's a red flag because, I mean, it's a disrespect towards.
Jika kena counter Bellerik kan, rasa macam iya juga.
Agreed. Third question, is it a red flag if your teammate
kalau tak
goes
pun kan,
along
dia
with most of
supposedly
the
macam
things your
priority
team
pick
says?
Melissa dulu kan.
I think
Dia boleh poking dari jauh.
If
maknanya tadi supposedly lah, kalau tanya aku pusingan supposedly dia secure SRG sepatut secure Barat atau Melissa. Semua hero sedap kat sebelah je guys. Ada tiga hero sedap. Tiga hero priority pick.
Blames the equipment for his poor performance. Is it a red flag?
Oh, dah separuh. Ni dapat masuk pintu ni. Oi.
It definitely is valid, man. Okay, now your teammate gets too heated during the game most of the time. Is this a red flag?
It's okay, but if he gets frustrated, that's not okay.
Take note of that, guys. So, is it a red flag if your teammate doesn't seem to listen to the coach?
It's a red flag because coach should be authority and everyone should listen to him.
Final question. Is it a red flag if your teammate is strong-headed and will not back down from his opinion?
It depends, because if that guy has a really strong mechanics or macro, it's okay, but
Street tu terus masalah draft masalah tu. Tak tahulah guys apa yang dibincangannya.
Really strong people, skilled people have that trait.
Thank you so much to the team RUNE Eaters and their athlete, Margolan. The team really showed us what is appropriate behavior and what is not. We wish you good luck at the tournament.
Diorang ni aku rasa pernah join lah guys, tapi tak tahu team diorang ni. Dia pernah join international juga, tapi tak tahu dia bawa nama apa time tu. Tu memang nama ni juga. Guys, aku bobo kena sidai lah guys. Sebab apa? Aku rasa game Onyx ni, dia dahulukan game Onyx. Sumpah.
Thank you so much, Onyx, for actually making this happen.
Aku ada bau-bau game Onyx dulu guys. Aku tak tipu kau. Kita kena sidai ni.
MLBB, except of course people constantly just whipping out sabers and Karinas back when they were absolutely
kalau patch baru tu punya sama ke?
What's next? Again, it's like what, in 3-4 weeks, maybe the midway through the next MPL season, suddenly there's a team out. It doesn't get everyone, but it gets enough. Tempest of Blades gets brought down, but it's still able to go down with Rana gets taken out by Carry, who has decimated the backline. Carry takes down Yaga.
Dah 2-0 guys. Dia menang 2-0. Dia tak risau pun. Aku dah habis tengok Spiderman, saya tak lawan lagi. Dah lawan 1. Tak tahu kenapa schedule macam ni guys. Ni kalau tak countdown ni mengamuk orang. Ni tak letak countdown lagi mengamuk ke? Mana GOTF ada game apa? Macam-macam duk, futsal pun ada. Tadi basket pun ada, macam-macam ada. Dia bukan fokus e-sport saja, dia sport sekali. Macam tu kot. SRG menang game kedua, ada game ketiga, ada.
Rune Eaters currently at match point, live from Kazakhstan itself. It's the final games of the future 2026, presented by Freedom, of course. And SRG need a clapback somehow, because that game 1 draft hurt them a lot, and I don't think they were expecting this particular angle, leaving only Kufra available for Yums to play.
Okay,
the Rune Eaters have already set the stage, and they've set the tempo. Now it's up to SRG to bounce back.
Well, SRG right now are on the red side here, second pick. Rune Eaters betting out the Freya. So now SRG, I feel like, even looking at the players, I think they're still relatively calm. They're just, at this point, I feel like the first draft that they use is like one of their, I would say pocket most aggressive draft. But going against a team like Rune Eaters that kind of wants that, maybe they just have to either shift their strategy or double down by picking up something like Paquito in the gold lane, so that, you know, everyone is aggressive.
That doesn't sound like a bad idea, but I also think that, you know, Yums has been like specifically targeted in a lot of these bans coming down, knowing that if he doesn't get his first phase, that second phase is definitely dedicated towards him. Now it's going to be Freya alongside with the Hirara for the Rune Eaters.
I wonder what does this mean that they want for the first pick here. SRG already banned out the Selena as well as the Atlas. Because I don't think there's any specific hero Rune Eaters really want for first pick. Although Tashtik has been using the Belleric all the time, but that's kind of expecting, considering, like, you know, one of the top heroes right now. And he's especially aggressive on that pick. So I guess the Belleric first pick wouldn't be that bad for them.
I mean, it's not the worst, but I think, you know, considering that Zuki has been playing like a pretty good Barats overall, like starting it off with Barats again doesn't seem like a bad idea either. Let's see what this third ban is going to be first for at least the Rune Eaters, because again, you would have expected a lot of these particular bans to actually come from the red side rather than the blue side, and Paquito finally gets axed out here in the first phase.
Kind of shows Rune Eaters does not want to go up against a double fighter nonsense here. Because Ruby does, I feel like the Ruby change makes it a strong hero, but not really like a double fighter kind of hero. I mean, like, maybe, but you need just a lot more frontline. So now the final ban here coming in from SRG. I wonder if they do want to respect the Belleric and then early picking SRG's hero. Because what other first pick? I guess the Barats. I guess it's the Barats or the Belleric would be a fine ban here.
Both don't seem like a bad idea, but instead they have to make sure they get rid of the Marcel first. Yeah, we always forget the Marcel. It's just one of those that we just expect to get banned, but at the same time, it's just like, man, there's so many like picks for the Rune Eaters overall. So now they've got options, right? We're expecting to see that. Oh, you know what? Never mind. Forget the options. They go straight for the Melissa.
Jangan Zuxin dulu game ni, aku rasa beta ambil high ground je duk.
Because again, it's like anti-SRG.
Try lah. Dia dah tunjuk hero dia duk ambil
we can deny that. So I already like that start. But I feel like that means that we need a Lapu from Cran.
Kenapa aku bau-bau macam Bellerik takkan kena ambil kan?
Signature hero. And yeah, I gotta say, Uranus is one of his worst heroes actually, because it is. I still remember back in MSC 25, he died before the minions even clashed together. That's how rough he had it whenever he's on a Uranus.
Oi, dia ambil oi kali ni, oi.
At the same time, it's just
finally, guys.
It just starts to
No,
go
he's like
downhill.
Both of you guys don't like Uranus.
Yeah, we both don't like it for good reason. It makes zero plays. You just exist.
Ni tadi yang aku cakap guys, first pick Melissa ni.
Not that exciting, but now
kalau Bellerik tu buka, Melissa ni akan free daripada dua hero ni. Sedikit free. Jadi solution diorang apa untuk tutup dua ni pula?
It's tough to tell because Rune Eaters, you don't really know how deep their pockets actually are.
High loss.
Well, now they're showing up with the high loss, so I'm hoping SRG answers with the Zushin or Farsa. That's the hero that I want to see from Stormy to deal with Rune Eaters.
Dalam sejarah ni, finally guys, setelah satu abad tu.
I think they need something to deal with the heavy frontline here.
Wash! Wow. Di luar Nurul duk gentle duk Martis. Agak lain guys
Yeah, huh. Okay.
Lilia okey ke?
Is it okay?
Lilia.
These kind of heavy front
jungle tu nanti je lah.
I mean, if they layer it correctly, it's hard to dodge.
Ni Lilia aku rasa.
This has to be a Zushin, no?
Yeah, I think Zushin would make a lot of sense, but at the same time, it's like, man, if that Martyr starts that snowball, it kind of doesn't matter at the same time. But at least it's not like a high mobile mage, so they can still lean back into the Farsa if necessary. I think there's also an argument for Valentina too, but they instead go for a Fanny.
Meriang kah?
This is going to be very interesting here.
Balik apa? Tak nak balik, jangan balik tu. Nanti Melissa tu quite free juga. Elok. Lilia kau dapat 2 dalam 1. Depan boleh, belakang pun boleh, faham tak? Auto masuk buku sejarah ni kau. Sekarang ni pelaksanaan tugas je.
Your draft always has to change because of that, right? Because now you have to think, do they have to ban out counters for the Fanny? Because we've seen a scene before.
Okay je.
At this point, I don't put it past
Tapi
readers
aku rasa
to put
macam
the
better
Martis in
option lagi
EXP
Lilia.
and get Saber in jungle. Let me just say that.
That doesn't sound like a bad idea either. You need somebody who disrupts and doesn't actually have to hold your retribution.
Martis ni bagus juga guys sebab untuk cancelkan ulti barat.
SRG, as much as I said in game number 1 that they've done a little bit of research onto the Rune Eaters, maybe just not enough. Lilia, the follow-up ban for Rune Eaters.
I mean, like, how can you, right? There's really not a lot of information.
Tak suggest sangat. Tapi kalau dia nak combo dengan barat, back sana tu satu option yang baik juga.
The hero that Rune Eaters could use, if they put the high loss in EXP, they can pick up a Badang. The Badang can catch this Fanny.
Good ways to disrupt their opponents, make it real difficult to land those
steel
cables when you're getting displaced around.
Lilia, masih Lilia.
Able to actually create terrain of his own, similarly to Grok.
Dia boleh poke depan belakang. Masuk ke depan belakang, hero depan yang tebal boleh. Dia akan bagi impact besar. Valentina ban baik.
I would say the other mid pick, the Zushin. The Zushin should counter the draft quite heavily, so liking the ban there.
Menarik juga tu.
I guess the Eudora is still there, but I don't think it's good against a pick like Martis where he has anti-CC. Maybe they just have to wait for the mid, right? And then pick up either the gold lane.
Lilia kena ban, dah kena ban lah tu.
I think Clint or Brody
apa
is
ya?
okay.
Bali.
Because they need to win against Melissa.
Bali pergi. Kim bontot lah guys.
The issue is whether or not they get hit by the glorious pathway and then they can't really run away.
Betul bodoh guys, Sicilian bodoh dah ambil.
And Carmilla as well from the side of the Rune Eaters. Okay, you want a team fight?
Bagus bodoh guys draft. Rune Eater ni serius tak tipu kau.
I'm liking this team more and more. We've seen this in MSC or MWI, and it looked pretty good as well. We only seen it once, but still, it did perform pretty well. Now that I think about it, I think it is in MWI. And Gideon, I believe we even talked about this yesterday, right? This position 1.
Aduh, kenapa Kimi bodoh guys?
Waiting for someone to bring out the Sicilian Shada's manifestation.
Yeah, shout out to Manifestation. This is really interesting because now they've got ways to kind of like engage, disengage if necessary with the Cursed Blood. They've got scaling on their side with Melissa and Cecilia. We get a Ranger pick here for the side of SRG.
Satu from kacang hitam. Game 1 ST penipu.
Even so, pretty dangerous comp, right? I mean, Stormy's gonna get outranged.
Dia mesti ada slack dia sikit guys. Ni kalau jadi, tak jadi ada guys. Itu je. Serius. Dia ada frontliner yang baik tapi dia punya backliner tu kalau tak jadi awal dia barang tak jadi lah guys. Itu je lah.
For Stormy on top of flickering forward, so a lot of different interactions that we have to keep in mind here.
Alright guys, tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, perlawanan yang kedua, Game of the Future, perlawanan antara Selangor Jaya menentang RUNE EATERS daripada Kazakhstan. Sama-sama kita saksikan perlawanan di lane of door.
It's kind of like going up against Spirit. It's like going up against Aurora. You don't really have that time. You gotta
guys, kita tengoklah ya guys dengan pembawaan Kimi. Mungkin combo dia ada tapi macam jarak tu guys, jarak dia tak senang dapat tu.
Giants where Selangor Red Giants now they're in the back foot here.
Even
getting that killing spree just to make sure that he can actually survive his engages. So haven't seen.
So okey apa? Okey tapi tebal ni tak mati guys. Apa betul option tadi ya? Untinya CC ke?
Rage, not killing spree. That's the assassin emblem. We're just too used to seeing it down to the
side. Ni emblem dong guna guys. Alamak, tak dapat tunjuk.
You know, our regular season will look exactly like that anyways. But now as we see the game already being started here.
Yum hampir tumbangkan. Uni cuba mengamuk. 3 kabel. Dustan, Carmilla. Teruskan poking. Uni masuk kembali. Stun, petrify.
Game 1 stone tandi menang kekalahan.
Lost down. Terus tabrak terus. Jangan bagi diorang momentum duk, sumpah duk. Flicker daripada Yum. Cantik. Double kill dapatkan oleh Yum.
SRG, they are a bit upset in this game.
Oh, they are very upset.
3-0. Pegang momentum itu je, tolong ah. Ini kalau kena sekali guys kan habis. Dia tadi menang kalah. Tunggu. Saya post. Nanti korang tengok.
They will maintain priority throughout this game. So now, pre-level 4 has been working out really nicely for the Selangor Red Giants, but at some point Stormy needs to go for a recall.
By the way, look at this. I just noticed Ulvin. Usually we see the Sicilian still go for the mage emblem, but he's going for the common emblem alongside with tenacity. So they're really okay with going the distance here. Quite interesting strat. Haven't seen a common emblem on
Sicilian for quite a while. 3 kill, 1000 gold lead. Dipegang. Tetap dah dimulakan oleh SRG. Telan, high loss.
Still get level 4. Oh, nice stun onto Ovid. Oh, and then
apa duk? Ludah apa duk?
Well, you know what?
Kerap.
Good on our counterpart. Their stream just ended. Congratulations to Onyx getting win over
Ikram?
Clean 2-0. So
kenapa duk?
Renmar as well as Wolf have a good rest. Me and Gideon.
Dia cakap SRG kena comeback bah.
We gotta fight on, and it looks like
tuan rumah buat hal. Tahu tak pause.
Move anywhere further, especially since we're so close to the actual turtle fight itself. And there's gonna be moments in this game where it's gonna get a little awkward, but for now, at least, man, Sicilian Carmilla. It's one of those combinations that you don't see very
terhalang ba? Gambar aku kecil ni terhalang ke?
Most of the time, and especially when you're facing up against that Fanny, just the point and click stun is always going to be useful, but the fact that you can't really control her, as in, and what I mean by that is that she can just blow right past the Carmilla and get right on top of the Sicilian. They just need one more level of peel, and I think
combo Carmilla sisi dia sakit tu. Ya. Dia kalau lagi sakit kalau dia jadi guys, itu je geng.
The thing is, if they're able to deal with the Fanny, looking at all the range that SRG has, they're all gonna be in bad impact range unless they're crazy enough just to flicker forward, get face to face with that Sicilian, try to blow him up. This is gonna be pretty interesting because I can definitely see this game going to 16-17 minutes. At that point, there's going to be enough damage from the Sicilian that they can actually take down SRG. So SRG are on a clock here, and I think they really realize that. That's why they opt to fight that early. We'll see whether they can continue the pressure around that turtle, because one lost fight and all of a sudden everything looks super bad.
Yeah, but let's not forget that that's not the only win condition that they have, right? They still have Innocent, and he's eventually going to build that Sky Piercer. Once he does, I think they're going to put a lot more, effort to make their way over to his side of the map to try and maybe get maybe get him some form of a lead. Or better yet, by the time he gets to the Sky Piercer, maybe Turtle 2, they could be looking for fights that hand a couple of kills over to him, and kind of give up on this laning phase.
Akan datang. Oh, dah start.
Because so far it just feels like they're just consistently responding to the pressure that is expected out of Rune Eaters.
Member dah terselamat kembali, guys.
Respect the space that SRG give them, then that's when we're seeing SRG make the opposite.
Sicilian dah guna Purify dan juga Ultimate. Dia menerima damage agak banyak. Martis masuk, Yum down. Masuk pula Uni, 3 kabel, kena stun. Uni macam sedikit susah sebenarnya. Ish, jangan kena tusuk tu. Pilot's down.
So now it's on Slangray Giants, Cram as well as Stormy to kind of like delay the turtle just a little bit.
Okay, looks like both sides are going to back away from this turtle almost straight away. Unfortunately for Uni, can't really do much about this, but he is going to take the Lethal Wander. I'm curious.
Kenapa pasal Uni macam kurang hidup, guys?
You know what? We don't actually need this first turtle. Let's keep on fine. Look at Stormy. He's blowing
away. Lasit Parmilanya. Sicilian buka ulti. Dasan force tak kena. Martis down. Melissa datang bantu. Nampak gayanya. Yum buka ulti. Uni masuk daripada kiri. Aduh, miss cable pula.
As well as Cram. But for now, Slangray Giants, they're happy with what they got. I'm pretty sure they want a little bit more kills, but the turtle is going to be the really important thing here. Slangray Giants, they're looking pretty good, but they need to get structures in, I would say, between 6 to 7 minutes. But Innocent now with the Sky Piercer, I would like to see Slangray Giants playing around him a little bit more, because I feel like Cram has solidly won his lane.
He has.
Oh, Marty datang cuma beri bantuan.
He's trying to bait out as many reactions from Rune Eaters, and he's going back to his purple. So that does mean
kita pegang golik 2000 lebih,
guys. He's going to be headed towards that top side of the map. I'm surprised Cram decided to come join everybody else in the mid lane, but they want to clear this out as soon as possible and then quickly break up. They're double waving for the sake of
dia ada continuous CC, tapi damage cukup tak cukup tak pasti.
Maybe it's also just to get a little bit more money on Cram as well, because oddly
CC yang panggil stun berterusan. Kiri ulti, Sicilian down, cantik Uni. Uni ingin lebih.
Try to get away. He has to be careful. He does not have a lot of energy yet. He has to get away. But as I was saying, crazy enough, in SRG, usually the one that gets the most amount of gold is actually Cram. So maybe it's just out of habit. It's like, oh, I need double wave. I need
auto win ke? Frontliner kita agak solid. Tapi enemy punya frontliner pun dua solid, guys. Batu, guys.
Gets that passive up and that slow, making it really difficult once he's already thrown out his stun. And most of the time, the stun is on Uni. It's landing, but the problem is there's nobody to really follow up on it.
Right now they find Zuki. Zuki's going to be difficult to take down though, but looks like they still want to chip him down. King Verb doesn't look like he has quite a lot of ways to go in.
Berlari ulti. Melissa dah ulti. Revitalize. Pergi ke atas Kram. Masih mancing. Kram down. Oh, kena tusuk. Kena petrify Uni. Uni masih lagi hidup. Okay, nice. Innocent dapat kill. Ada Sky Piercer, Innocent. Hidup 10 stack. 18-2 guys. Masih lagi 2000 golik dipegang oleh kita. 2000 something.
There's no telegraph way to know, right? You just have to be right place, right time.
Udah telah habis juga nyawa orang. Kalau damage ada, guys. Ini split push dulu, ambil objektif. Tapi kelemahan diorang ni betul juga, guys. Diorang nak main team fight, tapi diorang akan kalah split. Siapa nak main laning phase jauh-jauh? Takkan high loss keliling kan? Ada Sky Piercer dapat 10 step lah. Baik, G-Verb down. Okay, Nelson 20 step Sky Piercer. 30 bagi dia. Bagi Nelson. Sup. Abasan. Okay, Camila dah ulti sup. Sikit lagi Sen. Yum, hampir tumbangkan Yum down. Wih, Sen. Sen. Memanggil-manggil loh Sen. Kill tu Sen, sumpah Sen. Okay Sen. Oh Sen. Boom.
Looks like all
Dia betul lah kan.
used from Rune Eaters just to protect themselves.
Atas dapat.
Coming out from SRG side. A little unlucky that Yums was still connected by
Ni dah siap Malefic Raw.
Stormy just happened to get chipped by that impact, causing Yums to die. But even so, it's still a pretty big win for SRG. Their snowball continues. Their
Purple buff cuba dicuri oleh Uni, di stun oleh Camila. Barat ulti, purple buff jadi dicuri. Oleh Uni. Kita pegang 4000 guys. Gold lead lebih kurang.
The Daytona's welcome has a pretty short cooldown. It almost doesn't feel like an ult at this point. So
it doesn't.
Yeah. It's like good and bad. It's good if you're like Barats. It's bad if you don't like Barats. that's kind of like the same for everything, doesn't it?
It really is. That's really the truth of it all. But the majority of the lead actually is falling into the hands of Innocent. They're going back to their
single SRG JT banyak pakai kimi. Jangan tanya aku guys, tak tahu duk guys. Ini kalau benda tak jadi kan. Kau orang ujah lah sendiri guys. Pening lah.
But he is able to get a Purify out of Oven, and I think that's going to be good enough. Uni does have to be careful though. He is in enemy territory, and they have quite abilities to stop him. For now, I like the double pressure that SRG is putting out. Uni is showing his face down bot, and then everyone else is up top.
They're looking for a T2 here. They're trying to break it as soon as possible. The wave should be dealt with pretty easily as they're trying to just put a little bit of chip damage, right? And even for Rune Eaters, they're making sure they're not wasting too much time by shoving out as well. But with everything that has happened already, at least for Uni showing himself that many times, it allows SRG just the raw information. Hey, we don't have to worry about King Verb. Everybody else, as long as we don't get hit by a wombo combo of Cursed Blood, we can actually contest with this purple buff once again during a choke point.
Barat ulti tapi kena cancel. Barat down, Valerie ulti. Oh baik ni duk. Melissa dah ulti. Triple kill baik Sen. Mamat. Rata. 9 minit guys 60 step Sky Piercer pada Innocent. Awal duk. Late game nanti dah kena nangis nak lawan. Kalah mati ni pak. Kalah ada lower bracket. Tapi diorang ni consider qualified dah ni guys.
He's in a really good position. He's 1-0 and 11. His damage so relevant in these fights, especially when it starts piercing multiple targets.
Stormy as well as Innocent are sieging the mid. Probably overstepped, almost gets taken down by Innocent there. For now, Rune Eaters, they know the game plan, and it's trying to delay as much as they can. That draft actually does not have a bad wave clear here. Both Oven as well as Riz4T can theoretically clear the wave, but SRG having this barrage make it so that it's hard to clear the wave because he always has that threat to be like, I'm gonna eat you up, I'm gonna beat you up. You better watch out for me.
He's already thrown like a lot of abilities here, and if the minions could just get a little bit closer before the Lord gets in, but no, the siege, it's not good enough, especially when you got Melissa on the other hand, and that's also the Detona's welcome coming out from Cram as well. I don't know if they can do this anymore, but if they can get just one more holy shielding, that's still totally fine.
Kenapa Alpha tak keluar kat Into lah, bukan patch dia.
And Ulven finally getting the Divine Blade.
I feel like, hold on, Traction Pulse.
Vamos lah, tak tahu.
From Jajai GMX Kelantan Agbojas. Fah yang Camila jadi kembar siam dengan Sicilian 2 ulti atau ada tambahan skill cooldown berapa lama?
Any more energy left. Unable to get a kill. But as long as he doesn't die, that's still a victory. Snowboy Giants, they are ahead and they're supposed to be ahead. But they don't have to force things out. They still have some wiggle room.
Oh, cooldown dia berapa lama yang dia telan tu tak pasti lah. Seminit lebih mungkin boleh jadi seminit lah kot. Oh telan ni, mati ni. Sekarang menerima damage agak banyak. Uni masuk ultimate daripada Melissa.
Innocent.
80 stats sekali bisa. Jangan mati Sen. Kau tengah jadi Sen. Barang jadi Sen.
From kacang hitam. Kenapa SEKYSX main PADIA merajuk ke?
Sebab Uni tengah perform selalunya begini guys.
Already looking to get a Queen's Wings for himself. I mean, the team has snowballed out of control a ridiculous amount. Now
Elisa down, baik duk Uni.
Yep, that's good because now the main wave clear is done out of the
Kena
fight.
awal.
Now it's Olvin. If they get Olvin, they can honestly end the game at this point.
Oi, Uni belanja, Uni belanja.
Looking that healthy, but I think it's gonna be good enough. Stormy using the Purify out of the Sanguine Claws.
Ibarat
They're waiting for Lord. It's 35 seconds away, and they should be able to clear that out. And then Innocent with a fully stacked Sky Piercer. I think with the Lord, they can end it.
Should be able to. 20 seconds left on the clock, and I don't think Rune Eaters have much of an option but to sort of
10,000 golik guys, kita pegang guys.
I mean, they could try and
Kena
walk
masuk
up, but at the
fasa
same
mid
time,
game.
like you mentioned, the Detona's Welcome is just too much of a threat to really deal with, and if Ulven, the main anchor of Rune Eaters, gets caught by Uni, it's a guaranteed death at that stage. He doesn't have much counterplay as well. I mean, sure, he could try and just pop his ult and then pray to God that he survives, but the raw damage and also the fact that he's running the Purify, he's just got no escape mechanic.
Well, 12 minutes in. Risk 40 is 3 items.
Lot, ada kontes daripada pasukan Rune Eater.
He hit full items at 12:30. So now I really feel like it's like, guys, I have nothing else to farm for, so let's just, I don't know, end the game and win the third one, and then we're gonna be good. But so far, I think Rune Eaters as well, they got a lot of information against SRG. They're like, okay, this is a pretty cool draft. Looks like not enough to deal when Innocent is on this Granger and Uni's on this Fanny.
Yeah, it has been tough. Carmilla, the flank looks good. Are they gonna go in now or just when the Lord's about to push in? Because again, they're not stuck as 5.
Carmilla boleh posisikan tu ya, Stormy nampak.
Spotted him out.
Yeah. The Lord marching in. The minions are actually looking pretty good.
Satu,
It's gonna
from
be
kacang
delayed a
hitam.
bit, but
Uni
still,
belanja
there's a
labah-labah
lot of
ke
healthy
mengkarung
minions
tak
here.
laju
Lord
betul.
coming in.
Ya,
Looks like
dia
SRG,
belanja.
They just want to get inhibitor up top. They don't want to force it with the Lord.
Belanja.
Just trying to zone them
Ya,
away
ya.
and then even
Okay,
getting
barat
the
ulti
inhibitor.
daripada Kram, flicker, combo kena member. Uni kena reset dulu. Camilla dah ulti, Yum down. Makan legendary untuk Innocent. Mencari lebih. Dia hidup gila guys, kena telan. Diselamatkan oleh Sicilian. Oh dapat, atas dapat ni Rose Gold daripada Martis. Tension pause kena mati mamam. Sicilian down. Uni cubaan masuk. Dah won.
He replaces one of his items. I'm not so sure because the API is pretty wonky here.
Barat ulti.
Retribution on the minion.
Hylas dia hidup.
I really don't know if this is either. It keeps on changing.
Crystal Focal is Stormy.
They're trying to siege. Stormy and Innocent. They are being linked up by the muddles. Minions are coming in. Top, bottom, and mid. Innocent.
Hylas down. Kat truth baik udah Uni. Mahal. Oh Uni. Lebih, ingin lebih. Crystal. Dia belanja tu guys. Dia belanja tu kabel tu. Sumpah. Keren. Jadi guys, satu sama geng Jadi jangan lupa like, comment, share bagi pendapat korang pasal game yang kedua ni. Dan yang paling penting jangan lupa subscribe. We see you guys on the third match guys. Let's go. Gila guys.
Satu, from Ajinomoto.
Member belanja.
Seram dah plan go Uni main full successful and tapi hujung-hujung terpaksa panic button pakai ini.
We're looking for this Kimmy definitely bogged down those first 4 levels, and by then it was already too late.
Member belanja guys. Ini guys kan, punca kemenangan ni early game ni guys. Diorang control early. Kalau early ni tak jadi, aku rasa dah GGWP dah guys draft ni. Lupa itu kau. Dia manfaatkan hero dia early. Aku tengok Kimi tadi dah seram sejuk lah guys.
Because I really feel like the silence is more or less figured out. We know all the strong picks. So because of that, the counters are going to come up as well. But the mid can really change things a lot.
they can change so much here. And I mean, as much as I like the Sicilian Carmilla combination, where they were able to get like a lot of damage in the early stages here, but it's just not enough when you're fighting in these choke points. And unfortunately, Fariz wasn't able to get the Trinity in time for this particular fight. If the Trinity was built, those frontliners instantly die here. And better yet, maybe you can get a little bit more chip damage to the back line. But I think that Uni played a very strong game, was able to not only influence every single motion on the map macro-wise, but also force out the goal away from Fariz very early on into these fights, allowing people...
Dia punya ending dia belanja-belanja tu.
Like
Untuk tunggu SRG view. Satu lebih lagi dia tidur rakan-rakan. Awaknya ngantuk.
I feel like because of the game 1 victory being as dominant as it is, I think they just got the confidence that they can protect Olvin. And you can understand. They're like, okay, sure, going up against Kimi, that's no big deal. But I feel like after this, they need to respect SRG. They saw the Fanny and they still pick up the Sicilian to go up against it. So I think this time we're like, okay,
Serang menangi di orang satu bracket dengan champion Insta
we gotta treat respect with respect.
Macam mana?
And I mean, respect given, respect
is demanded.
24 final kill score at the end of it. Cram with the full tank build, nothing too out of the ordinary, even Innocent as well, nothing too out of the ordinary. Made sure to get the Sea Halberd for the extra anti-heal just in case, especially since Suki was already running around.
Kalau dia menang, dia akan jumpa satu bracket dengan Team Spirit.
He initially does eliminate one of the SRG members, but he can't chain it together because everybody is just pretty healthy overall when you're spamming a lot of your resources on towards that front line. And I think that Curse of Blood just needed to clip somebody in the back, but Purifies were all just ready to go. SRG came in very well prepared for an all against them in the early stages of the game. So maybe game number 3 we see both sides respect each other.
Lalang tadi.
For late game. Who knows?
Lalang tadi hilang.
Games, but this means there's only one game left. We're gonna go on a short break, and when we come back, our final game of the day.
Satu, from Kacang Hitam, layan game ketiga lupa baru tidur aku baru balik ke Jepun tak tidur lagi pahaha.
Duduk ngantuk dah duduk. Thank you Kacang. Guys, ada rezeki lebih kan? Kongsi-kongsi RM1 seorang satu guys. 2,000 orang donate aku RM1, boleh beli deposit motor. Untuk kena kopi. Janganlah duk. Satu game lagi tak kopi gila guys. Bapak rosak udah nanti. Beri geng gambar dia pecah-pecah Mario sekejap. Besok game team lawan mana dulu pak? Besok team mana lawan dulu? Team Spirit lawan FUT. Lepas tu Vamos. Vamos pukul, dia kata lah guys Vamos dia kata 6.55 guys. Dia kata lah RM1 dewa. Ya World Cup bagi. Wow, depo motor. Ya buat reset lah. Tak nak reset lah. Wah kicik. Boleh bawa 2-0 tak habis. Ada QR apa? Tak payah QR. Social pass je. Depo motor siap. Reset dia tak duk. Benar idea donate RM1 seorang tu. Ya. Aku tahu dengan RM1 tu boleh buat bisnes. Tak nak dia tadi. Connect kat ni.
10, from Kacang Hitam. Kau jangan tidur palayan le kami panah aku gi duit kopi per.
Aduh, kau sobok duk Kacang Hitam. Jangan tidur palayan kami pa. Aku bagi kopi. Thank you duk. Pa QR. Sebab ni ada QR lah guys. Tekan social bus. Aku dah 10 pa join Honda. Aku tak pernah join duk apa-apa event. Jadi kalau kau nak tengok aku dekat tempat-tempat yang banyak orang kan, memang tak ada lah guys. QR Gaspar
5, from Saitama. Lama JA kongsi.
Apa dia? Saitama, thank you. Lama dah juga aku tak kongsi. Terima kasih. Tak main Magic Auction apa FOMO ni. Apa benda tu? Social Bus tak potong. 1 sen je tu guys. Jadi memang aku prefer Social Bus. Customer bagi kau apa? Dengan SB ni tak berkira lah. Betul aku okey. Busuk-busuk sen lah. 1 sen macam tu. Setiap soundtrack section.
Satu,
Tak jumpa
from
duk
Donde.
SB.
Maba dulu pa, awal lagi nak tidur. Hahaha.
Jangan Don. Mabal lupa. Awal lagi nak tidur. Awaknya dah ngantuk. Oh, Pak An apa cerita Pak An? Tak jumpa duk SB. Dekat pin komen apalah. Alat tak jumpa lah.
Boy. Anis ke Pak Akaha cuma buat fun match dengan Sayan macam DX Famicom di SRG Sayan.
Mana je Pak OT cuba buat fun match saya macam Fab Icon vs Asia Sayan. Masalahnya orang je tak ada. Line up orang lama je pun dah lama tak main. Mana balance gila guys.
2, from Kacang Hitam. Bangunlah pa, jangan tidur lagi, jangan tidur lagi ah.
Ya, tak tidur lagi ni. Belum. Hai, mana caster cakap lah. Cepatlah. Tu first game tak tahu. Al-Fatihah untuk Cik Man pa. Fatihah kalau RM10 dah 20k, kalau 100 orang dah 200k, kalau 1000 orang dah jangan
Satu,
jangan nambah
aku dah kasih the motor ni, jangan tidur dulu.
Pak aku dah kasih depo motor ni, jangan tidur dulu. Baik. Tak cukup ni. Kita kena cari lagi orang lagi 1990 something. Jangan duk. Lagi satu game je duk. Nescafe kalau aku minum super kau suruh aku duduk di depan PC ni duk sampai besok. Pukul berapa game Vamos pak? Pukul 6.55. Nampaknya di caster dalam DC tu. Hammer ni tak boleh tahan ke? Jadi game SRG ni boleh lepas kill time tapi jangan sampai addicted je. SRG lama lah. Yang menang jumpa tim apa pa? Menang jumpa tim apa, dia akan jadi apa bracket, dia akan ni lah guys, cerita aku buka je lah guys. Ni. Kalau SRG menang dia akan pergi sini. Jadi dia akan main loser guys. Loser. Hari ni pun dah ni kan. Dia akan main pada 8 hari bulan hari Sabtu. Jadi siapa yang menang sini akan jumpa sini. Itu je. Vamos lawan di FYG ni confirm layak lah guys. Takkan lah tak layak Vamos. Come on lah. Unless kalau nak ko anomali tiba-tiba kan, kembali nak ko anomali, memang kita tepuk dahi je. 100
from hamba Allah. Kenapa dok pasuges sikit makan app best time macam ni?
Wih, thank you dok hamba Allah. Masih buka cam sikit. Baik dok hamba Allah. Kenapa ada saja sikit makan apa yang best macam ni. Malam-malam gini guys kan. Dah pukul 1 ni kan. Aku rasa fast food je lah. Kalau tak fast food mamak.
Nanti dah beli motor, jangan lupa bawa aku pa.
Itu je lah solusi dia. Nanti dah beli motor, jangan lupa bawa aku pa. Baik. Thank you dok Samit on. Ayayay. Guys, kita dah sidai lagi dok guys.
Lima from Mystery. 3 rat game serang drug apa-apa.
Kejap. Apa ni? Kita kena cari 3 orang apa. Lepas tu cari lagi 3 baru settle bisnes MLF. Settle dekat 2 jam baru boleh keluar. Salah bawa kereta pula kat event. Start PBE pas pukul 6. Caster dah ngantuk tu. Ada QR lapar social bus. Ada. Kau tekan je pin komen tu. Boleh SB tu. Game SRG draft apa? Woi, macam Ali Nujum pula aku pun aku tahu duk dia first pick ke second pick. Untuk Onyx balas dekat MAC. Team lapis tak. Team tak main. Tak faham duk. Dia liquid.
Kacang hitam. Malam-malam macam ni makan bini sedap pahaha.
Hai, itu lain. Apa tak sedap pula. Itu kabus tutup satu orang tu. Saya baru makan Maggi. Menarik. Bila Balana on ikut tim dia bantai 2-0 sidai lagi. Bila nak game horror pula apa? Tunggu nanti lah guys. Akan datang insya-Allah. Kali ni ban je pokok tu. Dia tak pakai. Tak, yang penting kena priority hero dulu lah. Itu yang penting lah, duk. Okay guys, finally caster bercakap. Kita kena bersyukur guys, game nak start lah. Oxidai, macam mana korang tanya ada suara tu? Tu kena donate tu dekat social bus tu. Lepas pukul 10 malam pak. Ya. Diorang beza dengan kita 3 jam. Kenapa dia lalu dia tak ada?
Tak apa, sentiasa menemani kita. Muah.
Sentiasa menemani kita muah. Wow. Thank you Miyake.
I mean, like, I feel like in terms of back to basics, I think if they're
dah
gonna
habis
have
dah
crazy picks in the jungle, I think the jungle should be picked a little bit later. Because if they didn't pick up that Martis, I don't think SRG would pick up the Fanny, right? Because there's no way for Saber to come out anymore. So I feel like that's gonna be the real adjustment in the draft, where they're gonna hide their jungler unless it's just gonna be a normal what you call it, like meta jungler, like a Harara or something.
Kita first pick, tolong jangan keluar Hilda. Jangan keluar Hilda. Jangan keluar Selena first pick. Jangan keluar hero-hero anomali. Tolong. Aku tak dah nak makan bini pada bantai dulu. Kau kena guna teknik pancingan. Kau kena guna
SRG is going to be the Barats.
Fahamlah sendiri
Now he's like, okay, I know how to use the Barats and I know how to deal against Zuki here.
Ni kasih cakap SRG satu-satu takut unik kena bantai kita. Beli motor apa ni bang? Beli motor apa? Benda belum. Tadi tu gurauan guys. Kau janganlah ni sangat.
I think even Stormy is willing to use something like a Farsa to deal with the Melissa. So this is very strong.
Sebab play macam kat sisi. Memang sisi. Main mic best. Ya.
It's fine with that because they can counter it.
Bisik ke telinga Kadia apa? Menarik juga tu. Bukan ni aku bisik tu, aku azankan telinga dia.
Afterwards is what's really going to matter here for SRG if they want to stand any chance against the Rune Eaters. Currently, priority is over SRG on their final ban. The Selena is gone, but are they going to pair it up with anything else? I mean, the Marcel is still
Selena down ban.
You know, we've seen a couple of different variations.
Atlas ban, Irara ban, Freya ban.
I really feel like this is going to be a Barat's pickup here for SRG.
Barat.
Comes to the question.
Kau tak Barat Melissa tu.
I think they will let that go. Yep, they're gonna ban the Fanny. I think Rune Eaters will eventually set up for a CC pick to deal with Cram. Unless SRG they just turn it around and pick up the Belleric first.
Fanny ban.
And hopefully Cram gets a good pick later on.
Beric atau Barat. Barat lah.
Fatimah Tubuh, patch ni masih sama dengan patch Worms hari tu ke?
Barat duk, respect duk, sumpah duk. Tu banyak fikir duk kau. Bapak ah.
Satu from cucu wak kita dajah 6. Makan bini tu apa kau ibu jari kaki ke?
Moga murah sikit saya lupa. Terima kasih Sekais. Patch ni masih sama dengan PM hari tu. Ya. Adjust sikit je. Ibu jari kaki ke? Okay, Melissa pun okay guys. Melissa pun okay. Jangan akan respon dengan apa? Barat dengan macam biasa guys, pokok lah. Apa lagi? Okay, apa hero yang patut ada dekat sini guys? Aku rasa kan Lilia. Awal-awal duk Lilia duk, sumpah. Jangan cakap kau nak ambil Valen duk. Lilia duk ni, sumpah duk. Tolonglah duk. Tolonglah, akan dia bijak sikit. Ilya dengan apa ni? Nak save pick dulu, Gatot pun boleh. Ilya duk, tolong bijak duk. Tolonglah.
10 from kacang hitam. Aku dah letak koin dapat dia kata aku balik kerja dia, ternyata dia
guys, geram betul lah aku guys. Apa benda bodoh guys. Caster pun tahu bodoh boleh fikir tu. Geram guys. Thank you someone, aku dah letak coin apa. Dia kata aku balik kerja dia on, ternyata dia Aufa.
Spamming the revenge strikes.
Kau ingat ni main mesin ke bro?
Just doesn't heal back up. Way to kind of poke out Barat's in the lane itself. They want to be a little bit more lane dominant and innocent. Last time he was on this, the last time that he was against the Rune Eaters in game number 1, he was facing up against the Melissa into the claw.
Hayabusa.
And there we go. The Hayabusa gets locked in for the side of the Rune Eaters. They are trying to simulate something similar to game number 1, but then that would mean that these next set of bans would be the Cho, and then I can't remember what that last ban was in game number 1. So now SRG, they have 2 picks in Rome that I feel like they can utilize.
Harley yang tanya guys. Tak tahu guys.
This is an oldie special coming in from you.
Betul lah aku cakap tadi guys. Kena azankan lah guys telinga dia guys.
Guinevere as a Rome to deal with the Hayabusa, because then again
Guinevere pun buka guys. Kau boleh pick off burst duk. Guys. Faham lah aku.
Nasty on that Gwyn last season, but let's see it. SRG, they should be expecting a couple of things from the side of the Rune Eaters. Number 1 is whether or not
game je agak dia bijak.
even worth it at this stage of the game. They probably don't even want to touch it.
Tak, ni first pick ni je bijak guys. Second 2, 3 ni macam
5 from macam kita. Main kuda 69 pahaha.
Kuda warna 9. Dah cukup duk. Jangan dia bukan duk. Jangan mengajar duk.
SRG, they are saying innocent, you are our man.
Dah ni apa ni, menang kawan Aurora Turki. Teris ni tak kena pick pun guys, sumpah guys.
Unless Rune Eaters they want to pick up the Zushin for themselves. Zushin doesn't sound like a bad idea either, but Rune Eaters, let's see, because they did ban it out the last time.
Tengok yung Guinevere.
And there we have it, Zushin get axed out and slung on Red Giants now.
Dia nak main boost.
Is there anything that really counters their comp that we should be worried about? Because jungle has already been picked, support has already been picked, and Cho has already been banned. So really, there's not a lot of other, single target lockdown
from someone.
at this stage.
Gin Loyi pun nampak.
Gin Loyi pun Loyi tak guys, sebab hero batu tu tak boleh completely burst. Dia stick, tapi dia tak sekuat Lilia.
Kind of like cancel out the backswing with the go away, but then again, it's because it requires you to jump in and then down into the ground. In that moment, you can't actually push her out of place.
Janganlah minta Kufra tak ngam bodoh guys ni, sumpah.
So there's also that. Brody finally got banned out here. Rune Eaters
glue ke glue. Kalau glue boleh, tapi kena keluarkan mage enemy lu. Tengok mage apa.
Unless they have a prio
Valen.
Yep, they take up the Valentina. So now SRG, in terms of the picks here, I think priority number 1 is what doesn't die to the Hayabusa immediately.
5 from Zul. Wah, tengok KHOK World Cup ada 3 tim Malaysia masuk playoff 1 Stone Place Prize dapat 600k Usmat.
Honestly, this
is
masih
masuk playoff first place prize dapat 100k USD mat. Tak tengok pula duk Zul. Banyak fikir ya. God tiba, jangan God bodoh mati yang haya tu guys.
5 from kacang hitam. Saya bagi pihak Aufa mohon maaf sebab Faeja bukan hahaha. Bagi pihak Aufa mohon maaf sebab ajar apa bukan. Jangan jangan. Dia bukan mengajar tu. Oh okey guys, glue ada guys. Sebab bila nak keluar okey. Rafa. Jadi banyak main kiting. Instead of Rafa, why not Lilia?
But I think this is a good comp.
Okay guys, tapi aku macam
the glue is a very aggressive support, even building up more damage than defense. So
okay good.
I'm liking the draft coming in from
okay good. Ayat penjadak hati ke guys? Kagura tak beli tu guys. Kagura tu buat poking gila.
Punishment with King Verb to shadow on top of Stormy, and then if Ulven is in the right position to get his damage, that should be a kill, assuming they can catch him in that particular angle. That's something to worry about for the early stages of the game. We've got the final draft here already done.
Hopefully barang jadi lah guys.
You liking more Lafel?
Jadi kita akan banyak main kiting.
Jangan
macam-macam bah, kenapa?
I'm not fully convinced on that one. And for SRG,
Paramis tak okey bah, Paramis.
So they really are hoping for Daddy to Rizla to take all of the punishment from Rune Eaters. Yeah, or at least, you know, the heal to kind of get him over the threshold before getting executed by the Yogi Shadow Kill. One way or another.
Lunok boleh ke apa? Kalau dah batu 2 biji kat depan ni guys, aku tak prefer Lunok guys.
Alright guys, tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, perlawanan yang ketiga, perlawanan penentuan siapakah bakal mara ke upper bracket. Jadi guys, sama-sama kita doakan perlawanan antara Selangor Giant menentang EATERS daripada Kazakhstan. Sama-sama kita saksikan perlawanan.
Lancelot tak boleh bah. Lancelot kurang lah damage
sekarang. Kacang hitam, suruh Uni main Rafa jungler pas Syahdu.
Suruh Uni main Rafa jungler pas Syahdu. Weish, jangan duk. Auto kau bagi je lah dia menang habis tu.
Zuki is going to use the Festival of Blood, so he's thinking he's going to poke out Kremlin, which probably will be the case here. Ulvin did a lot of damage on to Yums. And Stormy, only now he has the heal.
Hits level 2, so
emblem yang orang gunakan
really
guys.
matter too much as both sides have already used the regenerate king verb. Still with the same opener here, instantly one cap then goes straight to the lethal walker.
Oi, jangan guys, kita doakan yang terbaik. Yang penting jangan terciduk early guys. Hopefully tak ada early anomaly. Tekan dia. Bellery dah flicker. Sabar Yum, tenang. Oi, lasi duk. Kau tak nak flick kan? Makan. Kalau kalah ni balik tak.
If you got hit by the first ability of the Rafaela, there's a mark and the damage just keeps on getting higher and higher and higher.
Okay, tekan terus jungle dia. Kasih tahu. Early game yang sebenar SRG flicker digunakan oleh Barat. Nampak gayanya retribution.
I don't know at this point, but SRG.
Uni, macam mana boleh miss Uni? Why?
Innocent goes up against Riz 4T.
Miss retri siau.
And Innocent just gonna have just one more poke damage.
Uni miss retri, time merusuh.
He's got a life lead and he wants to punish him even more, make him really nervous to walk back up. A little unlucky for Uni because as soon as he
bawah.
the purple buff just decided I'm going to turn away.
Barat down, datang bantuan.
As King Verb's trying to get on out of there, Cram is not going to get traded out and this is
kasih tahu. Valentina down, dah tak ada flicker. Satu punishment baik daripada SRG. Sekarang ini kita memegang gold lead sebanyak 1000 gold lead guys di fasa 2 minit awal. Human zoning Hayabusa menggunakan Shadow. Nampak gayanya tiada kontes daripada pasukan Kazakhstan.
No quad shadow, there's just no means of Rune Eaters actually being able to go for a steal and close that distance again into retry range. And so far things have been going great, at least for SRG side. Okay, interesting. All right. What was the
completely used up and
now
used
full ulti.
Stormy even stunning him up.
Bellery low, Cram cuba beri bantuan. Flicker telah digunakan oleh Bellery. Satu info telah didapatkan oleh Selangor Giant. Pak unta mana? Padang pasir. Tak balik-balik. Tak hidup lah ayah game ni. Teruskan dan bagi tak hidup. Jangan duk ayah dia seram kat duk tadi sumpah. Bagus ke ayah dia main guys. Pak glue dengan pokok mereka kejar. Poking.
But even so, it's still 3-0 and honestly not that gigantic of a lead and not the end of the world for the Rune Eaters. Penalty zone has been stolen away by Ulv, but on that top side really, it looks like Innocent has been doing a decently good job, but I don't think it's created a level lead, but he's completely zoned him out.
Look at this. Unfortunately, the minions does go inside the turret, so it's going to be an unsuccessful freeze by Innocent. Riz 4T should be
Innocent dah siap Demon Hunter Sword.
Nemo so far has been quite a nuisance, and looking at this, I really don't think Rune Eaters has the damage profile to actually deal with the blue here. So,
dekat atas observer. Tunjuk atas observer.
If not unkillable, just generally very annoying.
going to be extremely annoying, and I think their primary targets is Uni.
Kita pegang 2k golik dalam masa 4
really
minit.
nice to get, but now that he also has the Holy Baptism, it might not be the primary target, especially since the quad shadows only go in straight lines unless you
Ni tak ada shadow. Jangan kena pancing. Barat dah ulti. Nice. Fighting. Hayabusa patah balik duk. Deadly Magic mati ni Haya ni. Penalty zone.
Tangkal balik pintu Haya nakal tak, jadi dia tengah haha.
Kasih tahu Kram Terry's line sebenar. Mahal. Apa dia tadi kaca hitam? Tangkal naik balik pintu. Haya nakal tak jadi tu.
4-0 currently, and the turtle falls into the hands for Selangor Red Giants. We're seeing movements across the map.
Betul, dia diamankan oleh Uni.
I don't know how they can help this quad. I think right now, I feel like they need to start sacrificing resources, but King Verb on this
tekan
can't afford that either. So there's two people who desperately need farm to try and keep up with SRG. If not, it's going to be just another, simple target.
Kita pegang lebih kurang hampir 3,000 golik guys. Makan dinosaur ni. Dinosaur no flick. Dinosaur down. Killing spree untuk Uni. Mid lane. Midnya Innocent cuba defend mid akan tapi gagal. Penalty zone flicker. Dapat 2. Mahal. Haya dia tak jalan pulang. No shadow. Haya no shadow. Mati Valentina. Haya down. Baik. 8 berbalas kosong. 3,000 golik dia pegang oleh SRG. Harley kaya guys ni golik. Harley kaya 1,000. Makan dia terus. Momentum dia lari ni. Barat ni tak boleh buat apa ni. Tekan. Mana Harley kat atas. Astaghfirullahalazim. Ada yang TB tapi mati kat duk. Tommy down. Dinosaur down. 1 untuk 1. Atas. Cloud down.
No, if only she could revive herself. Oh no.
Kasih tahu bah. Aku dah kasih tahu dah. 10 balas 1 guys.
There's got to be counterparts here. Oh, looks like Uni is opting to go for a very bruiser style build, concentrated energy into the brute force breastplate. Despite being 6-0-3, I would have imagined
aman dah ni guys.
Gone for like a ultra
damage kita dah pegang 6 minit.
No, he's keeping it safe. He
kita pegang lebih kurang 5,000 golik.
And if he can poke out and bait out reactions, that's just
namun
going to be good.
Beri sangat HP dia tadi. Cloud sekarang dah masuk meta ke apa? Oish. Sepanjang zaman lah aku rasa. Dia macam Chow. Ada lagi Haya. Padu Haya kau lagi handsome. Mana ada duk. Lama duk tak main Haya duk. Turtle sedang dimulakan oleh pasukan Selangor Red Giant. Nampak gayanya Hayabusa berundur. Ya. Tekan dia terus. Haya no shadow. Haya down. Godlike untuk Uni. Belerik dah ulti duk. Gas. Belerik dah flicker duk. Dah semua spell dia orang tergabur dah ni guys. Banyak info SRG dapat dah. Snowball 0-3 Haya dia. Tak ada jalan keluar Haya. Dipancing-pancing terus. Masuk arah kita orang. Kenapa pula? Okay, Belerik down. Ulti daripada Rafaela pada Stormy. Nampak gayanya Hayabusa dah guna ulti, tapi ulti dia useless ke atas Yum. Ikram. Saya nampak Ikram cukup ketua. Kami malu ketua. Cukup. Ikram. Ayah dilarang main. Dinosaur terus pupus pokok dah menjadi tebang. Betul.
This is like the previous game where they're so much slow. You can't escape.
Yeah, and the worst part about it, it's a siege composition. So now that Innocent is
online,
he is just
hero tak ada purpose. Tak juga. Dua pick dorang yang pertama bagus. Hayabusa ni dia orang cakap surprise pick game pertama tak jadi guys dah.
At least one of those quad shadows, he's gonna be fine. Or gets like really unlucky with the Oki shadow kill, We saw what happened the last time. It just bounced onto him in game number 1. But
Belerik ulti akan tetapi penalty zone dibalas oleh Kram. Belerik down. Ditumbangkan. EATERS lah. Ui, dia jauh dia tarik. Nampak gayanya. Dinosaur down. Hayabusa juga down. Bukan ketua apa tadi guru. Boleh guru. Kenapa video tak 4K? Kenapa tak 4K? Dah ada display pun tak 4K. Kau nak aku buat macam mana? Cameraman Mat Kila ni tak pernah kecil dengan kita. Pening. Gyro duk. Oh, Valen down.
He's dying from the revenge strike. I gotta say, SRG, they have two heroes that can have this.
Si tahu tekan terus 17 balas 1 guys. 10,000 goli kalau kita blazing duet. Aman.
They don't run away.
SRG masak SRG mengamuk apa? Menekan terus. Macam mana game pertama ni lah. Game pertama yang diorang buat tadi guys. Dia kena kembali ke? Hayabusa ulti kat tak innocent. Innocent buka ulti. Hayabusa dah penalty zone daripada Kram. Terus perang terus. Legendary untuk Uni. Flicker telah digunakan oleh Valentina. Banyak info dapatkan. Uni ingin lebih. Dinosaur down.
Suruh dia orang syringe lapar Boston.
Balas balik 11 minit. 10 minit. GG dah guys. Rata. Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan. Oh, recall. Nampak marah. Personal. Nampak personal guys. Congratulations to SRG guys. Nice try to RUNE EATERS. Jadi guys, jangan lupa like, comment, share bagi pendapat korang pasal game yang ketiga ni. Dan yang paling penting guys, jangan lupa subscribe guys. We're gonna see you guys on the next matches guys. Congratulations to SRG. See you guys on the next video. GG. Feeling themselves and utilizing their identity very well. But alhamdulillah Pak, alhamdulillah dia nak tidak awal ni Pak. Nice GWP. RUNE EATERS are putting here. I just think that unfortunately betul dekat setting dah. Okay, selesai sudah guys. Sadaqallahul azim dah stream pada hari ni guys. Betul ke ada satu team lagi
The glue made it so that he's unkillable. The Rafa just doubled down on that. And now we can definitely see there's another counter towards the Barats, and that's going to be
Wikipedia orang update pun dah tidur dah guys.
Right, because Rizla can handle the damage coming in from the Barats, and the revenge strike just much more
zaman
against
purba. Terima kasih. Esok lagi ke? Ada. Ni sampai hari Ahad guys. Tadi Haya tak mampu, sekarang Haya tak kill. Fuck! Tak apa. We have to fight untuk rumah. Jangan bila duit dah simpan beta Rafaela.
Laning place, none of that matters. It's about just the base amount of stats you get from your emblems anyways that will make the difference. That's why we're seeing that some teams and a lot of players are opting not even to bother buying the boots and go straight to the raw stats.
Belum, tapi dah jumpa lawan musuh Kaja EXP guys. Semak tu. Kaja EXP siapa mak dia keras duk.
But yeah, I really feel like moving forward, if we see an
rumah dia ID keras juga. Pakai tu.
Either a movement speed up or a dash. I think even movement speed up.
Mana yang nak tunjuk kepala tadi? Kepala?
Might be a good matchup for
Good night Pak. Sempat dah nak hidup kawan mati. Haya tadi main. Salah je saya. Satu Pranjaya je. Azan telinga ke dia bah. Tak jadi duk. Aku kena simpan balik. Minta maaf kat coach Akadia. Maafkan saya. Good night Pak. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Thank you dah singgah. Baloi bergadang. Geng. Sebelum tu guys, jangan lupa subscribe dulu guys. Sebab apa? Kita dalam perjalanan road to 300 subscribers guys. Korang kena bantu aku guys. Kita tengok live count subscriber kita berapa. Sekarang mendahului. Kita perlukan lagi 110 subscribers guys untuk dapatkan 273,000 guys. Subscribers ni geng Bantu saya guys. Jangan lupa subscribe. Come on. Kita boleh. Bukti akan dia tak salah kali ni Pak. Ya. Terbukti saya yang salah kali ni guys. Dengan night shift ni. Gerak lupa bye. Baik. Tamat berehat. Lupa halu.
I want to see how they perform there because
hidup geng bapak-bapak.
Again, they have the raw strength for it. They just I think they just need more experience to get the habits of every other team, and then they're locked in. Because I really feel like they got the strategy down, they got the mechanics down. They just need to understand everyone's habits and then try to counter that.
With that being said, though, this does finish our very last game of the day. Yup. SRG move on to the next round, but so do a couple of others. Foot will be facing off against Team Spirit. Yang Feng Yao Guai will be facing off against Aurora, and SRG will be facing up against Pro here. And, I mean, it has been a crazy number of games, and yet somehow we got the 3-0s. Sorry, we got the 2-1s.
Gideon, that's gonna be a revenge game for SRG. Pro defeated SRG in their first match.
Yeah, come on. Besok. Bukan besok.
It's gonna be very, very interesting, in a matter of fact. But hey, you know, I mean, we need to see who's going to be able to qualify for the very end here for Digital Games. And it's really tough. We've got some great competitors all across the board, and everybody, and especially for some of the staple teams that we see in the internationals consistently now getting a better grasp of not only the meta but also counterplay against it. It just feels like we haven't discovered absolutely everything just yet, and I'm glad.
Besarkan screen pak. Aku dah post dekat IG. Pergi follow IG aku guys. Hilman Aufa.
Yeah, for sure.
Best of 5.
It's gonna be interesting to see how tomorrow really plays.
Rasanya best of 3 guys. Best of 3.
Yeah, I feel like
best of 3, best of 3, grand final best of 5 je guys. Dia tak lama macam MSC ataupun M series kan.
Yeah, we're really looking forward to see what other things that the teams have to show for us. So
SRG terciduk dengan Pro Esport memang layak kena joget lah kan aku rasa. Akhirnya 8:30 bersiaran langsung.
I really think that they put one hell of a show as well. With that being said, from us here at the commentators desk is me, Gideon Kyun, as well as Lafel, signing off for today. Thank you so much to the audience who've been sticking around from the beginning.
Thank you so much caster kerana dah penat menyidai kami. Hopefully besok ada stage ya guys sebab dia tak ada CC, harap-harap tak ada CC ya guys supaya tak kena sidai. Hopefully guys Hopefully. Thank you pak, puas sangat. Sama-sama. Sekejap lagi kita post video guys. Jadi guys, thank you so much everyone for watching my stream. Thank you everyone. Kita akan jumpa korang besok pada pukul 5 petang guys. Tapi saya akan masuk pada pukul 6.55 petang. Sebab itu game Vamos dulu geng. Kita support Vamos dulu guys jadi geng, jangan lupa bantu saya like, comment, share stream ni. Yang paling penting jangan lupa subscribe guys. See you guys on the next stream. Assalamualaikum, selamat berehat guys. Selamat pagi. Bye bye.
Regain curiosity for new discoveries and encounters. After all, dreams are also part of the journey. The premium family plan's connected. That is Boss Steedy. Got a smartphone absolutely free. That is Boss Steedy. Hooked it up and no longer problems with home internet.
Get home internet and a smartphone for free with the premium family plan.
Get ready for school with WB. WB, all you need for classes and breaks with try-on and payment on delivery.